The Maelstrom Eye. Act 1, The Color of Neglect. Chapter 1, The Weight of Nothing. There was a particular quality to the silence that gathered in the corners of Training Ground 7 at night, a silence that was not the comfortable absence of sound but rather the presence of something heavier, something that pressed against the ears and the chest alike. Uzumaki Naruto had learned to distinguish between the two kinds of quiet when he was very small. The first was the silence of an empty apartment, which merely meant that no one had thought to fill it with warmth. The second was this silence, the silence of a world that had watched him arrive and then deliberately looked away. He sat with his back against the memorial stone, which was cold even through his orange jacket, and he counted his bruises the way a merchant might count coins, with careful, joyless precision. His ribs ached along the left side where Sasuke had landed a solid kick during their afternoon spar, a kick that Kakashi-sensei had praised in that bored, approving voice he reserved for his favorite student. The praise had flowed easily, effortlessly, as though it were a natural resource that existed in unlimited supply, and Naruto had stood nearby and watched it pour over Sasuke like warm rain, and he had said nothing because there was nothing useful to say. He pressed his fingers against the stone and felt the names carved there, row after row of Konoha's honored dead, and he thought about what it meant to be honored. To be seen. To be counted as something worth carving into permanence. 3 months had passed since the Wave Country mission. 3 months in which Kakashi had begun arriving to practice sessions 1 hour, then 2 hours, then 3 hours late, and in those empty morning hours Naruto had watched Sasuke receive private instruction from the Jonin who lingered in the area, older shinobi who recognized the Sharingan in those dark eyes and wanted proximity to something legendary. Sakura had her book club of female academy graduates who shared tips about chakra control and genjutsu theory. And Naruto had sat on the training ground's central log and eaten his breakfast alone and waited, because waiting was the only technique he had truly mastered. It was not that Kakashi was cruel. Cruelty required a certain investment of feeling. Kakashi was simply absent in the way that gravity is absent from the consideration of a man who has never fallen. Naruto had tried, in the early weeks after Wave, to speak to him directly about training. He had prepared what he considered a reasonable and mature request, rehearsing it in his bathroom mirror, and when Kakashi had arrived that morning with Ika Paradise open in his hand and one eye drifting across the page even as he listened, Naruto had delivered his speech and Kakashi had nodded and said yes, teamwork is important, and then had turned to walk Sasuke through the finer points of the Chidori's chakra compression, while Naruto stood with his prepared words still warming in his mouth. The Hokage had his own concerns. The village had its rhythms. The orphanage had taught Naruto, with the patient brutality of early experience, that the concerns of institutions rarely had room for one extra child, however loudly that child might announce his presence. He pulled his knees to his chest and looked at the dark sky above the training ground, and the stars were the same stars that hung over the Uchiha district and the Hokage Tower and the academy, indifferent and numerous, and they offered him neither comfort nor counsel but simply remained there, which was, he supposed, more than most things managed. He had been trying something for the past 2 weeks. It was not a technique, exactly, because a technique required instruction, and instruction required a teacher, and teachers required that someone decide you were worth teaching. What Naruto had been doing, in the long unsupervised hours, was something more like listening. He had read once, in a library book he had borrowed and renewed so many times that the librarian had eventually told him simply to keep it, that the first Uzumaki clan members had understood chakra as a living thing, not merely a resource to be refined and expelled but something with its own nature, its own language, its own inclinations. The book had been written by a Konoha historian who had visited the ruins of Uzushio after its destruction, and much of it was speculation dressed in the formal robes of scholarship. But there had been passages that made something quiet and ancient shift in Naruto's chest when he read them. The Uzumaki, the historian had written, were said to treat their own chakra as a conversation partner rather than a tool. Naruto had thought about this for days. He had sat in the training ground and tried to listen to his chakra the way one might listen to someone speaking in a language just barely beyond understanding. He had felt, in those attempts, mostly foolish. His chakra felt like his chakra, the same immense, Unruly, orange bright force it had always been, shaped more like a storm than a whisper. But in the past 3 evenings, sitting alone on the same patch of ground while the rest of the village went about the business of matching, he had noticed something. When he looked at things, there was a pressure behind his eyes that had not been there before. It was faint, almost imperceptible, the way the first edge of a headache announces itself before it commits to being a headache. He had assumed it was eye strain. He had been squinting in poor light while reading his borrowed books. But tonight, sitting here with nothing in particular to look at, he had turned his gaze toward the memorial stone and the pressure had sharpened, and for just a moment, a single pulse of a heartbeat, he had seen something that was not quite the stone and not quite the darkness around it. He had seen the chakra in the ants that moved along the stone's base. He had seen it the way you sometimes see something from the corner of your eye and turn to find nothing there, except that when he had turned his full attention toward the ants, the vision had persisted. Thin threads of pale light, barely enough to name a color, moving with the soft urgency of living things. He blinked. The pressure receded. The ants became ants again. He sat with that moment for a long time, turning it over in his mind the way you turn a coin to check both faces, and he thought about the Uzumaki historian's words, and he thought about the silence that was pressing against his ears, and he thought that perhaps the silence had finally, after 12 years of waiting, decided to offer him something in return for all the company he had kept it. Tomorrow, Kakashi would be late again. Sasuke would drill his Chidori until the air smelled of lightning. Sakura would sit with her friends and discuss things that did not include him. The village would move through its rhythms like a clock that had been set before he was born and would continue long after he was forgotten. But there was a pressure behind his eyes now. And pressure, Naruto understood in his bones if not yet in his mind, was the beginning of something. Chapter 2: What Lives in the Blood. The next morning he went, for the first and last time, to the Konoha Public Records Office. He had thought about it carefully. He had a right to certain documents, he reasoned. His parentage was sealed information under the third Hokage's personal order. He had learned that much from careless overheard conversations, but not everything was sealed. The Uzumaki clan registry, or what remained of it after Uzushio's destruction, had been archived as part of Konoha's historical record-keeping in the decades following the alliance between the two villages. He had a name that was Uzumaki. He had a right to know what that name contained. The clerk at the records office was a round-faced man of 40 or so who wore his Konoha headband as a belt buckle, a fashion choice that struck Naruto as faintly defiant, and who looked at Naruto with the particular expression that Naruto had catalogued over the years as, "I know who you are and I have decided how I feel about it." It was not hatred exactly. It was the cousin of hatred, the kind of feeling that people who considered themselves decent harbored instead, a careful, practiced wariness that allowed them to tell themselves they held no malice while ensuring that no warmth ever breached their defenses. Uzumaki clan historical records, Naruto said, keeping his voice steady, because he had practiced this too. I'd like to review them. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. The clerk looked at him. He looked at the clerk. Most of those records are restricted, the clerk said. The historical archive isn't. It's open to Konoha shinobi and citizens. I'm a genin. He showed his headband. There was a pause in which the clerk was very visibly deciding whether the paperwork of refusing him would be more trouble than the indignity of assisting him. The clerk was a man who disliked paperwork. He went to the back room and returned with a slender folder that had the apologetic thinness of a subject that history had not thought worth preserving at length. Naruto sat at the reading table and opened the folder. What was there was mostly what the historian's book had contained, and in some places less. A census entry from 40 years before Uzushio's fall, listing clan members by household. A brief military report noting the Uzumaki's contributions to Konoha's founding, written in the dry, counting house language that military reports used to describe things of great human significance. A single page of notes, written in a hand that was small and cramped, and clearly belonged to someone who wrote quickly in the margins of larger thoughts, noting something called the Uzumaki ocular tradition. He read that page 3 times. The notes were fragmentary, a scholar's working draft rather than a finished document, and they described the ocular tradition in the manner of someone who had heard about it second-hand and was doing their best to reconstruct the shape of what they had heard. But the shape was there. The Uzumaki clan had possessed, in its elder lineages, a dojutsu. Not the Sharingan, which was the Uchiha's gift and worked through copying and memory. Not the Byakugan, which was the Hyuga's gift and worked through piercing perception. The Uzumaki's Eye, the notes suggested, worked through something the writer called chakra resonance and command, and the description that followed was brief and uncertain and made the pressure behind Naruto's eyes bloom suddenly, painfully, into something approaching clarity. The eye, the scholar's notes said, could perceive the flow of life force in other living things as visible light. And in those who developed the ability fully, it could do more than perceive. It could reach. Naruto sat very still for a long time. The clerk was watching him from behind his desk with that careful, wary expression, and Naruto was aware of being watched, and he held himself with the practiced stillness of someone who had learned that any emotion displayed in public would be used as evidence of something unflattering. He closed the folder. He stood. He thanked the clerk in a normal voice and walked out of the records office and down the street and into an alley behind the market district where no one was watching, and he sat on a stack of empty merchant crates and let the thing he was feeling find its full shape. It was not happiness, exactly. It was older than happiness and quieter. It was the feeling of a key being placed into a lock that had been there so long you had forgotten it was a lock at all. He pressed his fingers against his closed eyelids and felt the pressure there, warm and present, like something waiting politely for an invitation to enter. Okay, he said softly to whatever it was. Okay. He was not certain that it answered. But the pressure steadied, and the warmth remained, and when he stood and walked back toward Training Ground 7 he moved with something that was not quite his usual determined stomp but something more considered, the walk of a person who has just learned that the ground they are standing on is deeper than they believed. He arrived at the training ground at the usual time. Kakashi was not there. Sakura was not there. Sasuke arrived 20 minutes later, glanced at Naruto's location on the central log, and sat at the opposite end of it, which was their arrangement, the division of the log's territory having been established early and without discussion, the way most important territories are established. You look like you've been reading, Sasuke said, not looking at him. I have been reading. Your face does something strange when you've been reading. Naruto considered this. What does it do? Sasuke's jaw shifted slightly. It looks like it's deciding something. This was, by the standards of their relationship, a remarkably long and personal exchange. Naruto filed it away in the same place he filed other small, unexpected moments of almost warmth, which was a mental drawer that he kept carefully closed because opening it led nowhere useful. I found something, Naruto said. About the Uzumaki. Sasuke said nothing. But he did not move to the other end of the log, which was also, by the standards of their relationship, a form of attention. They had a dojutsu, Naruto said. Nobody talks about it. It's not in any of the usual resources. But it was real. Now Sasuke looked at him. The Sharingan was not active, just those dark eyes, evaluating with the quick precision that was Sasuke's default mode of engagement with the world. The Uzumaki didn't have a dojutsu. That's known. It's known because Uzushio was destroyed and the winners wrote the records, Naruto said, and this came out with an edge he had not entirely planned, the edge of someone who had spent 12 years watching others be defined by their legacies while his own remained conveniently absent. Sasuke held his gaze for a moment. Then he turned back to the horizon. If it were real, he said, in the tone of someone granting a provisional concession, it would explain the chakra chains. Why everything the Uzumaki could do was about controlling vital force in other things. Naruto blinked. You know about the chakra chains? I know about most things that are relevant to understanding bloodlines, Sasuke said, with a flatness that was not arrogance but simply accuracy. For obvious reasons. The obvious reasons were his brother, and his clan, and the fire that had consumed both, and Naruto did not press on that territory. Well, Naruto said. I think I have it. The silence that followed was a different kind of silence from the usual ones. Sasuke was looking at the horizon, but the quality of his attention had shifted, the way a cat's attention shifts when it hears a sound it has not categorized yet. Then you should figure out what it does before you tell anyone else, Sasuke said finally. It was not advice in the warm sense of the word. But it was advice. From Sasuke. At 6 in the morning on a training ground they both occupied without particularly choosing each other's company. It was something close to the most useful thing anyone had said to Naruto in months. He turned it over in his mind for the rest of the morning, while Kakashi did not arrive, while Sasuke drilled his own techniques with the silent self-sufficiency that made Naruto's chest ache in ways he could not entirely explain, while the birds were loud in the canopy above and the village hummed its indifferent hum in the middle distance. Figure out what it does before you tell anyone else. Yes, that was exactly right. Chapter 3 First Light. He spent 4 nights doing nothing but sitting in the training ground and trying to understand the pressure. He had considered attempting to force the matter, the way one might force a jutsu that was almost working, through sheer will and repeated effort. But something about the fragment of scholarship he had read suggested that approach would be wrong. The Uzumaki tradition, the cramped scholar's handwriting had noted, worked through resonance. You did not command chakra so much as invite it to recognize itself in you, and then recognize itself in other things, and draw the connection between those recognitions. On the first night he sat and breathed and tried to be as still as possible, which was very difficult for him, because Naruto had spent most of his life in deliberate motion, in loudness and color and forward momentum, because momentum was harder to dismiss than stillness. Stillness invited opinions. But he sat and breathed and turned his attention inward to where his chakra lived, that enormous roiling reservoir that was nothing like other people's quiet pools, that was more weather than water, and he tried to listen to it the way the scholar had described, as though it were a conversation partner. What his chakra said to him, or what he imagined it said, was something without words. It was a color. An orange-red, the color of the sun at the absolute edge of the horizon, the moment before it commits to day or retreats to night, and there was warmth in that color but also something vast and slightly terrifying, the way the sun is slightly terrifying when you think about what it actually is rather than simply what it does for you. He sat with that for a long time. Then he opened his eyes and looked at the memorial stone, and the pressure came, and this time instead of pulling back from it he let it come, let it settle behind his eyes like water finding its level. And he looked at the stone with that pressure active and felt the stone's complete absence of living chakra and understood, in his body rather than his mind, what the absence felt like, what life would look like against that absence. He turned his head and looked at the grass. It was there. Thin and green-white, the chakra of growing things, moving with the slow patience of something that measures time in seasons rather than moments. It was not bright. But it was unmistakably present, unmistakably alive, and when he looked at it he felt his own chakra respond, a barely perceptible lean in the direction of what it recognized as kin. He let out a long, slow breath. The second night he looked at insects. The third night he looked at the owl that hunted the field mice on the far side of the training ground, and the owl's chakra was entirely different from the grass and the insects, brighter and more focused, with a directional quality like a beam rather than a glow. And when he looked at it he could follow it through the owl's body, from its source at the creature's center to its expression in the eyes and the talons and the great silent wings. He thought, I can see the source. On the fourth night, a cat wandered in from the direction of the road and sat near the memorial stone with the composed indifference of cats and looked at him, and he looked back at it with the pressure active, and the cat's chakra was bright and warm and there was a quality to it that reminded him of something. Some similarity in color or intensity that he had not encountered in the grass or the insects or the owl. And he leaned toward that similarity with his attention, the way you lean toward a sound you almost recognize. The cat looked at him with yellow eyes. Its chakra, seen through the pressure, shifted very slightly, not in volume but in its pattern, the way a flame shifts when someone breathes too close to it. And Naruto thought, with a clarity that startled him, it felt me looking. The cat flicked one ear, stood, and walked away with the studied nonchalance of an animal that has decided it had somewhere better to be. Naruto watched it go, and the pressure behind his eyes throbbed once, warm and distinct, and then settled. On the fifth night he tried something different. He made a shadow clone, which was the one technique he could do with his eyes closed, and he stood facing his copy across 5 feet of training ground, and he looked at the clone with the pressure active. The sight that met him made him sit down abruptly on the grass. His clone was a blazing thing. Not like the owl, which had been focused and directional, not like the grass, which had been patient and diffuse. His clone was an inferno in a human shape, enormous and utterly uncontained, pouring out of its boundaries at the edges in the manner of something that had never learned to fit inside itself. The chakra was his, recognizably, in the way that he recognized his own reflection, but seeing it outside himself, worn by a body identical to his own, was profoundly and disorienting in a way that he would spend weeks trying to find words for. He understood, looking at it, why Kakashi and the other Jonin sometimes looked at him with what he had taken for discomfort but which he now suspected was something more like vertigo. You could feel his chakra. He had always known that, in the abstract. But seeing it was different. It was like standing next to a bonfire when you had expected a candle. The clone looked back at him with his own expression, which was the wide-eyed, slightly overwhelmed expression he imagined he was currently wearing himself. Well, the clone said. Well, Naruto agreed. He pressed the pressure further, experimentally, the way you press on a bruise to understand its boundaries. And his chakra, enormous and willing, leaned in the direction he pressed it, and reached toward the clone with something that was not a technique and not a jutsu and not anything he had a name for, something that was more like the extension of his attention made physical. The clone flickered, not dispelled. Dimmed. Its chakra reduced, not catastrophically but measurably, as though something had turned down the brightness of it. Naruto pulled back immediately, instinctively, and the clone steadied, looking at him with an expression that was bewildered and also, unmistakably, afraid. What was that? The clone said. I don't know, Naruto said. Which was not quite true. He knew, in the wordless knowing of the body, what it had been. He had reached into the clone's chakra and drawn at it. He had drunk from it, in the small and careful way of someone learning how to drink before they allowed themselves to understand what thirst really meant. He dismissed the clone and sat in the dark for a long time with his hands flat on the grass and his breathing deliberate and measured, feeling the grass's slow, patient chakra against his palms and trying to be as small as possible in the world's regard, because the world had given him something tonight that he was not yet ready to hold in the light, and he needed to be sure, very sure, before he brought it anywhere near the complicated machinery of other people's opinions. He had a dojutsu. It was his, and it was real, and it drained the life force from living things when he reached for it, and he had no idea yet what the ceiling of it was, and he was suddenly, completely, and for the first time in a very long time afraid. He was afraid the way you are afraid when something enormous is true and you are not yet large enough to hold it. But underneath the fear, quieter than it and more durable, something else was settling into place. Something that felt, after 12 years of its absence, remarkably like purpose. Chapter 4. The Price of Being Seen. He told no one. He practiced every night, and said nothing. He wore his regular face in daylight, the face that was loud and enthusiastic and slightly too much, the face that people expected and which functioned as a kind of camouflage, because what people expect they stop looking at carefully, and he needed no one looking at him carefully right now. He learned what he could do in increments, the way you map an unfamiliar territory, one cautious step at a time. He could see chakra in any living thing when the pressure was active. The activation was effortless now, a simple focusing of intention that he barely needed to think about, the way you do not think about focusing your ears on a particular sound in a busy room. The sight was always there, always available, and with practice he learned to layer it over his ordinary vision so that the world appeared as itself plus something more, the living things within it traced in their individual light. He could reach. This was the frightening part, and he practiced it only with shadow clones, and only in the deepest hours of the night, and only in small degrees. He could extend his attention through the eye into the chakra of another living thing and draw from it, and what he drew added to his own reserves, which were already so large that the addition was barely perceptible, like pouring a cup of water into the ocean. But the effect on the source was perceptible. His clones flickered and paled and, if he pressed too far, vanished, their chakra depleted beyond the threshold for maintaining form. He had, on the 6th night, reached carefully toward the patient glow of the grass beneath him and drawn from it, just a thread, just enough to feel the mechanism. The grass did not notice. Or if it noticed, it expressed nothing. But he noticed, and what he noticed was that the drain was effortless in a way that troubled him, because things that are effortless tend to expand to fill available space, and he was not certain yet that he trusted himself with something that took no effort to take. He began keeping a notebook. It was a small notebook, purchased at a market stall where the owner did not know him, and he wrote in it in the cramped, urgent hand of someone transcribing things they were afraid of losing. He wrote down what he could see. He wrote down what he could reach. He wrote down questions that had no answers yet, questions about range and volume and the distinction between draining and what he was beginning to think of as the opposite, the possibility of giving rather than taking, of augmenting rather than depleting. The scholar's notes had said resonance. The dojutsu worked through resonance. You recognized your chakra and other things and drew the connection. If you could draw that connection in one direction, logic suggested you could draw it in the other. He tried, on the 9th night, to give chakra to one of his clones rather than take from it. He stood facing his copy and pressed the pressure in the opposite direction, pushing his attention outward rather than drawing it inward, and felt his chakra move accordingly, extending from the center of him toward the clone's waiting form with the eager, almost naive willingness of something that had never learned to hold itself back. The clone blazed. For 3 seconds it was as bright as noon, its chakra enormous and overwhelming and nearly visible even without the eye active, and then it crumpled and was gone, not gradually dimmed like a drain but instantly gone, the way a vessel overflows and breaks rather than simply emptying. He stared at the space where it had been. He needed to be more careful. He needed to understand volume. He needed to understand thresholds. He needed, and this thought came with a clarity that was almost amusing in its simplicity, a teacher. The problem was that the only teacher worth having for this particular subject was someone who knew about Uzumaki ocular traditions, and those people had all died when Uzushio burned. He went to the library. The public library had more than the records office, though still not much, the way the public library always has more than the official archive because the official archive has things to protect and the library merely has things. He found 2 more references to the Uzumaki Dojutsu, one in a survey of pre-Konoha clan traditions that devoted approximately 4 pages to the Uzumaki and noted their ocular tradition in a single sentence describing it as a chakra sense of unusual potency. And one in a collection of wartime intelligence reports that referenced something called the Maelstrom Eye in the context of a battle in which an Uzumaki warrior had, according to the report's author, collapsed an entire enemy formation by looking at them. The Maelstrom Eye. He wrote it in his notebook, in large letters, and then sat with it for a long time, because names matter. Names are the containers that experience pours itself into. The Sharingan had a name and a history and a weight of legend attached to it. The Byakugan was spoken of in terms that were almost respectful. And the Maelstrom Eye had been sufficiently known and sufficiently feared in wartime to warrant a name in an official intelligence report, which meant that at some point in history it had been real enough to be reckoned with. He was real enough to be reckoned with. The thought arrived without fanfare and sat in his chest with a warmth that was different from the eye's warmth, quieter and more personal. He had spent 12 years trying to be real enough to be reckoned with and no one had obliged him. And now he was sitting in a library reading about himself in the past tense, understanding that his blood had already done what he had been reaching for without knowing what he was reaching toward. The next morning he arrived at Training Ground 7 at the usual time. Kakashi arrived 2 hours late. He said something vague about unexpected business. He gave Sasuke 30 minutes of focused attention regarding lightning nature transformation. He gave Sakura 15 minutes of feedback on her taijutsu form, feedback that was gentle and encouraging and almost right in the way that imprecise feedback always is. He looked at Naruto and said, "Good, keep working on the basics," which was what he said every time he could not think of what else to say, and then he departed early, citing another appointment. Naruto sat on the log and watched him go and felt the pressure behind his eyes with absolute clarity, and looked at Kakashi's retreating back with the eye half active, and saw the chakra signature there, silver blue and distinctive and powerful, and understood with the cold precision of finally naming something that he had always known but refused to say directly that his teacher did not intend to teach him. It was not malice. He understood that. Kakashi was not cruel. But intentions and effects are different provinces, and the effect of Kakashi's benign neglect was the same as the effect of deliberate exclusion, which was that Naruto would arrive at the Chunin exams, whenever they came, with less than he should have and more than he had been given. He would arrive on the strength of what he had found for himself. He thought about the intelligence report. He thought about the warrior who had collapsed an entire enemy formation. Then he looked at Sasuke, who was practicing Chidori variations across the field with the furious, focused elegance that he brought to everything, and he thought, I am not going to tell anyone what I have until I understand all of it. And I am going to understand all of it before the exams. It was the most strategic thought he had ever had. It arrived in his mind with the quiet authority of something that had been true for a while, waiting for him to arrive at it. He picked up a kunai and began drilling his throwing form, because he still needed to seem like himself, and looking busy was its own kind of technique, and he threw the kunai with precise, measured movements while behind his eyes the Maelstrom Eye held its warmth, and its patience, and its terrible, waiting potential. Chapter 5. What the Umbu Report. The report came across the Hokage's desk on a Tuesday, tucked between the morning's intelligence summary and a requisition form for new storage seals in the mission archive. It was written by an Umbu operative who signed with the designation Crow, and it was brief in the way that truly significant things are often brief, because the significant part was not the length of the description but the nature of the thing described. The report read, Observed subject Uzumaki Naruto at Training Ground 7 between the hours of 0200 and 0430 on 4 of the past 11 nights. Subject engaged in solo practice with shadow clone variants. On the final observed occasion, subject's chakra behavior exhibited anomalies inconsistent with known jutsu or training protocols. Shadow clones visibly destabilized without dispersion, recovering upon apparent cessation of stimulus. Subject also demonstrated chakra augmentation of clone to destructive excess, again without apparent jutsu application. Recommend further observation. Note: subject's eyes during these events appeared to shift in color from standard blue to a pale silver white. Duration of effect varied. Sarutobi Hiruzen read the report twice. Then he read it a third time, slowly, with the particular care of a man who has spent 70 years in this profession and recognizes the specific weight of certain documents. He set it down on his desk and folded his hands atop it, and looked out the window at the village for a long time. He had known, or suspected, or perhaps simply hoped in the manner of old men who have made their most consequential decisions, and must now live in the long shadow of them, that the Uzumaki blood in Naruto might someday produce something unexpected. The boy's chakra volume was legendary and had been since his birth, and the seal, Minato's magnificent, terrible seal, had complicated everything about what Naruto's chakra was and would become. But this report described something that the seal did not explain, something that was not the Kyuubi's influence because Crow's report was precise about the silver-white color, which was not the red that the Kyuubi's chakra produced. Silver-white was the Uzumaki color. He picked up his pen and wrote 3 words on the bottom of the report: monitor. Do not approach. He added a 4th, discretion. Then he thought for a moment, and added a 5th instruction in the cramped private notation he used for thoughts that were not quite orders: consult Jiraiya. He did not consult Jiraiya. This was because Jiraiya was currently in the Wind Country gathering intelligence about Akatsuki movements, and because the intelligence about Akatsuki movements was genuinely urgent, and because the matter of one genin's anomalous late-night training, however significant, could wait for 3 weeks or a month while more pressing things were attended to. The Hokage was an old man who had been making decisions about what could wait for longer than Naruto had been alive, and he had learned, in that time, that most things could wait longer than you thought, and some things could not wait at all, and the challenge of the office was distinguishing between them. He was, it would later seem, wrong about which category this one belonged to. Naruto was not aware of the report. He was not aware of Crow, whose identity was the kind of secret that the third guarded with the particular fierceness of information that was also a regret. He was not aware that he had been observed, which would, if he had been aware of it, have made him considerably more careful about what he did in the training ground at night, which was possibly why the third had not informed him. What Naruto was aware of, on the Tuesday that Crow's report passed across the Hokage's desk, was that the Chunin exam notification had just been posted at the mission assignment board, and that Team 7 had been nominated to participate, and that he had perhaps 8 weeks remaining before he would be required to demonstrate, in public, before every significant shinobi in the Fire Country and many who were not, exactly what he was capable of. 8 weeks was a very short time to learn everything. But it was also a very long time to do nothing. He was done doing nothing. Chapter 6, Kurenai's Student. He found her in the market on a Wednesday afternoon, which was where he had noticed her 3 times before, buying specific kinds of herbs with the focused attention of someone who was also thinking about something else. Yohei Kurenai was, by general consensus, one of the finest genjutsu practitioners in Konoha's active roster. She was also, and this was the part that interested Naruto, known to have a particular interest in teaching students that other teachers passed over. Her own team, Team 8, contained Hinata Hyuga, who had been described by her previous instructor as fundamentally unsuited to the shinobi path, and Shino Aburame, who was considered by his peers to be difficult to work with, and Kiba Inuzuka, who was considered by most of his academy teachers to be a discipline problem. Kurenai had taken these 3 students and turned them into a team that finished missions with a consistency that made some of the Jonin instructors of more prestigious teams slightly uncomfortable. She was the person Naruto wanted to talk to. Not because she knew about the Maelstrom Eye. She almost certainly did not. But because she was the person in Konoha who had demonstrated, with evidence, that she believed that what you started with was less important than what you did with it. He approached her at the herb stall. She looked at him with the alert, measuring look of a jonin whose awareness was always half-active, not suspicious exactly but simply present, the way skilled people are present. Kurenai-sensei, he said. He had thought carefully about how to begin this. I want to ask for something that isn't your responsibility. She looked at him for a moment. She had a quality of stillness that was different from the stillness of people who were simply waiting. It was the stillness of someone who was listening with their whole body, not just their ears. That's an unusual opening, she said. I've been practicing something, he said. I think it's related to my clan's bloodline. I don't have enough information to be sure, and my sensei doesn't have time to help me with it. He paused. I'm not asking you to teach me. I'm asking if you know anyone who might know about the Uzumaki ocular tradition, and whether it's actually real and not just something I read in a partial scholar's notes. The quality of Kurenai's attention sharpened in a way that was almost visible. She turned fully toward him and studied him with the careful, penetrating regard of someone who had spent years learning to read the space between what people said and what they meant. The Uzumaki ocular tradition, she repeated. I know it sounds unlikely, he said, because preempting dismissal was better than enduring it. But I found a records document, and a wartime intelligence report, and there's something happening with my eyes that I can't explain any other way. She was quiet for a moment. The herb vendor waited patiently, having clearly learned that Kurenai sometimes needed thinking time in the middle of transactions. Who have you told about this? She asked. You're the second person. Who was the first? Sasuke. He watched her reaction carefully. He told me to figure out what it does before I tell anyone. Something moved in Kurenai's expression at that. Something that might have been surprise and might have been approval, though she didn't let it settle into an expression long enough to be certain. Uchiha Sasuke told you to be strategic about your bloodline ability. He did. She paid for her herbs and tucked the paper bag under her arm. Walk with me for a bit, she said. It was not a question. They walked through the market district and then through the side streets toward the training grounds quarter, and Kurenai did not speak immediately, which Naruto had learned to treat as a positive sign, because people who spoke immediately generally said the thing they had prepared to say and people who took their time said things that were more considered. I know someone who might have relevant knowledge, she said eventually. An older woman, retired, who was one of the archivists during the period when Konoha was cataloging the remnants of Uzushio's traditions after its fall. She's not a shinobi anymore, but her mind is still very sharp and she takes visitors if they bring decent tea. She glanced at him sideways. She is also possibly the only person in this village who knew Uzumaki Mito personally, which means she has first-hand accounts of things that aren't in any public record. Naruto slowed. Uzumaki Mito, he said. She was the first Hokage's wife, and the first Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, Kurenai said, in the calm, factual tone of someone who was watching to see whether the fact landed the way facts, or like bombs. Yes. She was Uzumaki, and she was a practitioner of the clan's chakra traditions, and the woman I'm thinking of was young when she knew Mito, but memory is long when it holds things that matter. Naruto was quiet for a step or two. Why are you helping me? He asked, because he had found that asking the question directly saved time. Kurenai considered this. I've been watching your team's progress reports, she said. Among other things. The among other things carried weight, the weight of a Jonin instructor who paid attention to what happened in training grounds she passed by. What you're describing, a genin researching his own bloodline in public records because his assigned instructor hasn't provided the framework for it, is a problem that belongs to your instructor and to this village's approach to your training. I don't think you should bear the consequences of that problem alone. It was the most direct acknowledgement of the situation's reality that any adult in Konoha had ever offered him. He did not know what to do with it, exactly, so he simply walked beside her for a moment and let it exist, the way you let warmth exist when you step inside from cold, just accepting the change without making a project of it. I'll send a message to the archivist, Kurenai said. Her name is Tanaka Setsuko. If she's willing to see you, I'll let you know. In the meantime. She paused. Don't activate it in public. Whatever it is. If it's what the wartime reports suggested it might be, there are people in this village who would have very specific opinions about it. What kind of opinions? She looked at him with the expression of someone who was deciding how much of a truth to give, and how much of a truth was kindness, and how much was cruelty. Konoha has always been very interested in unusual abilities, she said. Especially the kind that are rare and powerful, and can be studied. The Byakugan is guarded by the Hyuga clan precisely because Konoha learned, long ago, that powerful eyes attract powerful interests. Naruto nodded. He understood what she was saying. He had understood a version of it since he was old enough to understand the word Jinchuriki, since he had understood that he was valuable to the village not as a person but as a container. Adding the Maelstrom Eye to his profile would not change the fundamental calculus. It would only add another line item to the accounting of what he was useful for. I'm already pretty good at not showing things, he said. Kurenai glanced at him, and this time the thing that moved through her expression stayed long enough to be read. It was a complicated thing, what she felt looking at this loud, determined boy who had apparently spent years learning to conceal things behind the volume of his persona, and what it was complicated with was something close to anger, though not at him. I know, she said. That's part of the problem. She turned down a side street that led away from his direction, and he watched her go with the herbs under her arm and the particular gait of someone who knows exactly where they are going, and he stood there for a moment with the warmth behind his eyes steady and patient, and thought about what it meant to have someone in this village look at him, and see the thing he was hiding and feel angry on his behalf rather than alarmed. It was new. He filed it carefully, in the drawer that he kept closed, and walked back toward the training ground, where there was still time before dark to practice what his blood had always been trying to give him. Chapter 7, Tanaka Setsuko's House. The message came 3 days later, slipped under his door in the early morning by a means he did not observe, which was either Kurenai's own doing or the work of someone she trusted, and which told him only an address and a time and the word come, written in small, careful kanji. The address was on a quiet street in the older part of the village, the part that had not been rebuilt after the attack 14 years ago, but had simply persisted through the attack and come out the other side with the architectural stubbornness of things that have decided they belong to a place regardless of what happens to the place. The houses here were old in the real sense, not restored to look old but actually old, with the slightly irregular lines of buildings put up before the standardization of construction materials, with gardens that had been growing long enough to make their own decisions about their shapes. Tanaka Setsuko's house had a garden full of medicinal herbs, which Naruto recognized because Kurenai had been buying some of the same ones in the market. The garden was not decorative. It was a working garden, organized by use rather than aesthetics, with the efficiency of someone who had learned what mattered and stopped spending energy on what didn't. He knocked. He waited. He heard the slow, deliberate footsteps of someone who moved at their own pace and did not accelerate for visitors. The woman who opened the door was very old, which Naruto had expected, but her age wore differently than he'd imagined. He had expected the fragility of the very old, the way they sometimes became smaller and lighter, as though preparing to leave. Setsuko was not small. She was not precisely large, but she stood in her doorway with the kind of solidity that belongs to something that has put down roots, and her eyes were clear and very dark and looked at him with an attention that he recognized, because it was the same quality of attention that Kurenai had, the kind that meant she was listening with her whole self. "Uzumaki Naruto," she said. It was not a greeting exactly. It was more like a fact being verified. "Yes," he said. "Come in. I have tea. It's not particularly good tea, so we'll have to make do with conversation." He came in. The house was organized with the same working efficiency as the garden, books on every wall, not decoratively but functionally, spines worn, pages clearly turned, and a table with 2 chairs and the promised tea, which was indeed of moderate quality but which had been brewed with care. He sat where she indicated and accepted the cup and held it with both hands because it was warm and warmth was always worth accepting. "Kurenai tells me your eyes do something," Setsuko said, sitting across from him with her own cup. "They do. Show me." He looked at her with the pressure active, and saw her chakra, which was reduced with age but still present, still distinctly and individually hers, a warm golden amber that reminded him of late afternoon light, and he thought, this is a person who has had a large life and has kept most of it. She was watching his eyes. "Silver white," she said. "Yes." She said it the way you say a word you haven't spoken in a long time, testing whether it still fits in your mouth. "I knew Uzumaki Mito for 7 years. She was very old by then, older than I am now, and she kept it active almost constantly because her control was so complete that it cost her almost nothing. She said the color was the color of her clan's chakra at its most refined. The first time she used it in my presence I thought she had simply a very unusual iris pigmentation." "Did she tell you what it did?" Naruto asked. He was trying to keep the urgency out of his voice because urgency made people feel rushed, and people who felt rushed told you less. "She told me many things. I'll tell you the ones that seem most applicable." Setsuko drank her tea with the unhurried manner of someone who has learned that the best way to get through a long story is to begin it, and then continue. "The dojutsu is called, formally, the Uzumaki Kansen, which roughly translates as the Uzumaki vital thread. The name the historical literature uses, the Maelstrom Eye, is a wartime coinage from the second of the Great Wars, when an Uzumaki commander used the ability in a way that created something resembling a whirlpool effect in the battlefield's chakra landscape. I suspect you found that name already." "I have. The Kansen," Setsuko continued, "has 4 stages of development. Mito called them waking, seeing, reaching, and ruling. Waking is simply the activation of the dojutsu, the first time the eyes open to chakra perception. Seeing is the development of the full perceptive capacity, the ability to read and analyze chakra signatures with precision and nuance. Reaching is the development of the interactive capacity, the ability to affect the chakra you see. And ruling is the final stage, which Mito said very few Uzumaki had fully achieved, even historically, which involves the ability to affect multiple targets simultaneously, and with the precision of a surgeon rather than the bluntness of a bludgeon." Naruto was writing in his notebook, rapidly. "I think I'm in the reaching stage," he said. "I can drain, and I can augment, but I can't control the augmentation well yet. And I've only done it with my own clones." "That's consistent with early reaching," Setsuko said. "Mito told me that the reaching stage is the most dangerous period of development, because the ability to drain is intuitive and the ability to give is more complex, and practitioners at that stage who did not have good instruction sometimes caused significant damage before they understood the mechanism well enough to prevent it." "What kind of damage?" Setsuko looked at him with those clear, dark eyes. "When you drain, you take life force," she said. "If you drain a living being below the threshold required to maintain vital function, that being dies. It is not painful, by all accounts. It is simply the ceasing of life. And the reaching stage practitioner, without proper instruction, does not always know where that threshold is. The silence in the room was significant. And when you give? He asked. When you give too much, you exceed the recipient's capacity to hold what you have given them. Living tissue has limits. Chakra coils have limits. If you pour more life force into a vessel than that vessel can contain, it does not overflow. It fractures. He thought of his clone, blazing for 3 seconds and then gone. He thought of the word fractures and what it meant in the context of a human body rather than a shadow clone. Right, he said. His voice was steady, but it had taken a moment. Mito spent 4 years in the seeing stage before she began developing the reaching capacity, Setsuko said. She was not impatient by nature. You, I am told, may be something of the opposite. I have 8 weeks before the Chunin exams, Naruto said. Setsuko looked at him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, she smiled, and the smile was not warm in the way that comfortable smiles are warm but in the way that fires are warm, with brightness and something that acknowledged the seriousness of the heat. I know, she said. Kurenai mentioned the timeline. I also know something about Chunin exams, having served this village for 50 years before my retirement, which is that they are not the only arena that matters in a shinobi's life, and that winning them is less important than surviving them and understanding what they reveal about your capabilities and your limits. I understand that, he said. But I also understand that if I go into those exams the same way I walked into the academy graduation, I'll spend another 3 years being underestimated by everyone who matters, and I'll spend that time being the student whose teacher doesn't show up. She looked at him for a long moment, and he looked back, and the pressure was not active behind his eyes, but he was very aware of it, this thing in him that was real and powerful and had been waiting his entire life for him to find it. Very well, she said. Then let us talk about controlled methodology. Not speed. Methodology. She refilled his cup. You cannot rush the seeing stage. But you can, if you are disciplined about it, develop the seeing and the reaching in parallel, provided you keep the reaching limited to closed, controlled environments where you cannot accidentally harm anything that was not your own chakra to begin with. Shadow clones, as you have been using them, are appropriate. What is not appropriate is practicing the drain on any living being that is not your own clone. Do you understand? Yes. Tell me that again, as though you mean it. Yes, he said, meeting her gaze directly. I understand. No drain on any living being that is not my own clone. Good. She settled back in her chair. Then we have work to do. I am 81 years old and I have not spoken about Uzumaki Mito's techniques in 23 years, but memory, as I said to Kurenai, is long when it holds things that matter. So, let us begin with what seeing actually means, and what you will know about a person when you have developed it fully, and why that knowledge is, in the right hands, more significant than any combat application you might imagine. He leaned forward and picked up his pen. He listened. He had spent 12 years learning nothing from people who had the knowledge and the authority and the specific, comfortable disinterest that made them choose to give it elsewhere. He had become, in those 12 years, a very good listener. He listened now the way he had always listened when he truly listened, with his whole attention, with the sharp focus that the Academy had consistently misread as aggression because it looked like intensity, and intensity in him was always interpreted as a problem. He listened, and he wrote, and Tanaka Setsuko, who had known Uzumaki Mito, and who had kept what she knew for 23 years for lack of anyone to give it to, gave him the shape of his inheritance. Outside, the village moved through its afternoon rhythms, and the garden made its slow decisions about its own shape, and the sun moved across the sky in the direction it always moved, and inside the small house on the old street something that had been broken for a generation began, carefully, to come back together. Chapter 8. What changes and what does not. He visited Setsuko 5 more times before the first stage of the Chunin exams. Each visit was 2 hours, and each 2 hours contained more than most of his 3 years at the academy had. Not because the academy had been teaching him the wrong things, though it had sometimes taught him the wrong things, but because Setsuko was teaching him specifically, about his specific bloodline, with the specific knowledge of someone who had watched the Uzumaki Kansen in its most refined form for 7 years and had the kind of memory that holds the shape of what it has seen. She taught him what the seeing stage was supposed to feel like, the precise vocabulary that Mito had used to describe different kinds of chakra signatures, the way she had categorized them not by elemental affinity, which was the standard framework, but by what she called vital pattern, which was the signature not of what kind of chakra a person had but of how that person related to their chakra. What their chakra said about who they were rather than what they could do. Every person's chakra is as individual as their face, Setsuko told him. A trained eye can recognize a signature as quickly as it recognizes a face. Mito told me she had met people, strangers, and known within moments of looking at them things that they had never told anyone, things about their emotional lives and their physical condition and whether they were truthful or hiding something, simply because their chakra told her. It is not mind reading. The chakra does not contain thoughts. But thoughts leave marks on the body, and the body's life force carries those marks with a fidelity that words never quite manage. He practiced the seeing with this framework every day. He began reading people when he passed them in the street, just light touches of the pressure, just looking, never reaching. He read the clerk at the records office and understood that the man was frightened of something, not of him specifically, of something in his private life that had compressed his vital pattern into a tight and anxious knot. He read the flower shop owner and understood that she was genuinely happy, the real kind, not the performed kind, with a vital pattern that was open and loose and moved freely. He read Kakashi, on one of the rare mornings that their sensei appeared at a reasonable hour, and saw silver blue chakra that was somehow both brilliant and occluded, like a star seen through cloud, and understood that the cloud was grief and the grief was old and had become structural, a weight-bearing element rather than a temporary burden. He did not know what to do with this information. He simply had it. He also practiced the reaching, exclusively in the training ground at night, exclusively with clones. Setsuko had explained the mechanism with a precision that Mito had apparently used, and it turned out to be exactly what the word resonance suggested. You did not impose yourself on the other chakra. You found the frequency at which your chakra and the other chakra vibrated alike, the shared note in different instruments, and you moved that note, up or down, and the other chakra moved with it. The direction of movement, toward your own center or away from it, determined whether you were draining or giving. The control this required was not the brute force control that Kakashi had tried to teach Sasuke for the Chidori. It was finer than that, more like the control that Sakura had developed for medical chakra manipulation, the kind of control that required you to reduce the volume of your own presence rather than increase it. Naruto was not, by nature, a person who reduced his presence. But he was a person who had spent 12 years adapting to circumstances, and he was adaptable in the way that things which have been forced to survive generally are, with a flexibility that looks like stubbornness from the outside and feels like necessity from the inside. He developed the control by increments. He learned to drain a clone by 5%, by 2%, by 1%. He learned what the threshold felt like, the specific quality of a chakra signature approaching its minimum viable level, and he made himself stop there every time, made stopping there a reflex rather than a decision, because decisions can be overridden by circumstance but reflexes are more durable. He learned to give to a clone by 5%, by 2%, by 1%. He learned what the overflow threshold felt like, the slight straining quality of a signature approaching its maximum capacity, and he made himself stop there too. On the third visit, Setsuko told him about the combat applications. Mito was not primarily a combat practitioner, she said. She was a strategist and a sealer and a teacher. But she was not naive about what the Kansen was capable of, and she made sure that I understood its wartime history, because she believed that knowledge of what something can do is necessary before you decide whether it should do it. The wartime commander, Naruto said. The one the intelligence report mentioned. His name was Uzumaki Kenta. He was Mito's uncle's son, which by the clan's reckoning made him a close relative, and he was, by all accounts, a remarkably capable man who had developed the ruling stage of the Kansen by the time he was 30. The incident in the intelligence report involved the formation of approximately 200 enemy shinobi. He was present with a force of 40. The outcome was not, in the conventional sense, a battle. The room was quiet. He drained them, Naruto said. He drained them, Setsuko confirmed. Not completely. Completely would have killed them all, and Mito said that Kenta, whatever his capacity, was not a person who killed when it was not necessary. But he reduced a formation of 200 combat shinobi to a state of such chakra depletion that they were functionally incapacitated, unable to perform jutsu, unable to sustain physical exertion beyond the level of a civilian, and he held them in that state for approximately 40 minutes until his own forces arrived and secured the area. Naruto thought about 40 minutes. He thought about 200. At what stage am I in terms of range? He asked. Unknown, Setsuko said. Range is the most variable element of the Kansen, and depends significantly on the volume of the practitioner's own chakra reserves. Mito's range, in her old age, was approximately 60 meters. Kenta's, at his peak, was reported to be several hundred. Your reserves are, by any objective measure, larger than either of theirs. But reserves and control are not the same thing, and range without control is not a tool, it's a liability. He sat with that. Range without control was not a tool. He wrote it in his notebook. For the exams, Setsuko said, I want you to think about a specific and limited objective. Not domination. Not display. A demonstration to yourself that you can deploy the reaching capacity in a real situation, under real conditions, without causing harm that you did not intend. That is the most important thing you can do in the next 8 weeks. Not becoming Kenta. Becoming someone who understands their own ability well enough to choose when and whether to use it. And if someone needs to be stopped? She looked at him with those clear, dark eyes that had seen a long life and still looked at it directly. Then you stop them. But you choose it. That's the difference between a weapon and a warrior. He left Setsuko's house that day and walked through the old streets toward the training ground, and the village moved around him the way it always had, with him at the center of its familiar indifference. But the indifference no longer felt the same. It felt like weather now, like a climate, something to be navigated rather than a judgment to be appealed. Behind his eyes, the Maelstrom Eye held its silver-white warmth. Ahead of him, the exam waited with all of its complexity, and its tests, and its assembled eyes, and somewhere beyond the exam, in a direction he had not yet given himself permission to name, Uzushio was rubble under the sea, and the Uzumaki were a history instead of a people. And there was a difference between accepting that as settled and deciding that it was final. He walked toward the training ground. He had work to do. Chapter 9, the first stage. The written exam was held in a large room in the academy building, and it was, as Naruto had suspected from the first glance at the questions, not a test of knowledge. He had understood this within 2 minutes of receiving the paper, which he spent not reading the questions but reading the room, with the pressure active and low, a background hum rather than a focus beam, scanning the vital patterns of the examinees arrayed around him. What he saw confirmed what he had begun to suspect from Setsuko's descriptions of what the Kansen could show you, that this room was full of people who already knew the answers and were performing the act of finding them with theatrical subtlety. The professionals among them, the ones who had clearly taken a foreign intelligence course, or who had been raised in a household where information gathering was a dinner-table subject, moved through the deception with smooth efficiency. The test was about composure and method under pressure. About whether you could sit in a room where you didn't know if you knew enough and still function, still make useful decisions, still operate. He picked up his pen and looked at the questions and felt nothing in particular about them, which was itself a kind of answer. He had spent months developing comfort with not knowing things and continuing anyway. The exam room, with its artificial tension and its deliberate unfairness, was a smaller and more defined version of the training ground at 2 in the morning, where he had been the only one awake, and the only thing uncertain was whether what he was practicing was real. He had found out that it was real. He wrote down his best attempts at the questions and held the composure that Setsuko had helped him understand was not the suppression of feeling but the discipline of response. And when the 10th question was revealed, he did not react because he had been sitting here for the past 40 minutes watching other people's vital patterns for signs of what they knew. Which meant he already had a cleaner picture of the situation than the question itself provided. He passed the first stage. So did Sasuke and Sakura, and most of the teams they had registered alongside, and Naruto stood in the hallway afterward with his team and felt the usual social currents, Sakura's visible relief, Sasuke's composed absence of expression, Kakashi not present because Kakashi was not the kind of teacher who waited at the finish line of stages he had not concerned himself with. And he felt those currents without being moved by them, which was new, or at least newly conscious. The Umbu operative called Crow, who was watching from a position of deliberate anonymity, filed a supplementary report that evening noting that the subject had displayed an extended activation period for the anomalous visual effect during the first stage of the examination, approximately 37 minutes of continuous activation without apparent fatigue or loss of behavioral control, and that the activation had gone unnoticed by the proctors and the majority of the examinees, suggesting that the subject had developed significant capability for concealed use. Crow noted that the subject had performed above previous observable levels on the written exam despite having had no additional assigned training in the relevant subject areas, and assessed this as potentially consistent with the information-gathering applications described in the historical Uzumaki documentation that Crow had been asked to review following the Hokage's instruction 3 weeks prior. The report concluded with the same recommendation as the previous ones. The Hokage read it. He set it on the pile with the others. He thought about Jiraiya, who was still not back from Wind Country. He thought about the Chunin exams, which were now in their middle phase, and about the Forest of Death, which was the second stage, and about what it would mean for a boy with the Maelstrom Eye in early development to spend 3 days in a closed environment with approximately 100 other young shinobi. He picked up his pen. He put it down. He decided, in the way of old men who have spent a lifetime making decisions that cannot be unmade, to wait a little longer and see what emerged. Chapter 10: The Forest of Death. They entered the Forest of Death through Gate 23, which was assigned to Team 7, and the forest closed around them like a hand. Naruto had been in forests before. The forest north of Konoha that the Academy used for wilderness survival modules, the forest on the border of Wave Country that had smelled of salt and old growth, and had watched them fight on a bridge over gray water. This forest was different. The forest of the 44th training area was alive in a way that was almost aggressive about it, the trees enormous and old and full of the dense, slow, enormously patient chakra of things that have been growing for hundreds of years, and the creatures within it carried the kind of vital patterns that Naruto associated with the words undisputed residence. Things that had been here long before the village and would be here long after, and which treated every human presence as a temporary condition. He walked with the Kansen at its lowest level, just perceiving, just keeping the passive awareness that had become second nature over the past 2 months, and the forest was extraordinary through that sight, every leaf and root and bark ridge traced in the pale, enormous glow of old, established life. He had not known, until he developed the eye, how alive the world was. He had always understood it intellectually, but now he saw it, every moment, everywhere he looked, this relentless, beautiful, indifferent proliferation of living things, and it made the world feel more present and more serious, and somehow kinder, even when the things he was looking at were also things that were trying to eat him. They were 3 hours into the forest when the Sound Nin team found them. Naruto did not need the Kansen to know they were coming. He had developed the habit of keeping one layer of ordinary attention on the physical world while the eye handled the deeper layer, and the physical world told him clearly enough that the 3 figures moving through the canopy toward them were not moving with the incidental patterns of people who happened to be going the same direction. They were moving with the focused, coordinating rhythm of people who had a target. The target was Sasuke. He understood this in the first exchange, when the white-haired one of the 3 spoke to Sasuke directly and ignored the rest of them with a contempt that was so complete it had moved past insult into something closer to classification. The way you classify a rock as not a threat, and proceed accordingly. And he understood something else, in the same moment, looking at the white-haired Nin through the Kansen at its focused pitch. This person's vital pattern was wrong. Not wrong in the way of illness, though there was something in there that resembled illness, something slow-moving and purposeful in the lower registers that he had never seen before and would later understand was a curse seal that had not yet been deployed. Wrong in the way of someone whose chakra had been restructured around a center that was not their own, someone who was occupied rather than merely trained. He filed that away and did what he was supposed to do in the immediate crisis, which was fight. He fought. He fought the way he always fought, which was with enormous chakra and forward momentum and the stubborn refusal to go down that had served him in every difficult situation he had ever been in. And the sound nin were good, they were genuinely good, better than most of the teams he had assessed during the first stage. And they hit him several times and he hit them back, and it was messy and loud and a poor demonstration of technique for everyone involved. The curse seal deployed on Sasuke during the fight, which Naruto saw through the Kansen as a sudden, violent eruption of something dark and structured into Sasuke's brilliantly lit vital pattern, something that belonged there the way a splinter belongs in flesh, not organically but with an invasive insistence. And Sasuke's chakra spiked and destabilized, and the quality of his presence through the eye shifted in a way that Naruto could not fully name, but which he associated with the word lost. The Kansen responded. This was the thing that Setsuko had warned him about, the reaching stage's characteristic danger, which was that in moments of strong feeling the ability did not wait to be consciously deployed. It simply moved, the way your hand moves to break your fall before you have decided to extend it, the way the body acts before the mind catches up, and what it did when it moved was reach toward the disrupted chakra of the thing that had attached itself to Sasuke and tried to pull at it, to drain it, to remove it the way you remove a splinter, and he felt the connection form and felt the immediate, alarming resistance of something that was not a human's chakra and not a shadow clone and not grass. And not an owl but something older and with its own intentions. He pulled back. He pulled back hard and fast, closing the Kansen to its minimum setting, letting the passive sight dim until the forest was just a forest again, and stood in the middle of the fight with his hands at his sides and his breathing deliberate and measured, 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3, the technique Setsuko had made him practice for exactly these moments. Until the involuntary reaching had fully retracted and was under conscious control again. The sound nin left. Sasuke collapsed. Sakura sat vigil over him with the fierce, shaking protectiveness of someone who has just learned what their fear tastes like. Naruto sat against a tree root and felt the contact with the cursed seal's chakra reverberating in his reaching, the echo of something that had turned to look at him when he had touched it, and thought about what Setsuko had said about the Kansen's wartime applications and about the difference between a weapon and a warrior. He thought, I touched something that knew I touched it. He thought, I need to be much more careful. He thought Sasuke. He looked at Sasuke, slumped against the root beside Sakura, the curse seal pulsing with dark edge light through the Kansen, and he thought about Sasuke telling him, on a training ground at 6 a.m, to figure out what it does before he told anyone. And he thought about what it would mean to have something that could reach into the dark thing on Sasuke's neck and pull it free, if only he were more developed, more controlled, more precise. He was not there yet. But the forest was long and the exam was not finished, and he had seen, in the brief contact, the beginning of something that he would spend a great deal of time trying to understand. For now, he moved to his feet and stood between Sasuke's unconscious body and the direction from which the next threat would come, and he kept the Kansen at its lowest passive setting, just the glow of the world's living things against the dark, and waited for whatever the forest was going to show him next. Chapter 11. The shape of the thing. They survived the forest. They survived it the way you survive something when you do not have the luxury of doing it well, by holding together through the difficult hours and emerging on the other side with fewer certainties than you had going in and a clearer understanding of what you were actually dealing with. Naruto emerged with a heaven scroll, which was the practical victory, and with 2 pieces of knowledge that had nothing to do with the exam. The first, the curse seal on Sasuke, was a living thing. It had its own vital pattern, separate from Sasuke's, layered over his like a second skin, and it was growing. He could see it through the Kansen, hour by hour, extending its signature deeper into Sasuke's chakra network, and the quality of Sasuke's own vital pattern when it was present alongside this thing was the quality of a person fighting something from the inside, the constant, exhausting effort of suppression. The second, Gaara of the Sand Village, was not like other people. He had passed within 50 meters of the Suna team during the second night of the exam, close enough to observe without being observed, and he had looked at Gaara through the Kansen and seen something that had stopped him in his tracks. Gaara was a Jinchuriki. He had not known this before. He had known, in the abstract way of someone who has done research, that there were other Jinchuriki in the world, that the system of sealing bijou into human hosts was older than Konoha and wider than the Fire Country. But he had not known that one was here, in this exam, and the sight of that vital pattern, the massive, compressed signature of something ancient and enormous contained within the frame of a human body, was like looking in a mirror from a great distance. The chakra was different from his own. His own felt like the kyubi, which he had touched the edges of in the forest, vast and red and with the quality of something that was also observing the situation from its own perspective. Gaara's felt like something else, a different kind of ancient enormous, not red but a pale sandy color that moved with the specific heaviness of something that was never still. He had looked at Gaara for approximately 30 seconds before the sand nein had shifted position, and he had pulled back the kansen immediately, and Gaara had not looked toward him. But the sand that was always moving around Gaara's feet had stopped for one moment, perfectly still, which was apparently Gaara's version of a person pausing. He had decided, in that moment, that the exam's preliminary rounds were going to be very interesting. They were. They were interesting in the way that things are interesting when they are also terrifying, when you sit in the stands and watch the machinery of the world operate, and understand that you are next. Gaara's preliminary match was against a Rain team member who had entered the arena with reasonable composure and exited it in a medical team's arms, and the manner of the exit was the matter of sand and constriction and a total domination that had made the stands very quiet. Naruto's preliminary match was against a waterfall shinobi of moderate capability who fought with a style built around mid-range water jutsu, and who was, through the kansen, a person of straightforward vital pattern, no deception, no concealment, the clean and uncomplicated signature of someone who had trained hard and was trying their best. Naruto felt the reach stir when the match began, the old involuntary lean of the ability toward a target, and he did not reach. He made the deliberate choice not to reach, not because he was incapable of it but because this person in front of him did not require it, and did not deserve it, and he fought the match with standard techniques, with shadow clones and taijutsu, and the sheer overwhelming force of his chakra volume deployed the old way, the way everyone expected him to deploy it. And he won in 7 minutes, and the crowd reacted the way crowds react to outcomes they had already more or less decided. He stood in the arena and felt nothing in particular about the outcome, which was perhaps the most unusual thing about it, because he had spent years making his whole self available to the crowd's response, hungry for the approval that never quite arrived in the form he needed. And now he stood here and the crowd noise was just noise, and what he felt was the warm steadiness behind his eyes and the awareness that the preliminary rounds were over and he had a month to prepare for the finals. A month. He had a month, and Setsuko had 2 more sessions she had offered to give him, and the kansen was at the edge of the reaching stage, close to what Mito had called the transition, which was the period when the reaching began to be reliable enough that you could plan around it rather than simply responding when it moved on its own. He looked up at the stands on his way out of the arena, the habit of looking up that he had developed over years of doing things in public and checking the crowd's face to see whether he was real to them, and this time he found, in the 4th row, a face he knew. Kunoichi was watching him. Not the match, which was over. Him. And when their eyes met, she gave him a small, contained nod that was not visible to anyone else in the stands unless they were specifically watching for it, and which Naruto received as the exact thing it was. He nodded back. Then he walked to the waiting area and sat down and began thinking about what the finals would require and what he still needed to learn and whether a month was enough to close the distance between where he was and where he needed to be. He thought, it will have to be, somewhere in the stands, in a position of unremarkable anonymity. The Umbu operative called Crow made a quiet note about the duration of the activation and the result of the match and the quality of the subject's apparent composure, and thought that whoever was training this boy was doing it well, and wondered who it was. Chapter 12, The Month Between. The month between the preliminary rounds and the finals was a strange month. He trained. He visited Setsuko twice more and received the final pieces of what she knew, the details of the transition between reaching and what Mito had called ruling, the specific practices that had helped Mito develop the multi-target capacity and the precision required for it, the warnings that accompanied each new level of development like mandatory reading before you opened the next door. He practiced every night with clones, and the control was better now, measurably better, and the reach was becoming the thing Setsuko had described, A tool rather than an instinct, something he deployed rather than something that deployed him. He also, for the first time in his life, began sleeping regularly. This was not a decision so much as a consequence. The practices Setsuko had given him required a kind of quiet attention that was simply not available to a person running on 5 hours of sleep and the frenetic forward energy of someone who has learned to outpace stillness. He slept 8 hours and woke with the Kansen already at its passive level, the world showing him its life light before he had fully decided to be awake, and he lay in bed for a few minutes each morning and let the world show itself to him and thought about what he was doing and why. He was also, during this month, a different kind of teammate than he had been before. Not dramatically different. He was still himself, still loud in the ways he had always been loud, still forward and direct and willing to have conversations that other people found uncomfortable. But there was something underneath those qualities now, something Setsuko had helped him identify as the difference between performance and presence. He had been performing himself for years, doing the things that would guarantee a reaction, because a reaction was better than nothing and nothing was what awaited him if he stopped performing. Now he was simply present, and the performance, when it happened, was a choice rather than a compulsion. Sakura noticed first. She came to him one afternoon, which was unusual, because their relationship had never been one in which she sought him out voluntarily, and she stood in front of him with the particular expression of someone who is about to do something that makes them uncomfortable, and has decided the discomfort is worth it, and she said, "You've changed." "People do," he said mildly. "Don't do that," she said. "Don't be vague. You were training all night 3 nights ago. I saw you in the training ground when I was coming back from Ino's." He considered how to respond to this. "I've been working on something," he said. "It's personal. I'll tell you about it when I understand it better myself." She looked at him for a long moment, Sakura, who was very intelligent, and had spent most of her genin career directing that intelligence at anything except the person standing in front of her, and he looked back, and through the Kansen her vital pattern was clear and complicated and real, the genuine color of someone who was starting to use all of herself rather than just the parts that felt safe. "Okay," she said. Which was, from Sakura, a form of trust. "Okay. But Naruto." She paused. "Whatever it is, don't let Kakashi-sensei know you've been developing it alone. He'll feel responsible, and then he'll get involved and he'll mean well, and then you'll spend all your time managing his feelings about having not been there from the beginning." Naruto blinked. Then he laughed, genuinely, the real laugh that didn't perform anything. "That's the most useful thing anyone on this team has said to me in 3 months, he said. Sakura looked slightly startled, then slightly uncomfortable, then something that was harder to read but which through the Kansen showed as a vital pattern that had opened a degree. "I know I haven't been," she said. "Useful. In that way." He did not say it was fine. He did not say it didn't matter. He said, "We have a month left. We can do things differently." It was not forgiveness in the formal sense, and not a reckoning either. It was simply an invitation in the direction of forward, which was the direction he had always known how to move. She nodded, once, and walked away, and he watched her go and felt the warmth of the Kansen steady and present behind his eyes and thought about what it meant to see the people around you clearly, not through the eye's sight but through the accumulated attention of someone who had learned, in the long months of solitary practice, how to actually look at the world. Sasuke was a different case. Sasuke had the curse seal, and the curse seal had Orochimaru's signature, which Naruto had identified after some research as the Sannin who had been expelled from Konoha for his experiments in exactly this kind of imposed chakra restructuring. Sasuke was not talking about the seal. Sasuke was not talking about much, which was his default, but there was a quality to the silence now that was different from the usual silence, a tightness that the Kansen showed as his vital pattern constantly oscillating between its natural brilliance and the dark pull of the thing attached to him. Naruto said nothing to him about it directly. He was not in a position to help, not yet, and telling Sasuke what he could see through the eye would require explaining the eye, and Sasuke had told him not to tell anyone, and Naruto thought that directive probably applied to Sasuke himself in the current circumstances, when Sasuke was in no condition to receive information carefully. He stood near Sasuke in the training ground on the mornings that Kakashi appeared, and he kept his silence about what he saw, and he was simply there, The way things that plan to stay are there, not demanding acknowledgement, not requiring response. He had become, in the long months of practice, good at being present without requiring presence in return. Sasuke noticed. Sasuke noticed everything. He did not say so, but one afternoon he angled himself at practice so that he and Naruto were working in the same quadrant of the training ground rather than their default opposite corners, and that was, by the standards of everything they were to each other, a considerable statement. The month passed. The Maelstrom Eye deepened. On the last night before the final exams were to begin, Naruto sat in the training ground alone, and did something he had not done yet, deliberately, consciously, with full intention. He opened the eye to its full capacity, not the reaching, not the drain, just the seeing, and he looked at the world with everything he had, and the world blazed back at him, every living thing within his perceptive range, which extended now to approximately 80 meters in all directions, visible in its vital light. He could see the sleeping birds in the canopy. He could see the insects in the grass. He could see the mice in the walls of the equipment shed. He could see, at the edge of his range, the perimeter patrol's chakra signatures moving in their steady, professional rhythm. He could see the enormous, ancient life light of the trees themselves, enormous and slow and indifferent and permanent. He sat in the middle of all of it and breathed, and the world breathed around him, and he thought, I was always part of this. I just couldn't see it. Tomorrow, the finals. Tomorrow, the arena, and the crowds, and the foreign dignitaries, and Gaara, and Sasuke, and whatever the next chapter of whatever this was would turn out to be. For one more moment, he sat in the training ground and let the world show him its life, all of it, in every direction, and he held that enormous illuminated view and felt it fill him completely, and was, for the first, and in some ways the most important time in his life, completely whole. Chapter 13. What the Finals Reveal. The arena was full. He stood in the competitors' preparation area beneath the stadium and listened to the noise of 40,000 people overhead, a sound like weather, like something that had its own pressure and its own temperature, and he kept the Kansen at its lowest passive setting and watched the vital patterns of the other finalists move around him. The foreign teams were easy to identify by the quality of their vital patterns, not because foreign chakra looked fundamentally different, but because the specific signature of training under a different tradition was visible to him now, the way different schools of calligraphy produce recognizable styles even when writing the same character. He could read Suna in the quality of the Sand team's signatures, something ground down and conserved, the vital patterns of people who had learned to move efficiently in a resource-poor environment. He could read Rain in the remaining Rain Nin, something defensive and contracted, the vital patterns of people who had learned to wait rather than to move first. Gaara stood apart from his siblings and his team and everyone else, in the manner of a person who has learned that distance is the only reliable safety, and his vital pattern was enormous through the Kansen, enormous in the specific way of the Jinchuriki that Naruto recognized from the inside, the massive presence of something that was not quite you and not quite separate, that lived in the same space as you and breathed when you breathed, and which would be the largest fact about you to anyone who could see it clearly. Gaara's containment was also visible. It was not the same as Naruto's seal, which sat in his vital pattern like a key in a lock, but something more like compression, like enormous force being held in by enormous effort, and the effort showed. It showed in the tightness of his vital pattern and the constant motion of the sand and the specific quality of the thing behind his eyes, which was not quite there and not quite elsewhere but somewhere in between. They had drawn their match order in the preliminary rounds. Naruto's match was not first, and not last. He had time to watch. He watched Neji fight Naruto's most significant opponent of the day, or rather he watched Neji fight and lose, which was the first result he had not predicted. He had assessed Neji through the Kansen at the preliminaries and had seen in Neji's vital pattern the specific configuration of someone whose training and whose certainty were so deeply interlocked that disrupting one would disrupt the other, and he had not been certain who would be able to disrupt it. Hinata, he thought. And he had been right. Hinata's vital pattern through the Kansen was one he had read many times in passing, a person of enormous quiet depth whose signature contracted around the edges from years of suppression, and which, when it expanded, was remarkable in its clarity. He watched what she did to Neji, technically and in terms of the vital pattern, and he watched the seal on the Hyuga's forehead pulse once with punishment that made Naruto's jaw tighten, and he watched Niji lose the match and lose something else alongside it, some certainty that had been load-bearing, and he thought about what Setsuko had said about the chakra carrying the marks of what you believed. And he thought Niji's vital pattern would look very different in a week. His own match came in the early afternoon. His opponent was from a minor fire country village, a Chunin candidate of genuine capability, with a vital pattern that was steady and professionally composed. He activated the Kansen to full seeing as the match began, keeping the reaching deliberately still, and fought the first 4 minutes with standard techniques while he read the signature before him. What the signature told him was a fighter who favored the left side, who was conserving a specific chakra reserve in the lower part of his network that suggested a technique he had not yet deployed, and who was in a state of controlled confidence that could be disrupted if the confidence's basis was undermined. Not a bad person. A capable opponent doing his job. At the 4-minute mark, Naruto deployed the reach. It was not a drain. He was not yet certain enough of his precision with living targets other than clones to drain, and he had made himself a rule on this point, a reflex-level rule, the same kind he had built around the grass and the owl and the cat. What he did instead was something Setsuko had described in their final session, which was the reach used not to take, or to give but to perceive, to read the specific moment of technique deployment in another person's vital pattern in the split second before it externalized as jutsu. He felt the reach connect, felt the other fighter's vital pattern like something warm and organized and purposeful, and he felt the specific tightening that preceded the deployment of the reserve technique, and he stepped left 3 steps and deployed 3 shadow clones in the direction his opponent was about to look, and when the technique came, which was a genjutsu of considerable subtlety, it met the clones rather than him. His opponent blinked. Re-evaluated. Naruto pressed forward with taijutsu, keeping the reach active in its lightest form, reading the defender's responses a half-second before they materialized, and the match became less a fight than a conversation in which one participant knew what the next sentence would be before it was spoken, and he won it in 6 more minutes, and the crowd reacted the way it always reacted to him, which was with the divided noise that was getting, if he was reading it correctly from the stands, more uniformly warm than it had been. He stood in the arena and let the reach retract fully and felt the warmth behind his eyes settle, and looked up at the stands where the people were, and thought about what was coming. Not the next match of the finals. What came after? Somewhere in the crowd, unknown to him, 3 figures who had arrived in the village with the stand delegation were exchanging signals. The invasion plan was moving forward. The sound of the arena and the spectacle of the matches and the careful, managed flow of events toward their apparent ordinary conclusion was covering, as it had been designed to cover, something else entirely. He did not know this yet. He was reading vital patterns in the crowd the way he had been doing for weeks, casually, without specific purpose, and the crowd was full of people who were simply there to watch, full of the uncomplicated glow of ordinary civilian life and the sharper, more directional patterns of shinobi, and he was not looking for anything specific, just maintaining the gentle awareness that had become habitual. And then, at the outer edge of his range, a vital pattern shifted. He could not have said what it shifted into, precisely. It was not the sudden eruption of combat, not yet. It was something quieter and more purposeful, the specific quality of coordinated intention, the way a group of people look when they have stopped watching and started doing. He had learned to recognize the distinction during his months of practice, and he recognized it now, and the recognition was a cold certainty that ran up through the reach and registered in him the way alarms register, not loudly but with complete authority. Something was about to happen. He looked at the arena director. He looked at the official's box. He looked at the Kage box, where the Kazekage sat with the Hokage in the arrangement of diplomatic courtesy that the exams required. He looked at the Kazekage with the Kansen at full pitch, and what he saw made him very still, standing in the middle of the arena in front of 40,000 people, with the warmth behind his eyes blazing and the reach automatically extending toward the thing he was looking at, not in aggression but in the simple involuntary motion of something encountering something that was profoundly wrong. The Kazekage's vital pattern was not a living person's vital pattern. It was a technique. It was a very good technique, a disguise of such completeness that it would have fooled anyone without the specific ability to see past it, but through the Maelstrom Eye it was unmistakable, the flat uniformity of performed life rather than actual life, a puppet where a person should have been. He pulled the reach back before it touched anything. He stood in the arena with this knowledge and he thought about what Setsuko had said about a weapon and a warrior and about choosing, and he thought about what the Hokage was doing sitting next to a puppet of the Kazekage, and he thought about what Sasuke had said about telling anyone. Then he thought about the 40,000 people in the stands. He moved toward the exit of the arena at a pace that was not quite running. The finals continued behind him, the crowd's noise enormous and ordinary. Ahead of him, the village. The invasion had already begun. Act 2, The World Sees You Back. Chapter 14, The Color of Invasion. The first thing the invasion did was change the sound. It changed the sound the way that a tide turns, not all at once but in a series of moments so close together that the cumulative shift registers before any single moment does. The noise of 40,000 people watching a match was a particular kind of sound, dense and directional and human. And it changed in the span of 15 seconds into something else, something that had the same density but a different quality, the difference between a crowd watching and a crowd understanding what is happening to it. Naruto was already moving when the first wave of sound nin dropped from concealed positions in the arena's upper tiers. He had not needed to wait for them to appear. The vital patterns had told him they were there before they moved, had shown him the coordinated tightening of a group that was transitioning from waiting to acting, and he had used those seconds to get from the arena floor to the civilian section before the first transformation jutsu had been released. The arena became chaos of a specific kind, which was the organized chaos of a military operation encountering the disorganized chaos of people who had come to watch children fight, and now found the fighting had located them. He moved through it with the kansen at full pitch and his hands working automatically, catching a civilian woman who had been knocked sideways by a panicking crowd member, redirecting 2 academy students who were running in the wrong direction toward a clear exit path, and all the while the seeing layer of the kansen was painting him a complete picture of the arena's vital geometry in real time. What the picture showed him was a coordinated pincer. Sound nin from above and interior positions. Sand nin moving through the lower concourse in what was clearly a pre-planned route toward the kage box. And in the center of the arena itself, where the match had been suspended, a quality of rising pressure that he recognized the way you recognize weather, not from a single indicator but from the accumulated weight of the atmosphere, something enormous and badly contained preparing to become present. Gaara. He knew it before he turned to look. He turned anyway, because you looked at what you knew was coming, because looking at it was a form of respect for its reality, and refusing to look was a form of pretending. Gaara was standing in the arena in the specific stance of someone whose control is becoming inadequate to the thing it is controlling, with sand rising around him in patterns that were not the controlled defensive constructions of the exams but the organic, instinctive formations of something that was older than Gaara and which used Gaara as a location rather than a self. Naruto felt the reach stir. Felt it orient toward the enormous, compressed vital pattern in the center of the arena with the same involuntary lean that it had shown at the forest. The fundamental resonance of 2 jinchuriki recognizing each other, the way 2 instruments sound the same note, and the air between them vibrates. He did not reach. He had made himself a rule and the rule held, even now, even here. He did not reach for Gaara's vital pattern because he was not certain what he would find when he got there. An uncertainty plus an ability that could drain a living being to its threshold was a combination that required caution above all other things. He looked for the Hokage. He found the Hokage's vital pattern at the edge of his range, in the direction of the kage box, and it was unmistakable, the enormous, complex, deeply layered signature of someone who had spent a lifetime developing their chakra into something that was as much architecture as force. The Hokage was moving, and the thing moving with him was the puppet that had worn the Kazekage's face, and there was sound nin in attendance. And the specific quality of the pattern Naruto could read at this distance told him that the Hokage was aware of what he was facing and was not afraid of it, which was either the composure of absolute competence, or the composure of someone who had made peace with the possibility of loss. He could not get to the Hokage in time to help with whatever was happening in the kage box. He could get to the civilian section. He could get to the genin and the chunin in the arena's lower corridors who were organizing the evacuation with the controlled urgency of people doing a job they had trained for, and hoping it would be enough, he moved toward the sound. The invasion, he would later understand, had been planned with considerable sophistication. The sound of the exams had been used as cover. The diplomatic context had been used as access. And the timing, with foreign representatives present and Konoha's defense's position for ceremony rather than combat, had been chosen with the precision of people who had studied the village's rhythm for years. What the invasion planners had not accounted for, because there was no reasonable way to account for something that had last existed in the historical record and then ceased to exist for 2 generations, was that there would be a 12-year-old in the arena who could see the entire battlefield simultaneously through a dojutsu that read vital patterns the way other eyes read light. Naruto ran through the lower corridor, and the Kansen showed him the pattern of the enemy deployment in real time, their positions updating as they moved, their intentions readable in the specific directional quality of coordinated chakra, and he redirected the evacuation 3 times based on information that the corridor's Jonin instructor could not have possessed. Routing civilians through passages that were clear because he could see they were clear, steering people away from junctions that were about to become contested because he could see them about to become contested. The Jonin instructor, a woman in her 30s named Yamashita who had the tight, efficient vital pattern of someone who had been in real combat before and had adjusted to it, gave him one sharp look when he redirected the evacuation a second time by simply stating which corridor was clear. And that look contained several questions that she did not ask because they were not the priority. And he met her look with steady directness, and she made the decision in the way that good combat leaders make decisions, quickly and with the information available, and she moved the column the way he had indicated. They got the civilians out. Not all of them, which was a weight he would carry for some time. 3 people were injured in the corridor before the sound nin pursuing them were intercepted. But the majority of the civilians made it to the designated shelter, and when the column was settled Yamashita caught his arm and said, quietly and with the complete attention of a person who has just seen something and means to understand it, "How did you know those passages were clear?" He looked at her. She looked back. Her vital pattern was the steady amber of someone who was very tired and very capable, and who had seen enough in her career that she had developed a high tolerance for the unusual, but a very low tolerance for being misled. "I'll explain after," he said. Which was not an answer but which she accepted, because after was a concept that required surviving the current situation, and survival was the priority. She nodded and let go of his arm and turned back to the evacuation. He went back into the arena. Chapter 15, Gaara. He found Gaara on the outskirts of the village, where the arena's outer wall met the tree line, which was exactly where you would go if you were something that needed space and the village had run out of space to give you. He found Gaara the way you find a thunderstorm, not by looking for it but by walking in the direction where the air was changing, where the quality of the world's living texture was being disturbed by something that was not quite a living texture anymore. The sand had spread. It was everywhere, in amounts that exceeded what Gaara's gourd could have contained, which told Naruto what the Kansen confirmed in full pitch, that Gaara had stopped being fully present in the way humans are present, and the thing that was contained in him had begun to fill the space that the container left when it became porous. The transformation was incomplete. Through the Kansen, Naruto could see both layers, the enormous, ancient, sandy vital pattern of the thing being released and the smaller, brighter, increasingly desperate pattern of Gaara himself, compressed to the center of his own being like a person pushed into the corner of a room by something that was moving in. Other shinobi were on the scene. Jonin. Chunin. Konoha's response personnel arriving at the perimeter with the organized urgency of people who had trained for exactly this contingency, and were discovering that training for something is not the same as meeting it. The thing emerging from Gaara was big. It had been big in the small references Naruto had found to Bijou during his months of research, big in the way that the word ancient is big, carrying its own gravity. He stood at the perimeter alongside a Chunin team and looked at the situation through the Kansen and thought, with the specific cold clarity of someone who has been thinking about a problem for a long time, and has just found that theory has become circumstance, about what the Maelstrom Eye could actually do here. Setsuko had told him about range and volume. His range was approximately 80 meters in full pitch seeing, and the reach, which he had not tested beyond clone targets, had an unknown practical range that Setsuko believed would be proportional to his own reserves, which were by any measure immense. He had not used the reach on a living being other than his clones. He had not used it in anything resembling the conditions that now existed in front of him. He thought about Uzumaki Kenta, who had held 200 enemy shinobi incapacitated for 40 minutes. He thought about the difference between a weapon and a warrior, and about the word chose. The transformation lurched forward another stage. The perimeter shrank. One of the Jonin was knocked back by a concussive wave of sand and landed badly, and the Chunin team beside him moved to cover and the perimeter held, but it was holding the way things hold when they are being tested. Naruto closed his eyes for 3 seconds. He thought about Gaara in the forest, the vital pattern he had seen, the quality of that signature that was like a mirror and unlike a mirror, two Jinchuriki in the same space without having chosen each other's company. He thought about what it felt like to have something enormous living in the same space as you, something that was not you but which used you, which breathed when you breathed and bled when you bled, and which was the largest fact about you to everyone who could see it. He thought, Gaara is not the bijou. Gaara is the person the bijou lives in. He opened his eyes. He walked through the perimeter. A Chunin behind him said his name sharply, and he did not turn back, because turning back required a reason, and he did not have a reason that would satisfy someone who had not seen what he was seeing. He walked through the perimeter with the Kansen at absolute pitch, the full capacity of the seeing stage deployed, not the reach, just the seeing, and he looked at Gaara's vital pattern with everything he had. What he found, in that full-pitch seeing, was a boundary. There was a specific place in Gaara's vital pattern where Gaara ended and the bijou began, and the boundary was dynamic, shifting, the bijou pressing in and Gaara's consciousness pressing back from its corner, and the pressing back was failing, but it was not yet failed. There was still a self in there. There was still someone who had been sitting apart from his siblings in the competitor's preparation area with the distance of someone who has learned that distance is the only reliable safety, and that someone was still present, compressed and exhausted and losing, but present. Naruto did something that was not exactly the reach and not exactly the seeing, but existed in the specific territory between them, the territory that Setsuko had called resonance, the fundamental recognition of his chakra in another living thing, and the drawing of a connection between those recognitions. He reached not for the bijou and not for Gaara's chakra, but for the point of junction, for the place where the two vital patterns met and contested, and he found the frequency there, the shared note in two very different instruments, and he held it. He did not drain. He did not give. He simply maintained the contact with an absolute stillness of intention, letting the resonance exist, letting his own enormous living presence register in that contested space the way a voice registers in a quiet room, not commanding, not replacing the sounds already there, simply present and distinct. Gaara's vital pattern, at the boundary between self and bijou, hesitated. The hesitation was not long. 3 seconds, perhaps 4. But in those 3 seconds the transformation slowed, and Gaara's compressed self-pattern expanded infinitesimally, and the thing that Naruto felt through the resonance was something he had no word for except recognition, the mutual recognition of two people who have been carrying the same weight in different rooms and have just, for the first time, walked through the same door and found each other on the other side. Then the bijou pushed back and the transformation lurched forward again, and Naruto staggered with the force of it, a feedback through the resonance contact that felt like walking into a wall, and the contact broke, and he stood at the edge of the sand's reach with his breathing irregular, and his hands shaking slightly, and the Kansen blazing silver-white in his eyes. A Jonin pulled him back by the collar with the practiced economy of someone who has extracted civilians from dangerous proximity many times. "What are you doing?" the Jonin said, which was not quite a question. "I was trying something," Naruto said honestly. "Did it work?" He looked at Gaara, who was now surrounded by sand in the dense patterns of full bijou influence, and at the specific quality of Gaara's compressed vital pattern, still there, still fighting, not expanding but not entirely gone. "A little," he said. "Not enough." "Not yet." The Jonin looked at his eyes, where the Kansen was still fully active, silver-white and unmistakable. "We should talk later," the Jonin said, in the careful voice of someone who has just seen something and does not know yet how to categorize it. "Yes," Naruto agreed, because there was no useful alternative, Because Yamashita in the corridor and now this Jonin had both seen the eyes, and the eyes were not something you could unsee. Something was changing around the thing he had been keeping private. He could feel it the way you feel weather, in the quality of the air rather than anything visible, but the quality was unmistakable. The invasion was not over. Gaara was not subdued. And somewhere in the village, the Hokage was in the Kage box with the dead man's puppet, and the thing that Naruto had seen in the Hokage's vital pattern when he had read it from across the arena, the specific quality of someone who had made peace with the possibility of loss, was something he was not going to examine directly until after. He turned back toward the village. There was more to do. Chapter 16, The Kage Box. He reached the Kage box too late. Not too late in the catastrophic sense. Not too late in the sense that meant the worst had already happened and he was arriving to witness aftermath. Too late in the sense that the thing that was happening when he arrived was already so far along that his arrival changed nothing about it, which was a different kind of too late, but still a kind of too late. The Kage box was at the highest point of the arena structure, a sealed enclosure with thick walls and, he understood now, a barrier that had been applied at some point during the chaos. A barrier of the specific kind that the more senior of the Sounin specialized in, the kind that sealed a space completely and let nothing pass in either direction. He could see through the Kansen. The barrier did not block the seeing, because the Kansen was not a physical thing, was not a signal or a wave but something that existed at the level of vital pattern rather than physical space, and barriers built to stop jutsu from passing through them did not account for an ability that was not a jutsu, and which operated at a layer of reality that most defenses were not designed to address. What he saw through the Kansen, standing outside the barrier with 3 Chunin and 1 panicked arena official who had not gotten out in time, was the specific, terrible, fully committed pattern of a very old man who was using everything he had. The Hokage's vital pattern was the most complex thing he had ever read through the eye. Decades of chakra development showed in it the way decades of work show in anything that has been worked on with consistent and serious intention, layer after layer of refined capacity, reserves that were smaller now than they had been, reduced by age in the way that all physical things are reduced by age, but organized with an economy and a precision that made the reduction almost irrelevant. What was there was used with an efficiency that reminded Naruto of the difference between a young tree that takes up space and an old one that has grown into exactly the shape that its conditions required. He was fighting the puppet and he was fighting whatever was commanding the puppet, and from the quality of his vital pattern, the quality of its engagement, and its temperature, and the specific way it was moving, Naruto understood that the Hokage knew this fight would cost him. He tried the barrier. He extended the reach toward the barrier's structure, not toward the people inside it, and felt the barrier's chakra, which was layered and intentional and built for exactly this purpose. He found the frequencies of it, and tried to resonate against them the way you would try to resonate against any chakra. But the barrier was not a living thing and the reach worked on living things and the contact was like pressing against stone, present and unyielding and utterly indifferent to the approach. He pulled the reach back. He looked at the 3 Chunin. "I need to get inside," he said. "The barrier's sealed from the inside," one of them said. She was older, maybe 25, with the quick, competent energy of someone who had been awake since before the exams and was prepared to remain awake until after them. "It needs to be broken from the inside or from outside with S-rank sealing jutsu." He did not have S-rank sealing jutsu. He was 12 years old and had not been taught sealing beyond the academy basics and was standing outside a barrier watching someone die. He sat down on the floor of the corridor outside the Kage box and pressed his back against the wall and activated the Kansen to absolute pitch and kept his eyes on the Hokage's vital pattern through the barrier and simply witnessed. There was nothing else he could do, which was a truth he had to hold still for, because the alternative to holding still for an unalterable truth is fighting it. And fighting unalterable truths costs energy that belongs to the things you can still affect. The Hokage fought for 19 minutes. Naruto knew it was 19 minutes because he counted. The way you count when counting is the only thing you can do that acknowledges what is happening without pretending to change it. He counted and he watched the vital pattern and he understood, through those 19 minutes, things about what chakra looked like when it was being used for something that the person using it knew was their last act. Things that Setsuko had not told him and which no scholarship could have prepared him for, things that lived in the specific frequency of commitment. The barrier fell at the end of the 19th minute. The sound Nin who had maintained it were gone, fled or defeated in the wider battle, and with their chakra withdrawn the structure collapsed with the sudden lack of drama of anything that was only ever held up by intention. He walked into the Kage box with the 3 Chunin and the arena official, and what he saw was the Hokage sitting against the far wall with his eyes closed and his breathing the slow, deliberate breathing of someone who is managing a great deal of pain with a great deal of dignity. And the puppet collapsed in the corner in a heap that confirmed what Naruto had read through the kansen, that whatever had animated it was gone. The medical team arrived 4 minutes later. In those 4 minutes, Naruto sat beside the Hokage and did not say anything, because there was nothing appropriate to say, and the Hokage sat against the wall with his eyes closed and also did not say anything, except once, near the end of the 4th minute. When he opened his eyes and looked at Naruto with the specific direct look of someone who is expending something they have a limited amount of to give something they have decided is worth the expenditure. "I know about your eyes," the Hokage said. His voice was steady, which was either the product of willpower or the product of a life long enough that steadiness had become structural. "Crow's reports." Naruto looked at him. "I know." The Hokage was quiet for a moment. "I should have come to you myself." It was not a small thing to say. It had the quality of things that old men say when they have decided that the time for calculated restraint has passed, when the specific arithmetic of a long life has arrived at a sum that requires honesty rather than management. "Yes," Naruto said. Because it was true, and the Hokage had just acknowledged that it was true, and agreeing with truths was not the same as refusing forgiveness. "You should have." The Hokage nodded. It was the nod of someone who is accepting a statement, and filing it in the place where accepted statements go, which is the place you carry them rather than the place you put down. The medical team arrived. Naruto stepped back and let them work. Outside, the invasion was ending. It had not been a defeat in the clean sense, not a rout, not a decisive military failure on either side, but the combination of Konoha's response and the death of the invasion's primary architect, whatever had been commanding the puppet, had removed the coordinating intelligence from the enemy forces. And without coordination, the individual components of an invasion become a collection of individuals who are very far from home and suddenly aware of it. The Umbu operative called Crow, who had been in the arena when the invasion began and who had spent the past 90 minutes doing the things that Umbu operatives do during invasions, which are numerous and not comfortable to dwell on, filed a report that evening that was significantly longer than any previous report, and which described in specific detail what had been observed in the lower corridor, at the arena perimeter, and at the Kage box. The report concluded with a recommendation that was different from all previous recommendations. Previous reports had said monitor. Do not approach. This report said, immediate consultation required. Subject is operational. Chapter 17. The Council convenes. He was summoned 4 days after the invasion. The summons came through official channels, which was a courtesy he had not expected and which he filed alongside the Hokage's admission as evidence that something had shifted in the village's approach to him, or at least in certain people's approach, the shift being from managing something to acknowledging something, which were different relationships with the same subject. The room where the council met for matters of significant internal concern was in the administrative wing of the Hokage building, a room he had never been in before, with a long table and chairs that indicated hierarchy through small design details, the chairs at the center of the table being slightly larger and more substantial than the chairs along the sides. The chairs along the sides were where he was asked to sit. The people at the center of the table were the 2 elders, Hamura and Koharu, who had been making certain kinds of decisions about Konoha for longer than most of its current population had been alive, and who had the vital patterns through the kansen that he kept at its lowest passive setting but which he was not going to deactivate in this room, of people whose certainty had calcified into something structural. Not malicious. Structural. The certainty of people who had decided, long ago, what mattered and had organized everything since around that decision. Beside them, the Umbu commander, whose name he did not know because Umbu commanders did not generally offer their names, whose vital pattern was professionally composed in the specific way of people whose whole profession was not being read. He was reading it anyway, which was the advantage of an ability that the profession had not been built to defend against. And in the largest chair, the Hokage, who was visibly present and visibly reduced, and who met Naruto's eyes when he sat down with the directness of the Kage box conversation, which suggested that the conversation was continuing rather than having been an isolated moment of honesty. Uzumaki Naruto, Hamura said, which was how official proceedings began, with the naming, as though the name were a call to order. We understand you've been developing a bloodline ability in the period following the Wave Country mission. Yes, Naruto said. He had thought carefully about how he intended to conduct this conversation. He had decided on direct and complete but volunteering nothing that was not directly requested, the approach of someone who had learned that information given freely was information that could be used in ways you had not anticipated. Without informing your assigned Jonin instructor. My assigned Jonin instructor did not provide the framework in which such information would have been appropriate to share, Naruto said, which was the most precise and least inflammatory way he could think of to state the situation's reality. I reported to the Hokage's office through the channels available to me, which was the Civilian Records Office, where the historical documentation is accessible to genin. Hamura's vital pattern did something specific when he said this, a tightening that was not anger but was related to anger, the tightening of someone who has been presented with a logical sequence they cannot fault, and which they resent on those grounds. He noted it and moved on. The ability you've developed, Kohara said, taking over the line of inquiry with the smoothness of people who have worked together a long time. Describe it. He described it. He described the seeing and the reaching. He described the drain and the augmentation. He described the range and the limits of his current control. He described it factually and without embellishment, and without the specific details that Setsuko had given him in confidence, the details about Kenta and Mito that belonged to the Uzumaki oral tradition, and which were not his to give to a council room. He gave them enough to understand what it was and not enough to constitute a complete technical manual. The council listened. The Umbu commander made notes. The Hokage sat in his chair with the careful posture of someone who was conserving physical resources and listened with an attention that was complete and uncalculating. When he finished, the room was quiet for a moment. During the invasion, the Umbu commander said, with the precision of someone who has prepared their questions in advance, you redirected the civilian evacuation in the lower corridor based on information that the Jonin instructor on seeing did not possess. How did you obtain that information? I could see the chakra signatures of the enemy formation in real time, Naruto said. The passages I directed people toward were clear because I could confirm they were clear. The junctions I directed people away from were about to become contested because I could see the enemy formation moving into them. At what range? In full perception, approximately 80 meters. In the arena, with all levels present and the layout providing clear sight lines, somewhat further. The structural material doesn't block the ability. Another silence. At the arena perimeter, the Umbu commander continued, you made physical contact with the Bijou extraction's perimeter. The Jonin present reported that you walked through the established safe perimeter without authorization. I was attempting something that required proximity, Naruto said. I did not succeed. I made contact with the Bijou's vital pattern and attempted to use the resonance effect to support the host's retention of self-presence. The contact was brief and the effect was limited. Hamura leaned forward. You attempted to interfere with the Bijou extraction process. I attempted to support a person whose sense of self was being suppressed by an incomplete transformation, Naruto said. The Bijou was not being extracted. It was being involuntarily released by a host in psychological crisis. They are not the same situation. The distinction was not one that Hamura had expected to be made. He could see it in the vital pattern, the specific quality of recalibration that occurred when someone encountered a formulation of something they had thought they understood, and found it reframed in a way that required re-examination. He was 12 years old and he was sitting in a room with people who had been making decisions about him his entire life without asking him anything, and he was done letting their framing be the only framing. The Hokage spoke for the first time since the proceedings had formally begun. What was the result of the contact? The transformation slowed for approximately 3 to 4 seconds. The host's self-pattern expanded slightly. Then the contact broke due to feedback and the transformation resumed. He paused. With more development and more control, the result would be different. The contact itself works. The limitation is precision. Koharu and Hamura exchanged a look that communicated something in the shorthand of people who have been working together for 40 years, and whatever it communicated resolved into the specific quality of decision, the moment before a person who has the authority to decide something exercises it. This ability, Koharu said carefully, represents a significant strategic asset for Konoha. Particularly the battlefield suppression capacity and the intelligence applications. We would like to discuss a formal training program that would develop these capacities under Konoha's oversight and deploy them in Konoha's service. There it was. He had known it was coming. He had known it the way you know weather, from the quality of the air and the direction things were moving, from the moment Crow's first report had landed on the Hokage's desk, probably from before that, from the moment he had been born into a village that had spent 12 years viewing him as a container for something useful and which was now discovering that the container had developed its own content. He sat with it for a moment. He sat with the specific texture of it, the thing being proposed, the formal training program under Konoha's oversight, and he examined it carefully because it deserved examination and because hasty decisions in this room would follow him out of this room and down every road he subsequently walked. Who would lead the training program? He asked. We would identify appropriate personnel, Hamura said. With the Hokage's approval. People who know about the Uzumaki Kansen. People who could learn. He thought about Setsuko, who had known Uzumaki Mito, and who had given him more in 6 sessions than 3 years of official instruction had given him in total. He thought about Kurinai, who had connected him to Setsuko because she had looked at the situation and assessed it accurately, and acted on that assessment without being asked to. He thought about what Konoha's official training looked like in practice, what it looked like applied to him specifically. What would the program require of me? He asked. Regular reporting on capability development, Koharu said. Training sessions with designated instructors. Mission deployment at the discretion of the Hokage's office. Mission deployment at the discretion of the Hokage's office, he repeated carefully. Not at my discretion. You are a genin, Hamura said, with the patience of someone explaining something to someone they believe cannot fully comprehend it. Mission deployment is always at the discretion of the Hokage's office. The missions I've been deployed on have been at the Hokage's discretion for 3 years, Naruto said. The training for those missions was not. The training for those missions was at the discretion of an instructor who didn't show up. He said it without heat, which he had practiced, because heat would make it a complaint, and he was not complaining, he was making an assessment. What you're describing is a program in which my ability is developed by Konoha's personnel, deployed at Konoha's discretion, and reported to Konoha's oversight. What role does my discretion play in that program? Koharu looked at Hamura. Hamura looked at the Anbu commander. The Hokage looked at Naruto. That is a question worth discussing, the Hokage said. Which was not an answer but which was acknowledgement that it was a legitimate question, and that was more than he had expected from this room. I'd like time to think about the proposal, Naruto said. Before I give an answer. Is that acceptable? Hamura looked like he found it only marginally acceptable, but the Hokage nodded. A week, the Hokage said. We should meet again in a week. He stood. He bowed the appropriate amount, which was the amount that acknowledged rank without performing deference, and he walked out of the council room and through the administrative wing and out into the village afternoon, and the village was moving around him with the particular quality of something that was recovering rather than simply continuing. The quality of a place that had been shaken and was now carefully checking whether all its parts were still present. He walked through it with the Kansen at its lowest passive setting and thought about the question of discretion. He thought about it for a very long time. Chapter 18, What Kurinai Says. He went to Kurinai. Not because she had any formal role in what he was considering, not because she was in the council, or in the Hokage's confidence, or in any official position with regard to the Maelstrom Eye. He went to her because she was the person who had seen the situation clearly from the beginning and had acted on what she saw without waiting to be asked, and those qualities were exactly what he needed right now, someone who would look at what he was describing and tell him what they actually saw. She was at the mission assignment board when he found her, reading the post-invasion mission listing with the professional attention of an active jonin who was assessing where she was needed, and she turned when he approached with the alert awareness that was her default mode. "Council meeting?" she said, because she had been paying attention and because it was not difficult to infer from his expression that something formal had occurred. "Council meeting," he confirmed. She tilted her head toward the side street that led away from the mission board and the people near it, and he followed her to a quieter location, a tea house that was half empty in the mid-afternoon, and where they could sit at a corner table and not be overheard without making the effort conspicuous. He told her what had been said. He told her precisely and in order, the way Setsuko had taught him to organize information when presenting it, chronological and complete. When he finished, Kurenai was quiet for a moment with her teacup held in both hands, and the quality of that quiet was the quality of someone who is organizing their thoughts in order to say something useful rather than something reactive. "The phrase mission deployment at Konoha's discretion is doing a lot of work in that proposal," she said. "I noticed. What they're describing is a formal program in which the Maelstrom Eye becomes a Konoha resource. Not your resource that serves Konoha's goals. A Konoha resource that you happen to be carrying. That's exactly what it is." "Which is," Kurenai said, with the careful precision of someone choosing their words for precision rather than comfort, "not entirely unlike what you've been since birth. The QB was always a Konoha resource in their view. The program is the same framework applied to a new capacity." He sat with that. He had thought it but had not put it in those terms, the directness of the parallel. The containment of the QB, managed by the village, deployed at the village's discretion, the container's own perspective considered only to the extent that the container's cooperation was practically necessary. And now the Maelstrom Eye, the same framework applied to a new content. "What would you do?" he asked. Kurenai set down her cup. "I'm not you," she said. And the answer to that question is different for a jonin with established ties and rank than for a genin who has been systematically under-supported for 3 years. "I can tell you what I observe, which is that you have developed something significant. You have developed it essentially alone, and the village's first response to learning about it was to propose integrating it into Konoha's strategic planning without asking whether that integration serves you. The Hokage said it was a question worth discussing." "The Hokage is ill," Kurenai said plainly. "The attack cost him significantly. He is present and he is lucid and he is, I believe, genuinely committed to having a different relationship with you than what has existed. But the council is also present and they are the ones who drafted the proposal's actual language, and the actual language of the proposal is what matters." He looked at the table between them and thought about the council room and about Hamura's vital pattern tightening when he had reframed the Biju's situation, the specific tightening of someone encountering a perspective that complicated their existing framework, and which they did not welcome. "What would you tell me to do?" he asked differently. Kurenai considered this for a longer moment. "I would tell you," she said finally, "to ask yourself what you want. Not what Konoha needs, not what the proposal offers, not what the reasonable thing is that a genin in your position should want. What do you actually want? Because I think you have been so accustomed to working within the limits of what was available to you that you haven't recently allowed yourself to articulate what you would choose if the limits were different." He looked at her. "What do you want, Naruto?" The answer arrived, as answers sometimes do, with the specific clarity of something that had been waiting in a well-lit room while you searched for it in the dark. It arrived complete, and without ambiguity, and with the quiet authority of a thing that is true in the body rather than just in the mind. He wanted to rebuild Uzushio. He had not said it out loud. He had barely said it to himself. It had existed in the back of his thinking since the records office and Setsuko's house and the wartime intelligence report with its name, the Maelstrom Eye, spoken by someone who had feared it enough to put it in writing. It had existed in the way that the most important facts sometimes exist before you have arranged them into language, present and informing everything else and not yet requiring to be stated. He wanted to rebuild the thing that had been broken when his people were destroyed. He wanted to gather the scattered remnants of an Uzumaki heritage that was in danger of becoming purely historical. He wanted the Maelstrom Eye to be used for what Uzumaki Kenta had used it for, not for a single village's strategic interests, but for the protection and the reconstitution of his own people. He wanted something that was not Konoha's to give him. He said it. he said it quietly, in the corner of a half-empty tea house with afternoon light coming through the window, and Kurenai listened with both hands around her cup and her vital pattern, through the kansen, doing something he had rarely seen it do, which was to expand, the specific expanding quality of someone who is receiving information that they find both difficult and right. I know, she said when he finished. Which surprised him, because he had not said it to anyone before. You know? I suspected, she corrected. From the way you asked Setsuko about Uzumaki history. From the way you read about Kenta. From the way you carry the clan name. You're not someone who is performing belonging to the Uzumaki. You're someone who takes the Uzumaki as a project. He thought about that. A project. The word was smaller than the feeling, but it was the right shape. If I go back to the council and refuse the formal program, he said, then you go back as a genin who refused the council proposal, which is not well regarded, Kurenai said, with the directness of someone who will not soften inconvenient information because it's inconvenient. Depending on how the refusal is handled, it could result in investigation, increased surveillance, formal restrictions on your training activities. Or it could result in nothing, depending on the Hokage's influence and his current capacity to exercise it. And if I accept? Then you accept a framework that replaces your discretion with Konoha's discretion, and you spend the next several years developing an ability that is then deployed for purposes you may not have chosen. Which may or may not be the worst outcome, depending on what Konoha chooses to do with it. The council is not composed of people who wish you personal harm. They are composed of people who wish Konoha's strategic advantage and who have categorized you, with your ability, as a means to that end. There's a third option, he said. Kurenai looked at him. I go back, he said slowly, and I say I need more time. I say I want to consult with someone who knows about the Uzumaki tradition before I agree to anything. I make it a request that sounds like cooperation. And I use the time to finish what I've started. She held his gaze. That is a time-limited strategy, she said. The council will not give you indefinite patience. I know, he said. But I'm 12 years old and I've been keeping this private for months and the invasion was 3 days ago and everyone is occupied with recovery, and I think I have more time than they're going to realize they should have given me. A very quiet pause. Then Kurenai did something that was unusual for her, which was to smile with both her face and her vital pattern simultaneously, so that through the kansen the smile was as visible as it was in the physical world, warm and complicated and shot through with something that was partly admiration and partly the kind of worry that arrives when you care about what happens to someone. Setsuko was right about you, she said. What did Setsuko say about me? She said you were the most impatient person she had ever met. He thought about this. He thought about the training ground at 2 a.m, and the notebook with its cramped urgent handwriting, and the 5 months of slow, deliberate, disciplined practice that had brought the Maelstrom Eye from a pressure behind his eyes to something that had held 200 people on an evacuation path, and reached into a Jinchuriki's contested space and found the boundary between self and Bija. She's right, he said. Kurenai nodded. Then go finish what you've started. And when you have, she paused, and the pause had the quality of words being chosen with great care for what they were going to carry. Come find me before you go anywhere. There are things I want to give you before you leave. He looked at her. The kansen, at its passive setting, showed him her vital pattern, warm and open and complicated with the specific complication of someone who cares about an outcome they know they cannot control. You knew I was leaving, he said. I thought you might, she said. Eventually. I hoped you'd stay. But I also know what you're carrying and what you're trying to build, and I know that some things cannot be built from inside the thing that broke the first version of them. He stood. He bowed, not the formal bow of the council room but the sincere one, the one that acknowledged something real rather than rank. Thank you, he said. For Setsuko. Thank yourself, she said. You're the one who knew to ask. Chapter 19, Setsuko again. He went back to Setsuko's house on the 5th day after the invasion, which was 2 days before his scheduled second meeting with the council. The garden was in the early stages of the summer's growth, the medicinal herbs reaching with the patient urgency of things that know how long they have and use it without rushing, and Setsuko answered the door before he knocked, which he had stopped being surprised by because she did this every time. You've made your decision, she said. Not a question. I think so, he said. I wanted to tell you first. She brought him inside. The tea was better this time, which he suspected was deliberate, the way a last meal is deliberate. They sat at the table with the afternoon coming through the window, and the garden making its slow decisions outside. The council wants to formalize the program, he said. I'm not going to accept. No, she agreed. You're not the kind of person who accepts that kind of program. I'm going to leave. She looked at him with those clear dark eyes. Where? Uzushio. He paused. What's left of it? I don't know exactly what that is. I know its ruins. I know it's on an island in the Whirlpool country and that the whirlpools are still active, and that no one goes there. I know the Uzumaki sealed things there before the fall, that there are seal structures in the ruins that survived because they were Uzumaki seals and Uzumaki seals were built to last. He looked at the table and then back at her. I think the Kansen might be more developed than anything I can do with it here. I think there are things about it that only become available in a place that has Uzumaki chakra in its foundations. I don't know if that's true. But I know that what I can learn here, from available sources I have learned. Setsuko sat with this for a long moment. The garden moved outside the window in a slight breeze. The tea steamed gently between them. Mito told me something, she said finally. Near the end, when she was very old and had decided that the remaining time was for giving things away rather than keeping them. She told me about a place in Uzushio's ruins, a specific structure in what had been the clan's primary training ground, where the founding Uzumaki had embedded the complete theoretical framework of the Kansen into the seal architecture. Not a scroll, not a text. Seals. Structures that could be read by someone with the Kansen active, that would transmit the knowledge directly through the resonance, the way you learn a language faster when you're immersed in it than when you read about it. He looked at her very carefully. She called it the Foundation Seal, Setsuko said. She never returned to Uzushio after the fall. She said the pain of it was too specific, that a place you have loved that has been destroyed is something you can know about without being in its presence, and she was old enough and had enough other losses to be practical about this one. But she described its location to me in terms that were, she paused, remarkably precise for an old woman discussing a destroyed city she had not visited in 40 years. Tell me, he said. She told him. She described the location with the precision of someone who had memorized it not because they intended to use it but because the person who gave it to them had described it in a voice that made it worth keeping perfectly. She described the structure of the training ground as it had been, the central building's position relative to the primary gate, the marker seal on the foundation stone that would be visible through the Kansen even after decades of ruin. She described what the foundation seal's presence would feel like through the eye, the specific quality of old Uzumaki architecture read through the resonance, like hearing music you've always known played correctly for the first time. He wrote it all in his notebook. He wrote it with the urgency of someone who understands that they are receiving something that exists nowhere else in the world. When she finished, they sat in silence for a moment. There's one more thing, Setsuko said. She stood, with the deliberate movement of someone managing their body's limits without conceding to them, and went to the shelving unit along the far wall and returned with something he had not noticed before, a small wooden box of the kind that holds things people keep for a long time. She opened it. Inside, on a folded piece of cloth, was a single scroll, aged and sealed with a personal seal he did not recognize. Mito gave this to me when she was dying, Setsuko said. She said it was for whoever came after. She believed someone would come after, which was either faith or stubbornness or the specific kind of knowing that comes from being very old, and having watched the world long enough to see its patterns. She sealed it personally, and told me the unsealing method. She looked at him. I believe she meant it for you. He looked at the scroll. Through the Kansen at passive level he could feel the chakra in it, old and complex and organized with the same layered precision that characterized everything associated with Uzumaki Mito, the quality of someone who had spent a lifetime turning their chakra into something as much architecture as force. What's in it? He asked. I don't know, Setsuko said. I never broke the seal. That would have been, she paused, and something moved in her expression that was not quite sadness and not quite warmth but somewhere between them, presumptuous. It is a Uzumaki document, and I am not Uzumaki. It waited. He took the scroll with both hands carefully, the way you accept something that has been waiting a long time. The unsealing method, she told him, was a chakra key, a specific frequency that matched the Uzumaki blood signature, and he understood what that meant, that the seal had been built to open for exactly one category of person, which was someone from the clan, someone whose chakra carried the Uzumaki resonance that the Kansen was the most visible expression of. He released the thread of chakra toward the seal, consciously shaped to the frequency that the Kansen used, and the seal opened with a warmth that moved up through his fingers and into his arms and registered somewhere in his chest as something for which the word recognition was the closest available approximation. Inside the scroll was a letter. He read it. He read it twice. He did not describe its contents to Setsuko, not because he was being secretive but because the contents were of the kind that needed to sit in him for a while before they became available for sharing, the kind that changes the shape of what you think you know and requires you to let the change settle before you can speak about it with any precision. He folded the scroll and put it in the inside pocket of his jacket, close to the warmth of his chest, and looked at Setsuko across the table with the afternoon light between them. "Thank you," he said. "For everything. For all of it." She looked at him. Her vital pattern, through the Kansen, was the warm golden amber he had read since the first visit, and it carried something now that it had not always carried, something that was the specific quality of completion, of someone who has been holding something in trust and has found the person they were holding it for. "Mito would have liked you," she said. She had very little patience for people who couldn't decide what they wanted. She liked people who knew. He stood. He bowed. He walked through the garden, where the medicinal herbs were doing their slow, patient growing in the afternoon light, and out the gate and back into the village that had made him a container, and which he was preparing to leave. He had 2 days. He was going to use them. Chapter 20, The Last Nights. The first of the 2 days he spent preparing. He went to the mission archive and reviewed what was publicly available about the Whirlpool country's current state, which was limited because the Whirlpool country was officially considered a hazardous maritime zone with restricted access and no active population, one of those places that exists in the administrative record as a geographical fact rather than a political one. The whirlpools that gave the region its name were well documented in navigational charts, the specific pattern of currents that made the sea around the island cluster one of the most difficult stretches of water in the elemental nations for conventional vessels. The island itself appeared on charts under its formal name, and was marked with the symbol that cartographers used for locations of historical significance that were currently uninhabited. He found a navigational document that described an approach route from the coast near the border of fire and water countries, a route that had been documented by a shipping company 60 years ago, when there had still been some commercial interest in the region before it became clear that the whirlpools were permanent, and the ruins were ruins and there was nothing there worth the risk. The route was old and the document was yellowed, and the copying librarian had made several errors in the transcription that he identified by cross-referencing against the second source, but the broad strokes of the approach were clear enough to be useful. He noted everything in the notebook, and then stopped at the market on his way back and bought supplies with the mission's salary he had been accumulating for months with nothing to spend it on, the specific purchases of someone who is planning extended independent travel rather than a mission with a base camp and a return date. Ration bars and medical supplies and a water purification kit, and several blank scrolls and ink. He bought a better travel pack than his current one, the kind with a proper frame and a waterproofing treatment that would handle sea weather. He packed it that night, sitting on the floor of his apartment with the contents laid out around him, and the apartment felt different than it usually did, smaller in some ways and larger in others, the way a space feels when you have decided to leave it. He had lived here for years. He had made no particular peace with it, had never felt about it the warm specific attachment that the word home implied, but it had been his and now it was about to become the place he used to live, which was a different category. He sat in the middle of his packing and held Mito's letter and read it one more time. The letter was not long. Mito had been a person who chose her words for efficiency rather than abundance, and the letter reflected that, each sentence carrying more than its surface length. What it said, in the compressed and precise language of someone who had lived a very full and very long life and had organized their final communications accordingly, was this. It said, "I know you exist. I do not know when you will exist, or in what precise circumstances, but I know that the blood carries forward whether the people do or not, and someone with the Kansen will come after me, and I am writing this for that person. It said, the Foundation seal is real and complete. I built it in my 50s, when I understood the ability well enough to encode it, and I sealed it with chakra that will persist longer than stone. Go there first. Let it teach you what it knows. It said, the Kansen is not a weapon. I say this not to diminish its capacity for violence, which is real and significant, but to accurately describe its nature. It is a relational ability. It works through recognition and resonance, and the fundamental fact of shared life. You cannot use it well against something unless you have first understood it truly. This is not a limitation. This is its most important quality. It said Uzushio fell because we were isolated and because the world prefers to eliminate what it fears rather than to understand it. If you are reading this, the fall was complete. Do not rebuild Uzushio in the same form. A wall rebuilt in the same place by the same method remains a wall, and will be breached the same way. Build something different. Build something that the world cannot categorize as a threat because it does not fit the shapes that threats take. And at the end, in smaller writing that was slightly less controlled than the rest, as though it had been added after the main text was already settled, I sealed this for blood. If you are reading it, you are Uzumaki. That is enough. The rest is what you make of it. He folded the letter and put it back in the scroll and held the scroll for a moment, and let it be the weight it was, which was considerable and not entirely comfortable, and exactly right. The second day he spent saying goodbye, which was harder. He went to the Hokage's residence, where the Hokage was receiving visitors in a limited capacity, still recovering, and he did not request a formal audience because a formal audience would require more than he wanted to do with the remaining time. He left a letter with the Hokage's assistant, a brief letter that said what needed to be said in the direct, organized way that Setsuko had helped him develop for written communication, which was not the same as his spoken style but which was more precise in some respects. The letter said, I've thought about the council's proposal. I'm not going to accept it. I'm not going to refuse it either, in the formal sense that would require a council session and a recorded decision. I'm leaving Konoha to pursue independent training in the Uzumaki tradition, which requires access to resources that are not available in this village. I intend to return when I have completed what I need to complete. I am not leaving as an enemy of this village. I am leaving as a person who needs to do something that requires not being in this village for a while. I hope that distinction is respected. He went to Sakura. She was at Ino's family's flower shop, helping with the post-invasion cleanup that the district was doing collectively, and she stopped when she saw his expression and came out to the street, and they stood on the flower shop's step in the late morning light, and he told her he was leaving. She was quiet for a moment. Her vital pattern through the Kansen was complicated in the way that people's patterns are complicated when they are feeling several things simultaneously and haven't yet organized them into the one they are going to express. For how long? She asked. I don't know exactly, he said. Long enough to finish something. Not permanently. She looked at him. The real look, not the performed one, not the one filtered through whatever she had decided she should feel about him. The real look had the quality of someone who was seeing something they had been near for a long time without quite looking at directly. You're different, she said. Than you were before the exams. You've been different for months. I know. Is that, she paused, searching for the word, the thing you've been working on? Is that what's different? Partly, he said. Partly I just finally looked at some things clearly. That changes you, looking at things clearly? Whether you want it to or not. She was quiet again. Then will you be okay? The question landed with the specific weight of a question that is genuinely asking something rather than performing the asking, and he looked at her vital pattern, which was open and worried and real, and he thought about all the things he could say to that question that would be less than fully honest. I'll be more okay than I would be here, he said. For now. She nodded. She looked like she wanted to say more but had not yet found the right form for it. He did not push her toward it. When you come back, she said finally, will you tell me what it was? The thing you were working on? Yes, he said. When I come back. He went to Sasuke last. This was a calculation. Sasuke was the most complex goodbye and the one he least knew how to approach and the one he wanted least to rush, so he left it for the time when the other goodbyes were done, and he could give it his full attention. Sasuke was in the training ground, which was the most reliably Sasuke place in the village, drilling his Chidori variants with the relentless focus that was his primary mode of existence. He stopped when Naruto appeared at the edge of the training ground, which told Naruto that Sasuke had known he was approaching before he was visible, that Sasuke's awareness was as complete as ever. "You're leaving," Sasuke said. "Not a question." "Again. Tonight. Council refused you?" "I refused them. Technically I haven't yet, but I will by proxy." Sasuke turned to fully face him, which was more than their usual arrangement of parallel positions. He looked at Naruto with those dark eyes, and through the kansen his vital pattern was the same brilliant silver blue it had always been, and the cursed seal's dark edge was visible in the lower register of the signature, still there, still pressing, and Naruto looked at it without commenting because he did not have the ability yet to help with it, and commenting without helping was the category of things he was leaving behind. "Where?" Sasuke asked. "South." "Then water." "I can't say specifically." "Uzushio." He looked at Sasuke. "You said you found documentation about the bloodline in public records," Sasuke said, with the patience of someone explaining a logical chain that should be self-evident. "The bloodline's complete theoretical framework would be in Uzushio if anywhere. It's not a complicated inference." "No," Naruto agreed. "It's not." A pause. Between them, the training ground was quiet in the way that it was sometimes quiet when it was just the two of them. A specific quiet that was not comfortable exactly but which was not uncomfortable either, the quiet of two people who have been occupying the same space for long enough that the space has accommodated itself to both of them. "The seal on your neck," Naruto said. He had decided, because he was leaving and because Sasuke deserved honesty if anyone did, and because the time for managed information was over for tonight. "I can see it through the eye. It has Orochimaru's signature. It's growing." Sasuke went very still. "I know that," Sasuke said eventually. "I know you know. I'm saying it because I think, with more development, I might be able to reach it. The resonance contact I made at the arena perimeter told me the basic principle works. I can't do it yet. But when I come back." He paused. "If you want me to try." The still quality of Sasuke's presence deepened. Through the kansen his vital pattern was doing something complicated. The specific complexity of someone who has been carrying something alone for a long time, and has just been offered the possibility that they might not have to carry it alone indefinitely. "When you come back," Sasuke said. Which was neither yes nor no, but which was, in the syntax they had developed over 3 years of being reluctantly in each other's vicinity, the closest thing to both. "Yeah," Naruto said. Another pause. "Don't get killed doing something reckless," Sasuke said. "I'll try," Naruto said. Which was more honest than yes, and they both knew it. He turned and walked back toward the village, and he did not look back, because looking back at things you were leaving was something you did when you were not certain about the leaving, and he was certain. He was as certain as he had been about anything since the pressure had first appeared behind his eyes on a cold night in Training Ground 7 with his back against the memorial stone. He walked through the village as the afternoon became evening and the lanterns began to appear in the windows and the food stalls put out their evening menu boards and the village moved through its evening rhythm, the rhythm he had been part of his whole life and which would continue without him, and which he would carry with him and return to, changed, in the time that it took to do what needed to be done. He ate a bowl of ramen at Ichiraku, which was the right last meal, which was the meal that had been consistent and warm and present when most things weren't. And Tucci made it the way he always made it, and asked no questions, and Naruto ate it with the full attention of someone who has decided that the ordinary things deserve to be received with the same attention as the extraordinary ones. He paid. He thanked them. He walked away. Chapter 21, What Kurenai Gives. She was waiting at the east gate at the hour she had told him in the message she had left under his door, which was 2 hours after midnight, which was the specific hour when the gate's patrol rotation had its most predictable gap. He was not entirely surprised that she knew this. She was standing in the shadow of the gate's stone pillar with a bag over one shoulder, and the alert stillness of someone who had decided to be here and was at peace with the decision. "I thought about coming alone," he said when he reached her. I know, she said. This won't take long. I'm not asking to come with you. She set the bag down and opened it in the gate's filtered moonlight, and what it contained was an organized collection of things, each wrapped and labeled in her precise handwriting. A set of sealing scrolls, blank but of a quality he recognized as significantly beyond genin-grade supplies, the kind used for extended field work where the seals needed to hold under conditions of salt water and weather and time. For Uzushio, she said. The ruins will have seal structures you'll want to copy and study. These will last. A small book, hand-bound, that she had made herself. He opened it to the first page. It was a record of what she knew about Uzumaki sealing theory, compiled from the sources she had access to as a jonin, which were significantly more than the sources available to him as a genin. Not complete, she said, but a framework. Something to read on the water. A sealed medical kit, the kind that Konoha's field medics carried on extended operations, with a complete inventory of contents included. You don't have medical training, she said. But the instructions are in the kit. Read them before you need them. And at the bottom of the bag, a small carved wooden disc, threaded on a cord. He picked it up and looked at it through the kansen and felt it immediately, the faint but distinct presence of a communication seal, the kind used between shinobi who are operating at distance. Kunoichi, he said. It's key to me, she said. One-way activation. If you need to reach me, concentrate your chakra into it in the Uzumaki frequency. I'll know you called. I can't guarantee response time, depending on my situation, but I'll respond. He looked at the disc. He looked at her. You're not supposed to do this, he said. Providing equipment to someone who is essentially going rogue without council authorization. That has consequences for you. The consequences for me are manageable, she said. I've been a jonin for 8 years. I have service record and personal relationships and the kind of professional standing that means that if someone questions my judgment about providing supplies to a genin who is pursuing independent Uzumaki heritage research, they will be engaging in a conversation I am quite prepared to have. Her vital pattern was steady through the kansen, the amber certainty of someone who has thought this through and made the decision before arriving. I am more concerned about the consequences for you. I can manage mine, he said. I know. She paused. That's why I'm not trying to manage them for you. I'm just making sure you have what you need. He put the sealing scrolls in his pack. He put the book in the waterproof internal pocket beside Mito's letter. He put the medical kit in the side compartment. He put the communication disc around his neck and felt its small, warm, keyed presence settle against his collarbone. He was going to miss her, he realized. The specific quality of her attention and her willingness to see things as they were and act on what she saw. It was a rare quality. He had not known how rare until he had the kansen to compare it against all the other qualities he encountered daily. Come back in one piece, she said. I'll try. Come back with something worth the leaving, she said. Which was a different instruction, and the right one. Yes, he said. That I'll manage. He walked through the gate's gap in the patrol rotation with his pack on his back and Mito's letter against his chest and the kansen at its lowest passive setting, showing him the living world around the road in pale and patient light, and behind him Kunoichi stood at the gate pillar until he was gone. Which he knew because he could feel her vital pattern at the edge of his range until the road's bend took him past the 80-meter boundary, and the sense of her faded, and then there was just the road and the night and the beginning. Chapter 22, The Road South. He traveled at a pace that was not the emergency sprint of a shinobi on a timed mission but the efficient, sustainable pace of someone who was going a long way and intended to arrive capable of doing something when they got there. The road south from Konoha ran through the agricultural districts first, the flat, organized land where the village's food supply was grown with the quiet persistence of farmers who had been doing this specific work for generations. He had traveled this road on missions and had always moved through it with the forward focus of mission travel, the destination rather than the route occupying the center of attention. Now he moved with a different quality of attention, the kansen at its passive level showing him the living texture of the land as he passed through it. The farmland was extraordinary through the eye. Crops were living things. He had known this in the abstract, the way you know things you have never had cause to examine closely. but the Kansen showed it to him with a specificity he found himself spending time with, the individual signatures of different plants, the way wheat carried its vital pattern differently from rice, the way the field margins where the wild things grew had a completely different quality from the cultivated rows. Wilder and more varied and with a specific anarchic brightness of things that had not been organized into usefulness. He stopped at a farmhouse on the first evening and purchased a meal and a sleeping spot in the barn, which cost him a modest amount, and which the farmer provided without particular interest, the way people in agricultural districts provide things to travelers, with the pragmatic hospitality of people who understand that the road brings different types and the best approach is to be useful to them and get them moving again. In the barn, sleeping on clean straw with his pack under his head and the Kansen dormant for the first time since the invasion because sleep required it, he thought about what he had left, and what he was moving toward and the specific emotional texture of the space between them. He thought about the council room and Hamura's vital pattern tightening. He thought about Koharu's phrase, mission deployment at Konoha's discretion. He thought about the Hokage's admission in the Kage box, I should have come to you myself, and what it had cost the old man to say it, and what it had meant that he said it anyway. He did not hate the village. He was aware that this was a thing people might expect him to feel, given what he was doing, the departure without council authorization, the refusal of the proposal, the history of being treated as a container rather than a person. But hate required a simplicity of feeling that the Kansen had made unavailable to him. He had spent months reading vital patterns, reading the complicated human reality of people who were not good or bad but genuinely engaged with the world in all its complexity, and that reading had made hatred very difficult to sustain because hatred requires a certain flatness in the subject, a willingness to see only the thing you have decided to see. Konoha had not protected him the way it should have. Konoha had failed him consistently, and without malice, and that distinction did not reduce the failure but it complicated the feeling about it. And the complicated feeling was what he carried rather than the simple one. He slept. He woke before dawn to the sound of the farm's animals and the smell of early morning, which was the smell of dew and soil and the green patient life of things that were about to begin another day of growing, and he packed his things and left a note of thanks and set out on the road before the farmer was awake. The second day he passed through the forest districts, where the road narrowed and the canopy closed overhead and the sound of the agricultural land fell away and was replaced by the sound of very old trees doing what very old trees do, which is exist with a completeness that has nothing to do with audience. He walked through the forest with the Kansen at a slightly higher setting than the farms had required, because forests had more spatial complexity and more potential for encounters that required advance awareness. He encountered two shinobi on the second day, traveling in the opposite direction on a mission he could infer from their pace, and their equipment was a delivery mission rather than a combat one. He read their vital patterns as they passed, quick and light, the way you read a face in passing, and what he read was ordinary, two people doing a job and thinking about what they would have for dinner when they got back, and he let them pass without engaging beyond a brief nod that one of them returned. He thought, walking through the forest afternoon, about what Mito's letter had said about the Kansen being a relational ability. He thought about what relational meant in the context of something that could drain armies. He had been thinking of it in terms of its combat application, the drain and the augmentation and the battlefield suppression, but Mito had described it as something that worked through recognition and resonance, and the fundamental fact of shared life. The recognition was the thing he had been developing without naming it as such. Every time he read a vital pattern, he was recognizing something, acknowledging the specific reality of the living thing before him, the uniqueness of its signature, the way it was different from every other living thing even when the differences were subtle. The clerk at the records office and the farmer, and the two passing shinobi in the field and the forest, each different, each recognizable as itself in a way that nothing else was, and he was the instrument through which that recognition occurred, a relational ability. An ability that required genuine attention to other things in order to work correctly. He thought about the council room, where the proposal had assumed that the ability could be integrated into Konoha's strategic framework without consulting the consciousness through which it operated. And he thought that perhaps the council's error was not merely political but technical. Perhaps an ability that worked through genuine recognition could not function as a purely strategic resource, because strategy required objects and recognition required subjects, and the Kansen made everything it touched into a subject. He walked through the afternoon forest with this thought and felt it settle into the framework of understanding that Setsuko had helped him build, and it fit, and the fitting was satisfying in the way that things fit when they are true rather than merely convenient. He camped that night in the forest, away from the road, in a clearing he had spotted through the Kansen as unoccupied by anything large, and he made a small, concealed fire and ate a ration bar and read Kurenai's book in the firelight, which was dense with information and written in the hand of someone who had put several hours of careful thought into every page. On the third day the forest into the coastal scrub land that meant the sea was near, and on the afternoon of the third day he came over a rise in the road and saw the sea. He had seen the sea before. The Wave Country mission had included 3 days on the water and considerable time at the coast. But this was different from Wave Country's coastal experience, which had been filtered through the urgency of the mission and the complexity of Zabuza and the specific emotional weight of that assignment. This was just the sea, open and extensive and moving with the constant motion of something that had been at it for a very long time, and was not planning to stop. He stood on the rise and looked at it with the Kansen active, and the sea through the Kansen was extraordinary, every living thing within the water visible in the layered, complex, incredibly dense vital pattern of an entire ocean ecosystem. Creatures he could not see with ordinary eyes showing as signatures in the water, from the surface life to the dimmer, slower patterns of deeper things. And the patterns extended as far as his range and beyond, to the limit of perception and further, and he understood standing there that the world was more alive than any land-based life could quite prepare you for. He needed a boat. He needed a boat and a course and a reason that satisfied a boat's owner without requiring too much explanation. And he stood on the rise above the sea and thought about the practical details of what he was doing, which was the appropriate next step after having processed the profundity. He walked down toward the coastal town below. Chapter 23: The Water. The fisherman's name was Goto, and he was 63 years old, and had the vital pattern of someone who had spent a lifetime in physical work and relationship with the sea. A signature that was weathered in the specific way that things are weathered by consistent honest exposure to elements that neither love them nor wish them harm. He chartered Goto's boat for a price that was fair given the destination's difficulty and the risk involved in navigating the whirlpool approaches, and he told Goto he was a shinobi on a research assignment. Which was true in every meaningful sense, and which Goto accepted with the matter-of-fact practicality of a man who had spent 40 years providing boats to people with business he didn't inquire about because inquiry was not his profession, and the rate compensated for the absence of explanation. They left on the morning tide. Goto navigated with the confidence of decades. He knew the whirlpool approaches the way a forest path through very specific terrain is known, by reading it constantly rather than by having memorized it in advance, because it changed with every tide and every weather system and the specific configuration of the current on any given day. He explained this as they sailed, not because Naruto had asked but in the way of someone who narrates their expertise as they exercise it, the running commentary of a craftsman who has become accustomed to the craft requiring their full attention. Naruto watched the water through the Kansen and saw what the eye showed him about the whirlpools before they were visible, the specific vital pattern of the currents, the way the water's movement showed as a kind of negative space in the marine life's distribution, the creatures clearing the strongest currents in their ancient knowledge of what not to contest. He helped Goto read the approach 3 times by describing what he could see about the water's movement, and Goto gave him one long considering look the first time and then accepted the information the way he accepted wind information from his own instruments, as data to be integrated, and they navigated the outer ring of the whirlpool approaches without incident. The island became visible in the late afternoon of the second day at sea. He stood at the bow and looked at it. It was not large, as islands go. It was the size of a substantial village's footprint, rocky at the exposed sea-facing edges and with the low, broad profile of land that has been shaped by wind over a very long time. The ruins were visible from the water, the broken silhouettes of structures that had been tall enough to leave their skeleton above the vegetation that had grown through them in the decades since the fall. There were many kinds of ruin in the world. Some ruins have the quality of wounds, places where violence has left a specific and continuing absence. Some have the quality of age, the simple dissolution of things that had their time and concluded it. Uzushio, from the water, had both qualities simultaneously, the violence of the fall visible in the irregular, jagged edges of what remained, and the age of 40 years visible in the way the living world had moved into the space that people had left. Goto brought the boat as close to the island's landing shore as the shallowing water allowed, and Naruto transferred to the inflatable boat that Goto had brought for exactly this purpose. Because experienced fishermen who take research shinobi to difficult islands bring the right equipment for the complete job, and rowed the last 200 meters to shore. He stepped onto Uzushio for the first time. The ground was solid and real and covered in the low, coastal grass of an island that got considerable wind, and the ruins began approximately 30 meters from the landing point, the first structures the lower portions of what had been a harbor facility of some kind, walls at knee height or chest height with their tops worn by the years, and the vital pattern of the island through the Kansen was extraordinary. The Uzumaki had been here. The seal structures were in the foundations, in the stone and the soil, in the specific frequency of the island's bedrock chakra, and the Kansen showed him not what those seals were but that they were, the way you can see the structure of a building through fog without being able to read the details of its surface. The island was not inert. It was alive in the way that a building is alive when it has been built well and with intention, and the intention has persisted in the structure even after the builders are gone. He stood at the edge of the ruins and let the Kansen read what the island was willing to show him at first contact, and what it showed him was the frequency he had been working toward for months, the Uzumaki resonance in its environmental rather than personal form, his own chakra and the island's chakra sounding the same note in different registers. And the recognition that passed between them was wordless and complete, and arrived with the force of something that has been waiting a very long time for the right moment to happen. He took a breath. He walked into the ruins. He walked through the harbor facility and through what had been a commercial district and through streets that were now outlines in the vegetation, the ancient paving stones still present under the growth but the life above them having made its own decisions about the available space, and he walked with the Kansen reading everything. Every structure and every remnant seal and every stone that had been placed by someone who was Uzumaki, and had lived here, and had died here or had run from here, and had carried with them the specific knowledge of what this place had been. It took him 40 minutes to find the training ground. The description Setsuko had given him was precise, and the training ground's location relative to the primary gate was exactly as she had said, and the main building's foundation was exactly where she had described, and on the central foundation stone, visible through the Kansen as a brightness that was distinct from the ambient island frequency, was the marker seal. He stood over the marker seal and looked at it through the eye at full pitch and felt it respond to his looking, felt the resonance contact form the way a handshake forms, not one-sided but mutual, the seal reaching back toward the signature that had activated it with the patient purpose of something that has been waiting to do exactly this for 40 years. The foundation seal woke up. It did not do anything dramatic. There was no visible light, no sound, no physical sensation beyond the warmth of the resonance contact deepening and widening, extending from the marker stone through the foundation beneath his feet and through the bedrock below that and throughout the island's seal architecture, the whole interconnected system becoming active around him like a building's lights coming on floor by floor. He sat down cross-legged on the foundation stone. He opened the Kansen to its absolute maximum, every layer of perception fully active, and he let the foundation seal do what Mito had built it to do, which was to teach. The teaching was not words. It was the resonance itself, the specific quality of knowledge transmitted through the shared frequency of the Uzumaki chakra signature, the way understanding sometimes comes not in sequential argument, but in a single moment of apprehension, everything at once, and then the sorting of everything into its proper order after the initial arrival. It came in waves, each wave a layer of the Kansen's capacity, the seeing and the reaching and the stages Setsuko had described and the stages she had not described because Mito had not told her all of them, stages that had been too complex to explain in words, but which transmitted perfectly in resonance. He sat on the foundation stone as the afternoon moved toward evening, and the Kansen deepened in him the way a color deepens when the light improves, becoming more precisely itself, and Uzushio taught him what it had been built to teach. The Goto was waiting in the boat offshore, patient in the way of experienced fishermen who understand that things on land take the time they take, and the sun moved across the sky above the island in the direction it always moved, and the whirlpools moved in their ancient patterns around the island's perimeter, and the ruins held their quality of both violence and age, and in the center of the training ground's main building's foundation, Uzumaki Naruto sat with his eyes silver-white and his breathing slow, and the Maelstrom Eye receiving everything it had always been meant to receive. The night came. He was still sitting when it did. He was not going to move for some time yet. There was a great deal to learn. Chapter 24. The Village Moves. The council convened without him. This was, in the specific accounting of the council's relationship with Uzumaki Naruto, the first time the council had convened to discuss him in his absence rather than his presence, which was a different kind of conversation and produced a different kind of result. When the subject of a discussion is present, the discussion is constrained by the subject's ability to respond, which introduces a kind of friction that often improves the outcome even when it irritates the participants. In the subject's absence, the discussion moves faster and produces conclusions that have the clean, uninterrupted quality of thoughts that have never been tested. The conclusion they produced was, find him. The rationale behind the conclusion was several things held together in the way of council reasoning, which moved from individual concerns to institutional ones and treated the junction between them as settled. Hamura was concerned about strategic asset unaccounted for. Kohara was concerned about precedent, a genin departing without council authorization being a precedent that the council's authority required addressing. The Umbu commander was concerned about operational gaps created by having no knowledge of the subject's location and intentions. The Hokage, present in the diminished capacity of someone who was recovering from something significant, and who did not have the full measure of his usual authority available, raised a point that the council's conclusion did not address but which he put in the record. The point was, has the boy been given any reason to return? Hamura noted that the formal program represented a significant investment in the boy's development, and constituted a reason to return. The Hokage noted that the formal program as proposed represented an investment in Konoha's development of the boy's ability, which was a different thing, and that the distinction between these two formulations had apparently been clear enough to a 12-year-old to motivate an unplanned departure, which suggested it was a distinction worth taking seriously. The council moved on. The search assignment was given to an Umbu team, specifically to the team that included Crow, whose familiarity with the subject's behavioral patterns was considered an asset in the search. The assignment brief included instructions to locate without engaging unless engagement was necessary for safe return. Crow read the assignment brief and went to the mission archive and pulled the navigational charts for the Whirlpool Country approach routes and sat with them for a long time. Crow had been watching Naruto for most of a year. In that time, Crow had seen someone develop an extraordinary ability with the patience and the discipline of someone who had learned that the world rarely gave you what you needed and had decided that this was useful information rather than an insurmountable obstacle. Crow had read the council's conclusion and the assignment brief and had thought, with the practiced analytical clarity of someone who had been in this profession long enough to recognize certain patterns, that what was being described as a search for a missing genin was actually a search for a person who had made a coherent decision and was acting on it. And that search assignments of that kind did not always produce outcomes that benefited either the searcher or the searched. Crow filed the mission acceptance and prepared to depart. But the Umbu operative called Crow was also, beneath the mask and the designation and the professional detachment, a person with their own judgment, and a person who had watched for a year and had come to certain conclusions about the situation's shape and about what the right outcome looked like, and those conclusions were not entirely aligned with the council's assignment brief. This was the kind of internal tension that was not unusual in the Umbu. The work required a judgment that was at once completely in service to the village and completely personal, and those two requirements were not always pointing in the same direction. Crow departed the next morning. Meanwhile, Kurenai received a visit from the Umbu commander. She received it with the composure of someone who had prepared to receive it, which the commander noted, and which Kurenai did not feel the need to pretend she hadn't. They sat in her apartment and discussed the matter of the equipment she had provided to a departing genin, and she answered the commander's questions with the complete honesty of someone who had decided in advance that complete honesty was strategically correct in this situation. Because a jonin with 8 years of service record who had provided supplies to a heritage research mission was a very different legal and institutional matter from a jonin who had been deceptive about providing those supplies. She told the commander what she had given him, and why. She told the commander about Setsuko and about the records office, and about the months of training she had observed from a distance. She did not tell the commander about the communication seal, because the communication seal was her private property key to her personal chakra signature, and its existence was not something the mission archive would have any record of. The commander listened, took notes, thanked her for her cooperation. At the door, the commander paused. "What did you think of him?" the commander asked. Which was not a standard part of a debrief, and which suggested that the commander was asking as a person rather than as an official. "I think he's exactly what he appears to be," Kunoichi said. "Which is unusual. And I think what he appears to be is considerably more significant than this village has treated him as." The commander nodded and left. Kunoichi sat in her apartment and thought about the communication disc, which she had keyed to a specific chakra frequency, and about the quality of a resonance contact that could carry information between very large distances if the practitioner was developed enough, and she thought that the council had, by moving immediately to a search assignment rather than to the alternative the Hokage had suggested, which was giving the subject a reason to return, possibly foreclose the outcome that would serve everyone best. She thought about what she had said to him at the gate. Come back with something worth the leaving. She hoped he would have the time to find it. Chapter 25. What the Foundation Gives. The Foundation seal taught him for 3 days. He did not sleep during those 3 days, which was notable, because he was 12 years old and had not previously gone 3 days without sleep and would not have thought it was possible. But what the Foundation seal transmitted was not the kind of thing that required the ordinary processing of ordinary experience. It did not exhaust him. It filled him, the way a container fills, steadily and with the increasing weight of capacity approaching fullness, and his body's ordinary requirements seemed to step aside for the duration in the way that ordinary physical needs sometimes do when the thing the body is engaged with is sufficiently fundamental. Goto waited offshore for 2 days and then went back to the coastal town and told the person at the dock that the shinobi was still on the island and had arranged to be collected in 10 days, which was what Naruto had told him might happen, with the specific foresight of someone who had done enough research about the Foundation seal to know that its transmission process was not quick. The island was unchanged around him during those 3 days. The whirlpools maintained their ancient rhythms. The coastal birds moved through their routines. The ruins held their quality and the seal architecture pulsed with the steady warmth of something doing the thing it was built to do, which was transmit what the founding Uzumaki had embedded in it to anyone with the resonance to receive it. What he received, sorted into its proper order after the initial arrival, was this. The seeing stage, at its full development, was not simply the perception of chakra signatures. It was the perception of pattern at every level of living complexity, from the cellular to the atmospheric, the way a very refined sense of smell can distinguish between individual components in a complex mixture. He had been at the early stages of this, reading vital patterns with increasing subtlety. The Foundation seal gave him the full architecture, not the ability itself. The ability was already in him and had been deepening on its own, but the conceptual framework for understanding everything the ability could show him, the complete vocabulary for what he had been perceiving without adequate language. The reaching stage, at its full development, was precisely as relational as Mito's letter had said. It was not a drain deployed on a target. It was a conversation between vital patterns, and the outcome of the conversation, who gave and who received and how much in which direction, was determined by the nature of the contact rather than by the intention of the practitioner alone. The practitioner's intention set the frequency. But what the contact found at that frequency was always a mutual thing, always two vital patterns recognizing each other, and the recognition had its own quality that could not be entirely commanded. What this meant in practical terms was that the drain was not absolute. You could not drain something that did not in some sense consent to being drained, not in the conscious sense of consent but in the vital pattern sense, the level at which the body's life force made its own decisions. Strong vital patterns, people with complete self-possession and clear vital identity, were harder to drain than disrupted ones, because their vital pattern's coherence resisted the resonance contact. The disrupted and the fearful and the internally conflicted were the easiest to drain, which was an ethical fact as much as a technical one, and the giving stage, which was the aspect of the ruling capacity he had been least clear on, was not the augmentation of another person's chakra in the way he had been thinking of it. It was the direct transmission of vital pattern quality, not just chakra volume but the specific character of it, the same way that a musician could transmit not just sound but emotion through the specific quality of their playing. What this meant was that the giving, done correctly, could not simply overload a recipient. Done correctly, it matched the recipient's pattern and supported it, filled it at the correct frequency, the way a missing instrument's part fills a chord rather than drowning it. He understood this. He understood it completely. The failed augmentation of his clone weeks ago had failed not because he had given too much volume but because he had given at the wrong frequency, forcing his own enormous pattern into a replica that was already resonating at its own frequency. And the mismatch was what had caused the overload, not the quantity. The ruling capacity, at its full theoretical development, was the simultaneous management of multiple resonance contacts, each maintained at the correct frequency for each recipient or target, each individually calibrated, the whole arrangement held as a living composite in the practitioner's attention. Kenta at the battlefield had managed 200 contacts simultaneously. Mito had managed considerably more in the course of her long life, in applications that were not military but medical and educational, and what the Foundation seal called nurturing, the specific Uzumaki application of the giving aspect to the development of people under their care. He sat with all of this on the third day as the transmission completed, and the Foundation seal settled back into its ambient warmth, its task fulfilled, and the island resumed its ordinary quality around him, the birds and the wind and the constant sound of the whirlpools at their work. He was not the same person who had sat down on this stone 3 days ago, not dramatically different in the way of sudden transformations, not changed in his values or his character or his fundamental quality. But the ability had deepened into something that was now fully articulated rather than partially developed, and the knowledge of its complete framework was available to him in the way that understanding something completely is different from understanding it mostly, the way a map of a territory is useful and a complete map of a territory is a different kind of useful. He stood. His legs had stiffened, which was the most ordinary sensation he had felt in 3 days, and he stretched them with the careful attention of a body reminding itself it was physical, and he looked around the training grounds ruins in the morning light of the third day. He was going to stay, not because he had more to learn from the Foundation seal, which had given everything it had. He was going to stay because the island itself was a resource that had not been exhausted by the transmission, because the seal architecture in the bedrock was a living library of Uzumaki technique that extended well beyond the Kansen, and because the physical fact of the ruins, the stone and the structures and the specific geography of a place that had been built by his people, and which had been waiting for someone who belonged to it, was something that could not be carried away. He was going to stay and he was going to learn and he was going to build something here. Not yet. Not alone. Not without the people that any rebuilding required. But he was going to stay. He walked down to the shore and looked out at the water, and far offshore, at the edge of visibility, Goto's boat was a small shape against the morning horizon, waiting as agreed. He had 10 days. He had, he thought, the rest of his life. He went back into the ruins and began walking their grid, systematically, one section at a time, with the Kansen reading every structure and every remnant seal and every stone that the Uzumaki had placed with their specific, architecturally precise understanding of how chakra moved through space. And he learned the island's layout the way you learn the face of someone you intend to know for a long time. He learned it carefully, with the full attention of someone who has understood what Mito's letter meant when it said that the Kansen was relational. He attended to Uzushio the way you attend to something you are in relationship with. The island, in the specific and wordless way of places that have been loved and lost and found again, attended to him in return. The whirlpools moved. The wind came in from the sea. The ruins held their quality, and the seals in the bedrock held their warmth, and in the training ground the marker stones still glowed with the specific patient light of something that had finished its work and was content with what it had done. Somewhere out in the elemental nations, an Umbutine with good navigational charts was heading toward the whirlpool country. Somewhere in Konoha, A council was deliberating. Somewhere in a hospital room, an old Hokage was thinking about a question he had asked and about whether any of the available answers were ones he would be satisfied with. On Uzushio, Uzumaki Naruto was walking the ruins of his people's home with the Maelstrom Eye at full pitch, and his notebook open and his intention as clear as anything had ever been. He was building something. He had only just started. Act 3, The Ones Who Come. Chapter 26, What Ruin Remembers. The ruins were a more complete record than he had anticipated. He had expected rubble. He had expected the kind of destruction that invasion leaves behind, the collapsed walls and burned foundations and deliberate desecration that armies perform on places they want to unmake from memory, as well as from geography. He had expected absence where structure had been. What he found instead was something more complicated and, in its complication, more useful. The invasion of Uzushio had been 40 years ago, and the people who had destroyed it had not been interested in archaeology afterward. They had come with specific military objectives, which were to eliminate the Uzumaki as a fighting force and to prevent the clan's signature sealing techniques from becoming available to Konoha's enemies, and they had pursued those objectives with the focused violence of a coordinated assault. But a coordinated assault on a target that is also an inhabited city destroys the city's surface without necessarily reaching its foundations, and the Uzumaki had been a clan whose most significant work was done at the level of foundations. The seal architecture in the bedrock was the most immediate evidence of this. He walked the island systematically, section by section, with the Kansen reading the ground as much as the structures above it, and what the eye showed him was a network of chakra-active seal structures that ran through the island's stone like a root system. Interconnected and self-reinforcing and built with the specific redundancy of people who had understood that the structures they were building might someday need to function without anyone to maintain them. The network was not one thing but many things operating in concert. He identified, over the first 10 days of systematic survey, at least 11 distinct functional categories of seal architecture. There were the preservation seals, which had kept certain structures from deteriorating at the normal rate, and which explained why some of the buildings he found were more intact than 40 years of coastal weather should have allowed. There were the barrier foundations, the remnants of a defensive seal network that had been damaged but not destroyed, whose framework was still present in the bedrock even if its active layers had collapsed. There were the storage seals, which he found embedded in walls and floors throughout the residential and administrative districts, each one a sealed space that required an Uzumaki chakra key to open, each one he opened with a combination of apprehension and the specific excitement of someone pulling something from a fire that the fire had not consumed. He opened 37 storage seals in the first 10 days. What they contained was a record of a people who had understood, in the years before the attack, that what was coming was coming. Not with the precise foreknowledge of prophecy but with the practical foreknowledge of a population watching the political weather of the elemental nations and understanding what that weather was building toward. They had been sealing things for preservation long before the attack came, which was why the storage seals contained not just the random accumulations of normal life but the specific, selected, deliberately preserved contents of people who were choosing what mattered enough to save. Scrolls. Hundreds of them, when he had counted the ones he found in the first week alone. Sealing theory documents in the formal academic tradition of the Uzumaki scholarly practice, which had apparently been as developed as their combat traditions and less well documented in external sources precisely because no one who destroyed a people bothers to catalog what they knew before burning it. Medical texts written in the Uzumaki tradition, which had significant overlap with what Tsunade had developed in her own medical ninjutsu work. He recognized some of the underlying theory from Kurenai's compiled book, and made a note that the connection was worth understanding more deeply. Historical records, personal journals, and, in 3 of the larger storage seals located in what had been the clan compound's administrative center, something he had not expected but which arrived with a weight that required him to sit down for a while before he could continue, the Uzumaki clan's complete genealogical record. It was a seal structure rather than a document, an active chakra record that responded to the Kansen and displayed its contents in a form he could read through the eye's perception, names and vital pattern records and family connections stretching back to the founding of the clan and forward to within a decade of the fall. And the record was not complete because records never survive catastrophe completely. But what was there was enough to be read as a population, a people organized into the specific complex network of a community that had been building itself for generations. He found his own name in it. Not directly. The genealogical record did not have an entry for him because he had been born after the fall, and the record ended before his birth. But the record had an entry for Uzumaki Kushina, who was listed as the daughter of a specific household in the clan's secondary lineage, and the entry included the standard information of the record's format, birth date, and clan position and training record and, at the bottom, a status notation that had been added in a different hand from the main entry. A hand that was hurried and smaller than the record keeper's formal notation. The notation said, "Departed for Konoha? Alive. Status of Kansen, confirmed carrier." He sat with the genealogical record for a long time. His mother had the Kansen and carrier status, which was the term the records used for someone who carried the bloodline potential without having manifested the dojutsu. The carrier could pass it on. The carrier's children might manifest it or might not, depending on the combination of bloodlines, and the record showed him, with the specific clarity of a comprehensive genealogical database, that the Kansen manifested fully in approximately 1 in 4 Uzumaki born to 2 carrier parents, and in approximately 1 in 12 born to 1 carrier parent, and 1 non-Uzumaki parent. He was that 1 in 12. He closed the genealogical record gently and sat in the ruined administrative center with the afternoon coming through the gaps in the ceiling and thought about what it meant to be 1 in 12 of something that had already lost most of the 12. He was not the last. The record showed him other carrier status Uzumaki who had departed Uzushio before the fall, scattered in the directions that the political weather of their time had pushed them, and most of them were old enough now that the question of whether they were still alive was a probability calculation rather than a certainty. But most of them was not all of them. He added a section to his notebook. He titled it, "People to Find." He wrote the names the genealogical record gave him for Uzumaki who had been confirmed absent from the island at the time of the fall. He wrote the last known destinations. He wrote the approximate ages they would be now if they were alive. He wrote the notation that several of them had had children whose carrier status was either confirmed or probable. He wrote all of this in the careful, organized handwriting he had developed over the months of practice, and he felt the shape of what he was doing take on a dimension it had not had before, more specific, more real, less like a concept and more like a task that had a beginning that could be located and a middle that could be worked through and an end that could, if the work was done correctly, be reached. When Goto returned on the 10th day, Naruto was standing at the shore with his pack and with several sealed scrolls that he had transferred to waterproof storage, and he had a different quality than the one he had brought to the island 10 days ago. Quieter in some ways and more present in others, the specific quality of someone who has received a great deal and has organized it, and knows what they intend to do with it. "Back to the coast?" Goto said, with the economy of a man who considers conversation a tool like any other, to be used when useful. "Back to the coast," Naruto agreed. "And then I'd like to discuss a longer arrangement." Goto looked at him. "What kind of arrangement?" "Regular passage. I'll need to come back here frequently. And I'll need passage between several other points on a timeline I can't specify precisely in advance." He met the older man's steady, weathered gaze. "I can pay well. And I don't bring trouble, if that's the question underneath the question." Goto considered this with the thoroughness of someone who makes decisions by weight rather than by speed. "Define well," he said. Naruto named a figure that was approximately twice the going rate for comparable charter work, which was the rate at which regular clients stopped being negotiated with and started being accommodated. Goto nodded. "I can do regular passage," he said. "Within reason." They went back to the boat. The whirlpools moved. The island receded behind them with its ruins and its seal architecture, and its genealogical record and its 37 open storage seals and its foundation seal resting in its accomplished warmth, and Naruto sat in the bow and watched it go, and thought about what came next. What came next was finding people. He had, for the first time, a specific understanding of what finding the right people meant, and what it would require. He had the Kansen at a development level that allowed him to read vital patterns with the precision and nuance of the seeing stage's full capacity. He knew what he was looking for. And he had, in the genealogical records names and a list in his notebook, the beginning of where to look. The water moved around the boat, and the island shrank to a shape on the horizon and then to nothing, and ahead of him the coast was a line of darker color at the edge of the sea. He was going back out into the world. He intended to bring things back from it. Chapter 27, Crow. The Umbu operative called Crow found him on the 12th day after he had left Konoha, in the coastal town where Goto's boat was docked, sitting at a table outside a tea house with a bowl of rice and a notebook open in front of him, and the specific unhurried quality of someone who is not hiding. He had known Crow was coming. Not because he had been told, not because any specific information had reached him, but because the Kansen had shown him, over the course of the past 2 days of travel, a vital pattern that had been maintaining a consistent following distance through the agricultural districts and the forest roads, a pattern that had the professional, disciplined quality of someone who knew how to follow without being seen, and who had been at it long enough that the discipline was habitual. He had not tried to lose the tail, because losing a tail requires energy, and creates an adversarial dynamic, and he was not yet certain that the adversarial dynamic was the right one. He had maintained his pace and his direction and his ordinary behavior and let the follower follow, and when he had reached the coastal town, and eaten his dinner and sat down to organize his notes, he had positioned himself at an outdoor table that faced the street and activated the Kansen to its full seeing capacity and waited. Crow sat down across from him. It was the mask he had learned to associate with Crow from Kurenai's careful non-descriptions, the Crow mask, dark and precise, and the vital pattern beneath the mask was the one he had been reading at a following distance for 2 days, and now that it was close and unmoving he could read it properly. The vital pattern of the Umbu operative called Crow was one of the more interesting vital patterns he had encountered, organized with the layered professional precision of someone who had spent years developing the capacity for concealment. But underneath the professional layers there was something that had a quality he had learned to associate with what Setsuko called internally divided. A person whose vital pattern center was not aligned with the surface expression. Not deception in the malicious sense. A person who was doing one thing while believing something else, and who was aware of the dissonance, and had not yet resolved it. "You've been following me for 2 days, Naruto said. "Yes. You found me faster than I expected." "Navigational charts," Crow said. "An inference. You're not difficult to follow when you're not trying to be lost." "I wasn't trying to be lost," Naruto agreed. "I was waiting to see who would follow, and why before I decided how to respond." A pause. On the street, the coastal town went about its afternoon business, fishermen and merchants, and the ordinary commerce of a place that connected land to water. Crow sat in the specific stillness of professional composure, and looked at him through the mask. "The assignment is to locate and return you to Konoha for a formal council session," Crow said. Which was not evasive, which was not the framing of someone who was committed to the assignment's conclusion. It was the statement of someone describing a situation they have been tasked with managing, which was a different register. "I see," Naruto said. "What's your assessment of how that goes?" "Meaning? If you return me to Konoha for a formal council session, what happens at the council session?" Crow was quiet for a moment. "The council formalizes the program they proposed, with additional provisions that account for the departure, which they'll frame as unauthorized absence but which carry implications for future operational freedom. And if I refuse the council's program at the formal session?" Another pause longer. "Then the conversation becomes more difficult." He looked at Crow's vital pattern and read the internal division with the precision that the Foundation seal had given him, and what he found at the center of the division was something he had not expected but which, once he saw it, was completely legible. Crow had been watching him for a year. A year of watching had produced a perspective, and the perspective had produced a conclusion, and the conclusion was not entirely consistent with the assignment brief. "What do you actually think should happen?" he asked. Crow went very still. Stillness in a vital pattern, as opposed to stillness in a body, was the specific quality of someone who has been asked a question they have been asking themselves and who has an answer they have not decided whether to give. "I think," Crow said, slowly and with the specific care of someone choosing each word for its precision, "that you have developed something significant, and that you have developed it correctly, and that what you are doing on the island is what should be done with it." I think the Council's proposal would compromise the development in ways that serve the institution rather than the ability. And I think that a year of observation has produced in me a fairly strong opinion about which of those priorities matters more. Naruto sat with this. He looked at the tea house table and the notebook and the bowl of rice, and then at the mask across from him. Why are you telling me this? Because I was assigned to find you and return you. I found you. The returning part involves a decision on both our parts, and I'd rather make that decision with accurate information on the table than make it through a chase that wastes both our time and ends where it ends regardless. He thought about Kunoichi, who had also made a decision with accurate information and who had the service record and the professional standing to manage its consequences. He thought about what it meant for an UMBU operative to have the conversation that Crow was currently having, in a coastal town in broad daylight, with the subject of their assignment. What would happen to you, he said carefully, if you went back to Konoha without me? A difficult conversation with the UMBU commander, Crow said. Followed by a period of reassignment review. Followed, if my assessment of the situation is considered professionally sound, by a return to active service. A pause. It has happened before. Field assessments that diverge from assignment briefs are not unprecedented in the UMBU. They are simply uncomfortable. And your assessment of the situation is? That the subject is not a missing genin requiring retrieval. The subject is a shinobi of significant independent capacity who is engaged in legitimate heritage research with implications for the village's long-term interests, and that the appropriate Konoha response is to establish a communication channel rather than a retrieval operation. He looked at Crow for a long moment. I have a communication channel, he said. Kunoichi. It's keyed to my chakra signature. Two-way. I know, Crow said. I have access to her debrief. Then tell the UMBU commander that the channel exists. Tell him that I am engaged in legitimate Uzumaki heritage research on Uzushio with materials recovered from the clan's storage seal network. Tell him that I am not operating against Konoha's interests, and do not intend to. Tell him that when I have completed what I need to complete, I will return and that the channel is available if genuine urgent communication is required before then. Crow considered this. That is a message the commander may not receive well. The commander is going to have to decide what kind of relationship Konoha wants to have with what I'm building, Naruto said. The council's proposal was one option. This is another. The channel Kunoichi created gives them access to me if the situation genuinely requires it. That's more than most independent operators provide when they're working outside village borders. Another pause, longer than the previous ones. What are you building? Crow asked. Not as part of the assignment. The question had a different quality, the quality of a person asking something they actually want to know. He thought about how much to say. He thought about what Sasuke had told him at the very beginning, figure out what it does before you tell anyone. He thought about the genealogical record and the names in his notebook, and the storage seals and the Foundation seal's completed transmission. Something that should have existed for 40 years and didn't, he said. And something that Konoha doesn't have a framework for, which is part of why the Council's proposal doesn't work. They want to integrate it into an existing framework, and it doesn't fit any existing framework. It requires its own framework. Crow sat with that for a moment. Then, unexpectedly, the UMBU operative did something that UMBU operatives rarely did in the field, which was remove the mask. The face beneath it was a woman's face, older than he had expected, perhaps 35, with the specific quality of someone who has spent a decade doing difficult things in the dark and has developed a certain forthright quality in the moments when darkness is not the required mode. Her eyes were dark and clear and looked at him with the complete attention he associated with people who were genuinely listening rather than preparing to respond. My name is Natsuki, she said. Which was, in the context of UMBU procedure, a significant disclosure. I've been watching you since before the Chunin exams. I filed every report. And I want you to know that the reports I filed were accurate, and that what I wrote about you in them was what I believed and not what would have been convenient to write. He looked at her. He looked at her vital pattern, which was now fully readable without the mask's professional layers, and what he found was exactly what she had described, a person who had done her job accurately, and who had arrived at a conclusion that the job's assignment did not accommodate. I know, he said. Thank you for that. She held his gaze for a moment. Then she put the mask back on. I'll go back and give your message, she said. And my professional assessment, which is what I just told you it was. The commander will make his decision. I'll make the case that the communication channel is adequate for Konoha's interests in the current situation. Thank you, he said again. She stood. She looked at him one more time, in the way of someone who is committing something to memory for its own sake rather than for any operational purpose. Then she turned and walked back into the town, and her vital pattern receded through the Kansen as she moved away, professional and contained, and underneath the containment quietly certain of what she had just done. He sat at the table for a while after she had gone, eating the rest of his rice and looking at his notebook, and he thought about what Mito's letter had said about building something that the world could not categorize as a threat because it did not fit the shapes that threats take. He was not building a threat. He was building something older than threats. He was building the shape of a people who had been unmade and who, in the specific and patient way of things that are rooted deeply enough, were going to come back. He paid for his tea. He picked up his notebook. He walked back toward the dock, where Goto was cleaning equipment with the methodical attention of a craftsman who believes in the things that last. He had people to find. Chapter 28, Tayuya. The first person he found was not someone from the genealogical record. He found her in a border town between the Fire Country and the Rice Field Country, which was the country that had reorganized itself around Otogekure in the years since Orochimaru had established his presence there. The border town had the quality of places that exist between things, either entirely one thing nor the other, with a mixed population of people who had reasons not to be completely anywhere, and an economy built around the traffic of those reasons. He found her because the Kansen found her. He had been walking through the town's market quarter, which was his standard approach to new locations, moving through the most densely populated area with the Kansen at its passive setting, reading the aggregate vital pattern of a crowd the way you read weather, not individual signatures but the overall quality, the town's collective vital texture. And in the aggregate he had found something that was different, the way a single instrument in an orchestra is different from the wash of sound, a vital pattern that had a specific quality he had learned to recognize as a marker of interest. The quality was suppression. Not the natural suppression of someone who was simply reserved or private, not the professional suppression of a trained shinobi. The suppression of someone who had been crushed from above and had developed the compressed, inward-turned vital pattern of a person whose energy had been turned against itself by sustained external pressure. He had read this pattern in the records office clerk and in Hinata before her match and in several of the students at the academy during the exam preliminaries. Always the same configuration, always the signature of capability that had been taught to take up less space than it required. He followed the signature through the market to a stall selling musical instruments, where a young woman of approximately his own age was examining a flute with the specific attention of someone who understood what they were looking at. She was wearing traveling clothes, nothing that identified her affiliation, and her hair was red, which was the first detail he noticed, and which had nothing to do with the Kansen but which arrived with its own significance, because red hair was the Uzumaki marker, the visible expression of the specific bloodline that he carried. And the genealogical record had shown him that the red hair did not always accompany the Kansen but that the Kansen never appeared without the bloodline, and the bloodline's most visible marker was the hair. He stood at the edge of the market stall and activated the Kansen to its full seeing capacity, and looked at her properly. Her vital pattern was the most remarkable thing he had encountered outside Uzushio. The suppression was the first layer, but underneath it the pattern was enormous. Not his kind of enormous, not the immense weather pattern volume that made his chakra visible to anyone with chakra sense, but the specific enormousness of great potential that has been compressed into a small space by years of pressure, and the quality of the pattern underneath the suppression was one he recognized from the genealogical record. It had the Uzumaki frequency. Not fully, not with the clear resonance of someone who had manifested the Kansen, but present, the way a carrier's vital pattern carries it, the bloodline present and active and not yet expressed as the Dojutsu. She was Uzumaki. He thought about the Sound 5, which was the intelligence that the Konoha Jonin had been discussing in the weeks after the invasion, the 5 personal guards of Orochimaru who had been deployed during the invasion, and 2 of whom had not survived it. He thought about a young woman with red hair and an Uzumaki vital pattern who was currently in a border town between the Fire Country and the Sound Country, traveling without identifying insignia, examining a flute with the attention of someone for whom music was a serious thing rather than an entertainment. He walked up to the stall. She noticed him before he spoke, which told him that her awareness was high despite everything the suppression implied about her circumstances. She turned and looked at him with the specific guarded assessment of someone who had learned that unknown people approaching were a category to be evaluated before being engaged with. Her eyes went to his hair. Then to his eyes, where the Kansen was active and the silver-white color was visible. He had not bothered to deactivate it when he walked toward her, because the color was the most efficient way to begin the conversation he needed to have. She stared at the color for a long moment. "You're Uzumaki," she said. Her voice had an edge in it, not hostility but the quality of a person who has learned to put edges in their voice because edges are safer than softness in most circumstances they have encountered. "Yes," he said. "So are you." She looked at him for another moment. The stall vendor was watching them both with the professional disinterest of a market vendor who has learned that the transactions that require the most observation are usually the ones that don't involve his merchandise. "Come on," she said, and walked away from the stall without waiting to see if he would follow, which he did, because it was the right response to that kind of statement from that kind of person. They found a quieter section of the market, a covered walkway between two larger stalls where the noise was muffled and no one was immediately adjacent. She turned and crossed her arms and looked at him with those assessing eyes and the vital pattern suppressed over its own potential like a fist clenched over something valuable. "What do you want?" she said. "First, I want to know if you're all right," he said. "Second, I want to tell you about something. And then I want to ask you what you want to do." She looked like she had been prepared for a number of possible opening statements, and this had not been among them. The guard in her expression did not lower, but it shifted, the way a defensive posture shifts when the thing it was defending against does not arrive in the expected form. "I'm functional," she said, which was not the same as all right but which was honest. "What's the second thing?" He told her about Uzushio. He told her about the genealogical record and the storage seals and the foundation seal, and what the island was. He told her about the Kansen and about what he had spent the past months learning and about what the vital pattern frequency in her bloodline meant in terms of her heritage and her potential. He told her these things in the direct, organized way he had developed for important conversations, not rushing but not circling either. She listened without interrupting, which told him that underneath the edge and the suppression there was a quality of attention that was both disciplined and genuinely engaged. He watched her vital pattern through the Kansen as he talked and saw the suppression ease by degrees as the information arrived, not because she was letting her guard down, which was a different thing, but because the content of what he was saying was doing something to the compressed pattern underneath, the way sun does something to ice, not melting it suddenly but beginning the process that melting requires. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. "The sound organization," she said. "You know who I am." "I have a guess," he said. "You don't have to confirm it." "Tayuya," she said. Which was confirmation and also, in the context of who Tayuya was and what she had been involved in, a considerable disclosure. "I was with Orochimaru's personal guard. I'm not anymore. Kabuto's people came after the organization fragmented after the invasion, and I decided that loyalty to an organization that no longer exists is not a binding obligation." "I agree with that," he said. "I'm a missing mean from a village that is itself currently in a state of collapse," she said, laying out the facts of her situation with the specific practicality of someone who has been living with those facts long enough to have catalogued them. "Which means technically I'm a missing mean from no particular jurisdiction, which is an interesting legal ambiguity." "It is," he agreed. She looked at him with those assessing eyes, and through the Kansen her vital pattern was doing the thing he had learned to read as a decision being formed, the specific configuration of a person who is organizing available information into a conclusion and preparing to commit to it. "What would it mean," she said carefully, "to go to Uzushio?" "It would mean you're Uzumaki and you're going to where the Uzumaki are rebuilding," he said. "It would mean your missing mean status from a dissolved entity becomes irrelevant by context. It would mean hard work and uncertain timelines and no guarantee of anything except that I'm serious about what I'm building and that your bloodline means you belong there more than you belong anywhere else currently on offer." She was quiet for another moment. What's the dojutsu actually do? She said. The thing with your eyes. It lets me read vital patterns. And reach into them. Drain or give. Precisely at full development. Can you read mine right now? Yes. What does it say? He looked at her vital pattern and he read it with the full capacity of what the Foundation seal had given him, the compressed potential and the suppression and the Uzumaki frequency and the thing underneath all of that, which was the specific quality that he had come to recognize in himself and in the genealogical records carrier notations. The quality of someone whose bloodline was active and waiting for the circumstance that would let it be what it was. It says you've been carrying something alone for a long time, he said. And that you're very tired of it. And that the bloodline is real and it's waiting. And that you're probably going to say yes. She looked at him for a long, still moment. Then she looked away, at the covered walkway ceiling, and exhaled. I play flute, she said. In case that matters. The Uzumaki had a strong musical tradition, he said. It's in the historical records. Sound as a sealing medium. She lowered her gaze back to him, and the assessment in it had a different quality now. Something that was not yet warmth, but which was in the territory adjacent to warmth, the specific territory of someone who has recognized something as real and is beginning to allow themselves to respond to it. When do we go? She said. Chapter 29, What Taiyuya Carries. They traveled back toward the coast over the course of 3 days. And in those 3 days he learned several things about Taiyuya that the vital pattern had shown him in outline, and which the actual experience of her presence filled in with specificity. She was, underneath the edges, extraordinarily competent. She moved like someone who had been trained rigorously and who had integrated the training into the body rather than keeping it as something separate from the self, the specific quality of physical capability that had become habitual. She had a strategic intelligence that she deployed primarily defensively, which was the mark of someone who had spent their development in an environment where offense was others' prerogative, and her job was to survive it. She talked when she talked. She did not talk all the time, which he found comfortable, but when she talked directly and without the habit of softening that some people use to cushion their words for easier reception. She said what she meant, which was a quality he associated with people who had been in situations where imprecision was dangerous. She asked about the Kansen on the second day, the specific questions of someone who had been thinking about something overnight, and had organized their thinking into specific questions that she wanted precise answers to. Can you drain without contact? She asked. Yes. Range is approximately 80 meters in full perception. The reach extends further if the target's vital pattern is significantly disrupted or weakened. Does the target know they're being drained? He considered this. The drain itself is not physically painful. You feel a specific fatigue that comes on quickly if the drain is significant. In a combat situation, someone being drained at a moderate rate would likely attribute the fatigue to exertion rather than the correct cause, at least initially. And the thing you do with Uzumaki carriers, she said? The frequency you mentioned. Can you activate that? I can't activate your bloodline, he said. The Kansen doesn't work that way. It can read and affect existing vital pattern, but it can't change the fundamental structure of what's there. He paused. What I can do is support the natural development of what's already in your vital pattern by giving at the correct frequency. Not creating something that isn't there. Providing conditions for something that is there to develop more fully. She processed this. They were walking through the southern forest districts, the canopy overhead doing its slow, patient work, and the vital pattern of the forest moved around them in the Kansen's passive sight with its usual immense, indifferent generosity. The sound-based techniques I use, she said. They work through chakra transmission in the sound wave. Which is a kind of resonance. He looked at her. I've always thought of it as a separate thing, she said. The technique and the bloodline. But if the bloodline's whole approach is resonance, they might not be separate, he said. No, she agreed. They might not be. She was quiet for a while after that, with the specific quality of someone who has made a connection that is going to take time to fully explore. She told him about Orochimaru on the third day, not everything, not the things that were hers to keep, but enough to understand the shape of what she had been part of, and what it had cost her, and what she had decided was worth keeping from it, and what she had decided she was done carrying. She told it with the specific economy of someone who has processed a thing enough to report on it without being consumed by the reporting, and he listened the way Setsuko had taught him to listen, with his full attention and without preparing his response until she was finished. He was interested in the bloodline, she said toward the end. Orochimaru. He knew I was Uzumaki. He ran tests. He was looking for the dojutsu. He didn't find it, Naruto said. Obviously not. Or I wouldn't be walking through a forest with you. A pause. He thought the dojutsu had to manifest in a specific way, through specific stressors. He tried to create those stressors. He did not ask what the stressors had been. The suppression in her vital pattern, the compression of enormous potential into a small and defended space, was itself a record of what the stressors had been, more precise than any description. He was wrong about the mechanism, Naruto said. The Kansen doesn't emerge from stress. It emerges from what Uzumaki Mido called listening. From treating your own chakra as a conversation partner. Tayuya was quiet for a moment. That's why it didn't work. Yes. She looked at the forest, and he looked at her vital pattern, and what he saw in it was the suppression responding to this information the way a fist responds when it learns that what it was protecting does not require a fist, slowly, with the specific reluctance of something that has been in one position for so long that even the relief of release requires careful management. Will you try the giving? She asked. On the island? The thing you described. If you want me to, he said. Not to force anything. Just to provide conditions. She nodded once, the nod of someone who has made a decision and is not going to second-guess it. Yes, she said. I'd like to know what's in there. They reached the coast the following afternoon, and Goto's boat was at the dock, and Goto looked at Tayuya with the professional and curiosity of someone who has decided that his business is transportation and not judgment, and they arranged passage and put out on the morning tide. On the water, Tayuya sat at the bow and looked at the sea with an expression he could not entirely read from the outside, though the Kansen gave him its version, which was the vital pattern of someone who was looking at an open horizon for the first time after a long period in which the horizon had been managed for them, and who was not yet sure what to do with the openness but who intended to find out. Chapter 30. The Island Receives. Uzushio received them with the quality of a place that has been waiting. He had felt this on his first arrival and had attributed it partly to the Foundation Seal's active state, and partly to the specific emotional weight of arriving at a place you had spent months preparing to find. But Tayuya felt it too. He could see it in her vital pattern, the specific resonance of the island's ambient chakra reaching toward the Uzumaki frequency in her bloodline and finding it, the contact between the seal architecture in the bedrock and the latent potential in her vital pattern that was the specific recognition of kin finding kin. She stood at the shore for a moment when they landed, with her traveling bag over one shoulder and her flute case on the other, and she looked at the ruins with an expression that was not what he had expected from her, which was the sharp, assessing look she applied to most things. The expression was something quieter and more unguarded, the expression that appears on faces when something reaches past the guard and touches something underneath. I didn't expect it to feel like this, she said. What does it feel like? She thought about it for a moment. Like something I didn't know I was missing, but now I know what it would have been like to have it. He understood. He had had a version of the same feeling, though his had arrived through the Kansen's direct resonance rather than the ambient frequency, and the difference in mechanism did not make the experience less similar. He showed her the island over the following days, walking its sections with her, explaining what the structures had been and what the seal architecture in their foundations was doing and what the storage seals contained. She was a good audience for this, attentive and asking questions that pushed him to be more precise in his explanations, which was itself useful because it improved the precision of his own understanding of what he was describing. She found the musical instrument storage on the second day. It was in a section of the residential district that he had catalogued but not fully explored, a moderate-sized storage seal embedded in what had been a practice room, and when he opened it the contents were a collection of instruments in various states of preservation, the ones in best condition being those that had been wrapped in preservation seal paper before storage. Wind instruments primarily, which made sense given the Uzumaki's known tradition of sound-based technique, and among them 3 flutes, each of a quality that Taiyuya recognized immediately with the specific precision of expertise. She picked up the closest of the three and held it for a moment without playing it, and he watched her vital pattern through the Kansen, and what he saw was the suppression shifting in a way he had not seen it shift before, not easing incrementally but restructuring, the way ice restructures when it encounters the right temperature, still present but in a different configuration. She played 3 notes. Just 3, a simple ascending phrase, and the sound was extraordinary in the ruins because the acoustics of old stone had their own quality, and the flute was a very good flute, and the person playing it was someone for whom music was not a performance but a language. Through the Kansen, the sound of the flute had a visible quality. He had noticed this with other sounds, the Kansen's perception extending into the frequency range of chakra-infused sound in a way that gave him a layer of information ordinary hearing did not provide. But the flute's 3 notes, played by someone with an Uzumaki bloodline on an Uzumaki flute in the acoustic space of Uzushio's ruins, had a quality he had not previously encountered, a resonance with the island's ambient seal frequency that was not a technique and not intentional, and which produced a response from the bedrock's chakra network that he felt through the soles of his feet before he heard anything. The bedrock pulsed. Gently, briefly, the way a string vibrates in sympathy with a note played on an adjacent string. Not a defensive response, not an alert, just the recognition of something familiar in an unexpected place. Taiyuya stopped playing and looked at her feet. The island did something, she said. The seal architecture in the bedrock responded to the sound, he said. The Uzumaki used sound as a sealing medium. The flute's frequency matched something in the existing network. She looked at the flute. She looked at the floor. She looked at him with an expression that was doing something complicated and which through the Kansen was the vital pattern doing something he had not seen it do since the market in the border town, expanding, the suppression not gone but reorganized around the expansion rather than suppressing it. Tell me about the giving, she said. Specifically? How it works, he told her. He explained the resonance mechanism and the frequency matching and the distinction between giving volume and giving quality, the difference between pouring water into a vessel and tuning a string. He explained what the giving at the Uzumaki frequency would feel like from the recipient's side, which was Mito's description from the Foundation Seal's transmission, a warmth and a sense of something settling into a previously uncertain configuration, the specific experience of something that has been slightly off frequency finding its correct vibration. She listened with the complete attention she gave to things she had decided mattered. Now, she said. Let's do it now. They sat facing each other in the ruins of the practice room, cross-legged on the old stone floor, and he activated the Kansen to full seeing and found the Uzumaki frequency in her vital pattern, the specific resonance that was present but muted, and he began to give at that frequency, carefully, precisely, in the way the Foundation Seal had taught him, not volume but quality, tuning rather than filling. The effect was not immediate. He had warned her it would not be. The body's vital pattern was not a dial that could be adjusted in a moment. It was more like a conversation that required time and the gradual building of mutual understanding before anything significant was said. But over the course of an hour, with the island's ambient frequency supporting the contact and the acoustic resonance of the practice room adding something he could feel through the soles of his feet, and which Taiyuya could apparently feel also, something shifted. The suppression reorganized. Not disappeared. Not resolved, because the things that had created it were still true things in her history, and the body does not forget what it has been through simply because the circumstances have changed. But the relationship between the suppression and what it had been suppressing changed, and what had been crushed became instead contained, the same mass in the same space but with a different structural relationship between them, the difference between something locked in a box and something waiting in a room that had a door it could open. Taiyuya opened her eyes. He stopped the giving and pulled the reach back to passive and looked at her vital pattern in the aftermath, which was different from what it had been before, measurably and specifically different in the ways he had been working to produce. She looked at her hands. Something's different, she said. Yes. Is that the bloodline? Part of it. The rest is time and practice and whatever the island has to show you. He paused. The Foundation Seal is in the training ground. When you're ready. She looked at him with an expression that was not quite the guarded assessment she had given him in the border town's market but which was not yet something he had a good name for, something that existed in the territory between recognition and trust that was its own state rather than a waypoint between them. "You're going to go find more people," she said. "Yes. I'll be here when you get back." It was the simplest and most complete thing that had been said in the conversation, and he sat with it for a moment, the specific weight of a commitment made by someone who does not make commitments casually. "Yes," he said. "You will." Chapter 31. The Names in the Notebook. He spent the next 2 months moving through the elemental nations with the systematic attention of someone who has a list and the capability to work through it. The genealogical record had given him names and last known locations. The last known locations were 40 years old, and the world had moved considerably in 40 years. But the record had also given him vital pattern descriptions, the Uzumaki archival tradition including chakra sense notations for each registered individual, and vital patterns were more durable than addresses. People changed locations. They did not change the fundamental frequency of their vital pattern. He found 3 Uzumaki in the first month. The oldest was a woman of 64 named Fusa who was living in a small coastal village in the water country, working as a healer with a practice that had grown over 30 years to the point where she was the closest thing the village had to a medical professional, and whose Uzumaki heritage was a fact she had kept entirely private for reasons that were immediately legible to him through the kansen. The suppression of a different kind than Taiyuya's, not imposed from outside but self-applied. The careful erasure of a person who had survived an attack by making themselves invisible. The conversation with Fusa was different from the conversation with Taiyuya. Fusa was 64 and had spent 40 years in careful invisibility, and the proposition of visibility was not one she received with any version of ease. She received it with the specific quality of someone who has long since stopped expecting the good things and who finds the arrival of one not joyful but frightening, because hope that has been compressed for 40 years does not expand comfortably. He did not push. He gave her the information and left her a way to reach him, a small communication seal that he had learned to make from the scrolls and the storage seals, and he told her the island was there, and what it contained, and that her coming was a choice rather than an obligation, and he left. She sent a message through the seal 3 weeks later. The message said, "I am coming in the spring. I have medical knowledge that is relevant to what you're building. I would like to see the island before I decide anything permanent." He wrote back, "The island will be here." The second Uzumaki he found in the first month was younger than him, a girl of 10 who was living with a non-Uzumaki family in a town in the Lightning Country, the daughter of an Uzumaki woman who had died when the girl was 3 and whose family had kept her without knowing what her heritage meant, or what it might mean when she was older. The girl's name was Karen, and her vital pattern was the brightest thing he had encountered outside his own shadow clones, enormous and uncontrolled and very young, and when he looked at her through the kansen the Uzumaki frequency was not faint but blazing. Karen was 10 and alone in the category of her own nature, which was a state he recognized in a way that was not abstract, and he spent 2 days in the Lightning Country town being careful about the conversation because 10-year-olds required a different conversation than 16-year-old missing Neen and 64-year-old healers. He talked to the family first. The family was honest and decent and genuinely uncertain about what to do with a child whose chakra was visibly unusual and who had been having experiences they could not explain, experiences that were, when he asked about them carefully, consistent with the early stages of a kansen that was activating without the theoretical framework to understand its own activation. He talked to Karen. Karen talked back. Karen, it turned out, talked in the way that certain 10-year-olds talk when they have been isolated in the category of their own strangeness for a long time and have suddenly encountered someone who understands the category from the inside, which was freely, and with a speed that he associated with things under pressure being released. She told him about the seeing, which she had had for 2 years without knowing what it was, seeing the chakra in living things as light, being afraid of it, and hiding it, and not having anyone to tell. She told him about the reaching, which had manifested once and which had terrified her, a moment of involuntary contact with a family member during an argument in which she had felt the connection form and had pulled back immediately with the instinctive retreat of someone touching something burning. "I didn't hurt anyone," she said, with the urgency of someone who needed that to be confirmed as the first priority. "I know," he said. "You pulled back." "How do you know?" "Because I can see your vital pattern," he said. And it shows me that your instinct is to protect rather than to take. That matters. She looked at him with the specific, total attention of a 10-year-old who has just been told something that reaches the center of a long-standing fear and addresses it directly. The family, he said. Do you want to stay with them? She thought about this seriously, which he respected. I care about them, she said. But I don't understand myself here, and you're the first person who's understood me. And you said there's an island? There's an island, he confirmed. With other Uzumaki. Yes. Can the family visit? He looked at the 10-year-old who was asking whether the people she had grown up with could come to the place that was hers. And he thought about what Mito had written about building something that was not a wall. Yes, he said. Absolutely. The third Uzumaki he found in the first month was a man of 42 named Sora, who was a traveling merchant specializing in sealing supplies, which was a profession so specific to his bloodline that Naruto arrived at the man's cart in a mid-country market town, and already knew before he spoke to him that the man was Uzumaki. Because you did not spend 40 years selling sealing supplies across the elemental nations without either having the bloodline or having married into it, and Sora's vital pattern had the unmistakable Uzumaki frequency. Sora was the most straightforwardly pleased by the conversation, which Naruto had not expected. He had been prepared for wariness and for the careful weighing that Fusha had demonstrated and for the complicated emotional history that Taiya carried. He had not been prepared for a man who said, without hesitation, I've been waiting for someone to do this, and then asked practical questions about the island's current infrastructure, specifically its storage capacity and its water supply situation, and whether the landing approach was navigable in winter. I don't know about winter, Naruto admitted. I've only been there in summer. I'll find out, Sora said. I know about boats. He looked at Naruto with the direct pragmatism of a traveling merchant who has spent a career assessing situations and acting on the assessments. You need supplies. You need materials for reconstruction. You need someone who knows where to get things and how to get them there. I'm that person. He paused. Is the harbor still navigable? With care, Naruto said. The structure is mostly intact. The whirlpool approach is the main challenge. I know someone who charts approaches, Sora said. We can work on the navigation. He had not expected an operations coordinator. But Sora was clearly correct that this was what was needed, and the vital pattern of someone who had identified a purpose that fit them perfectly was one of the more recognizable configurations in the Kansen's full seeing. He added Sora's name to the notebook's people found column. He returned to Uzushio between each excursion, partly to report to Taiya and to update his understanding of the island's status, and partly because the island itself was part of the work, its seal architecture available to study and the foundation seal's residual warmth still present in the bedrock. And partly because he had discovered that the island did something to him that was difficult to describe but which was functionally similar to what sleep did, which was to restore the quality of his attention without necessarily reducing the quantity of his chakra. The island was a home in the sense that the word actually meant rather than the sense that people used when they meant a place you lived. It was a place that was aligned with the fundamental frequency of what he was, in the specific way that things are aligned when they have been made for each other. And being there was the experience of that alignment, made continuous. He thought, on the long boat trips back from the elemental nation's various coasts, about what Mito had written about the wall rebuilt in the same place by the same method. He thought about what Setsuko had said about building something that did not fit the shapes that threats take. He thought about Fusha the healer, and Karen the 10-year-old, and Sora the merchant, and Taiya with her flute. He was not building a military force. He was not building a wall. He was building a people, which was what Uzushio had been before the fall, and what a people required was not soldiers in the first instance but the full range of what human lives needed, healers and traders and artists and children who would grow into people who had the knowledge of what they were from the beginning rather than discovering it in a records office at 12 years old. The notebook's people to find column was long. He worked through it one entry at a time, the way you do anything that has to be done correctly rather than quickly. Chapter 32, Anko. He found Mitarashi Anko in a mission briefing room in a hidden village that was not Konoha, which was where she had ended up after the invasion, part of a temporary deployment arrangement that Konoha had made with several allied villages during the recovery period. He had not been looking for Anko. He had been in the area looking for an entry in the genealogical record, a specific carrier status Uzumaki who had last been noted in the general region, and in the course of that search he had passed through the village and had read its population through the Kansen at passive level and had found, among the various vital patterns of the village's residents and temporary occupants, one that was distinctive for reasons that were not Uzumaki. The pattern had a dark edge. Not the dark edge of the curse seal that he had seen on Sasuke, which was a structured and purposeful intrusion into an existing vital pattern. This was more diffuse, more old, an intrusion that had been present long enough that the original vital pattern had partially organized itself around it, the way a tree organizes itself around a wound, not healed but adapted. And the original vital pattern, underneath the adaptation, was one of the most vivid things he had read in months, an enormous, chaotic, brilliantly colored presence that reminded him of his own chakra in its total lack of interest in fitting inside its own boundaries. He found her at the mission briefing room and then in the training ground behind it, where she was running through a set of snake-style taijutsu forms that were, through the Kansen, simultaneously one of the most technically precise things he had watched and one of the most personally revealing, because the way someone moves through their forms shows the relationship between their technique and their self. And Anko's form showed him someone who had made the snake style her own in the complete way, who moved like water rather than like someone performing water's movement. He waited until she finished. She turned and looked at him with the specific quality of someone who had been aware of his presence for some time, and had decided to finish what she was doing before acknowledging it. Her eyes went to his eyes and stayed there. Interesting color, she said. I've been told, he said. You're the Uzumaki kid, she said. The one who left Konoha. Yes. The whole village is having opinions about it. I expect so. She crossed her arms and looked at him with the appraising quality of someone who is deciding whether to be interested. Her vital pattern, read at its full depth, was the complicated thing he had first noticed, the dark edge and the adaptation around it, and the brilliant chaos underneath. And what he read in the combination was a person who had been carrying something for a long time. Something that had been put in them without their consent, and which they had spent years making a working relationship with out of the sheer necessity of having no other option. That's a cursed seal mark, he said, indicating the mark on her neck with a glance rather than a gesture. She went very still. Not the stillness of surprise, but the stillness of someone who has been used to people not noticing something and has just been noticed. Most people can't see it, she said. I can see a lot of things, he said. I can also see that you've made a very effective working arrangement with it, for something that was imposed on you without your agreement. The stillness remained, but its quality shifted, from the stillness of being unexpectedly noticed to the stillness of someone who is listening with all of themselves. What do you want? She said. Not hostile. Genuinely asking. I want to understand the Orochimaru seal architecture, he said. Specifically what the seal does to the vital pattern of the person carrying it, and whether the resonance contact I've been developing can interact with it. Because I know someone who has one, and who I would like to help if it's possible to help. She looked at him for a long moment. Sasuke, she said. It was not a question. Yes. You want to use whatever is in your eyes to remove or mitigate a cursed seal of heaven. I want to understand whether it's possible. I'm not going to try it on Sasuke until I understand what I'm doing. The last time I made involuntary contact with a curse seal, it turned around and looked at me. This landed with visible effect. Something in Anko's expression moved, the specific movement of someone who has just been given a piece of information that recontextualizes something they had been thinking about for a long time. Turned around and looked at you, she said. As in, the seal consciousness recognized your contact. Yes. And held it for a moment before I pulled back. She was quiet for a moment that was longer and more internal than the previous pauses. She was thinking. He could see it through the Kansen, the specific quality of someone who has a large amount of relevant knowledge and is organizing it toward a new question. The seal has its own chakra signature, she said. I've been living with mine for years. I know it better than anyone who hasn't had one could know it. And what you're describing, a resonance contact that the seal recognized, is consistent with something I've suspected about the architecture but never had the right framework to test. She looked at him. The seal is responsive to Uzumaki chakra. Orochimaru studied the Uzumaki. He was trying to replicate something about their vital pattern architecture and the cursed seal design. He thought about this. Which means someone with the Kansen might have a more direct relationship with the seal than any standard technique would. Might, she said? I don't know. But I'd like to find out. She dropped her arms from their crossed position, which was the specific body language of someone who has moved from evaluation to engagement, and she looked at him with the assessment having resolved into something else, something that had the quality of professional interest combined with the kind of personal investment that comes from carrying something for a long time and being offered, for the first time, someone who might be able to help carry it differently. Tell me about this island, she said. He told her. She listened with the complete attention of her specific quality, which was focused and rapidly processing and occasionally interrupted by questions that were precise and technically sophisticated in a way that told him she had been thinking about seals and chakra architecture for a long time and from angles that most people did not approach. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. I'm not Uzumaki, she said. For whatever that matters to your framework. It matters in the sense that it's relevant context, he said. It doesn't matter in the sense of being a qualification. What I'm building is Uzumaki in its foundation. The people who live there and help build it don't all have to be Uzumaki. They have to be people who understand what's being built and want to be part of it. She looked at him. What is being built? A place, he said. For people who need one. With a specific Uzumaki foundation and an open approach to who belongs to it. Another pause. The Hokage knows you left, she said. Konoha is not going to be indifferent to someone building a settlement in the Whirlpool country. I know. I left them a communication channel. And my message through Crow was honest. I'm not operating against Konoha. I'm operating independently of it, which is different. Some people in Konoha won't make that distinction. Some people in Konoha never made a useful distinction about me, he said, without heat. That's part of why I left. She looked at him with an expression that was assessing something different from capability or intention, something that had the quality of recognition, the specific recognition of one person understanding what another has been dealing with from a position of having dealt with something comparable. All right, she said. I'll come. For the seal architecture research, and for whatever else turns out to be relevant. She paused. And because the alternative is this deployment arrangement, and this village's food is terrible. He smiled, which was the kind of smile that the situation called for, and which he gave it. Uzushio has a functioning fishing harbor, he said. Go-To provides reliable transport. The ruins have a great deal to recommend them. Define a great deal. 40 years of preserved Uzumaki scholarship, and a seal network that responds to the right chakra frequency. She looked at him with the expression of someone who has just been offered the one thing they would actually find difficult to refuse. Right, she said. Let me pack. Chapter 33, The Foundation of a Guard. He had not planned the structure of what was forming on Uzushio. This was, in retrospect, exactly the correct approach. Mito's letter had said do not rebuild Uzushio in the same form, and a structure planned in advance would inevitably have been planned in a form that already existed. Because you plan what you know. What was forming on Uzushio was being shaped by the people who came to it, each one contributing their specific quality and capability to what was being built, and the result was something that did not resemble any existing structure precisely because it had grown from the actual needs and qualities of actual people rather than from a template. Tayuya was its sound. She had been on the island long enough that the Foundation seal had begun its work with her, and the development of her Uzumaki potential had proceeded in a way that was different from his own, quieter and more musical, expressed through the flute's resonance with the island's seal network rather than through a dojutsu. She had begun to understand the sound sealing tradition from the inside rather than as a technique, which was the difference between speaking a language and translating into it, and what she could do with a melody in the practice room had developed from the accidental three-note resonance of their first week to something that was both an art form and a tool. She was also, and this was not something he had anticipated from the person in the border town market with her arms crossed and her edges up, an effective teacher. When Karen arrived and was overwhelmed by the island's ambient frequency and her own bloodline's response to it, it was Tayuya who worked with her, not with the formal instruction of someone who had studied teaching but with the specific empathy of someone who had very recently had the same experience, and remembered its particular texture precisely. Karen was extraordinary in the way that very young people with enormous potential are extraordinary, which was abundantly and without any idea of how to manage it. She had been taking up as little space as possible for years, which was the wrong relationship with the vital pattern of her size and quality. Tayuya told her, bluntly and without the softening that Karen had been prepared to receive, that small was not the right relationship to a signature like hers and that the work was not reduction but direction. Karen had looked at Tayuya with the specific expression of someone receiving exactly the information they needed in exactly the right form, which was without pity. Sora had arrived 3 weeks after Tayuya, with a boat full of supplies and a completely developed operational plan that he presented without being asked, a plan that covered food supply, construction materials, navigation improvement, and trade relationships with the nearest coastal towns that would provide for the settlement's needs without requiring formal engagement with any of the major villages. The Whirlpool country is not currently claimed by anyone, Sora had said, spreading charts on the administrative center's cleared table with the brisk efficiency of someone who has already spent considerable time with these charts. The fall of Uzushio created a territorial ambiguity that no one has bothered to resolve because the whirlpools made the island inaccessible enough that it was not worth resolving. We can operate here as a legitimate settlement under the international conventions governing unclaimed territory, which gives us a legal footing that's defensible if the major villages decide to take an interest. Konoha already has an interest, Naruto had said. Konoha has an interest in you, Sora had said precisely. An interest in you is not the same as a claim on the Whirlpool country. If we establish Uzushio as a settlement rather than as a shinobi organization, the political framework is completely different. He had not thought about this dimension, and he was deeply glad that Sora had. The operational and legal framing of what they were building had consequences that extended well beyond his own ability to manage them, and Sora's 40 years of navigating the elemental nation's commercial and political landscape, while Uzumaki provided exactly the kind of grounded practicality that the project required. Anko arrived on the same trip as Fuse, which was an accident of timing that produced an interesting combination. They arrived on Goto's boat to find Tayuya and Karen and Sora working on a section of the administrative center's roof that had been identified as structurally sound enough to repair, and Anko had looked at the three of them, and at the repairs and at the ruins extending in every direction and had said, with the specific directness that was her primary mode, this is going to take more people. Yes, Naruto had said. That's the plan. Do you have a plan for getting more people? I have a list. I work through it. She had looked at the island and at the ruins and at the extraordinary things the Kansen showed him about the seal architecture and everything around them, and she had made a decision that he could read in her vital pattern the way he could read most decisions in vital patterns now, completely and with precision. I'll help with the list, she said. I have contacts. Anko's contacts were a different category from the genealogical records names. They were the contacts of someone who had been a Konoha special jonin for years, who had a professional network that extended across several villages and into several of the less categorizable spaces between villages, the places where people who did not fit comfortable classifications ended up, which was exactly the population most likely to find Uzushio's specific proposition interesting. Fuse was the island's first healer in the formal sense, with 40 years of practical experience in a coastal village without significant medical infrastructure, which meant she had developed techniques that the standard medical ninjutsu curriculum did not contain, adaptations born from necessity. She set up a medical space in the most intact residential building, organized it with the practiced efficiency of someone who has been making do in inadequate conditions long enough to have optimized the making do, and she looked at Karen with the specific attention of a healer who has just identified a future student. The girl's chakra has a medical application, Fuse said to Naruto, on her second day on the island. The biting ability, the healing activation through direct contact. I don't know if she knows that yet. I'll tell her. Don't tell her. Show her. At 10, what she needs is to see what she can do, not to be told what she can do. He thought about the 12-year-old in a records office holding a slim folder and reading about a dojutsu that had been waiting in his blood for him to find it, and he thought about what it would have meant to have someone show him rather than requiring him to find it himself, and he thought that Fusa was entirely right. The island was growing. Not rapidly, not with the artificial speed of something forced into shape before it was ready, but steadily, with the specific quality of growth that comes from the right conditions being present and the right seeds having found them. On the night of the 3rd month since his departure from Konoha, he stood on the highest accessible point of the ruins, which was what had been the old watchtower's remaining platform, 4 stories above the surrounding structures, and he activated the Kansen to full seeing and looked at the island. Tayuya was in the practice room, the flute a thread of sound visible light through the Kansen, and the island seal network was humming softly around her work. Karen was in Fusa's medical space, asleep but with her vital pattern in the specific configuration of a child who has had a day that engaged them completely, and whose sleep is therefore the deep, settled kind. Sora was at the dock, working on something with the navigation charts by lantern light. Anko was in the training ground below the watchtower, running forms in the dark with the economical grace of someone who trains because training is what they are. He looked at all of it, and felt the island beneath him, the seal architecture in the bedrock sending up its steady warmth through the stone, the Uzumaki frequency resonating between the people on the surface and the old foundations below, and he thought about what he was looking at. This was a guard in the way that Mito's court had been a guard, in the sense of people who were present at the heart of something and who had each, in their specific and individual way, decided to be, not because he had told them to, not because the structure required it, because they had come and looked at what was here and had found in it something that fit them, and the fitting had produced a commitment that was more durable than assignment, or order or obligation. He would need more. He knew that. The list was long and the work was large, and what was here now was the beginning rather than the completion. He needed people with specific capabilities that none of the current residents had. He needed to understand more about the Curse Seal and what the Kansen could do with it. He needed to develop the ruling stage of the Eye to the level that Kenta had operated at, because the island would need defense, and the Maelstrom Eye was the defense most naturally suited to what the island was, an ability that worked through recognition and resonance, and the fundamental fact of shared life, which was also what the island was about. He had time. He was 12 years old, and the Maelstrom Eye had 4 developmental stages, and he had reached the full development of the reaching stage in 3 months of intense work. The ruling stage was next, and the ruling stage required exactly what he was building, multiple relationships maintained simultaneously, each calibrated to the specific vital pattern of the individual they connected him to, the composite of many connections held in a living arrangement. The island was not just the home he was building. The island, and the people on it, were the training ground for the highest level of the ability, because the ability was relational and relationships were what was here. He sat on the watchtower platform and the Kansen showed him the world in all its living light, and he thought about the names still in the notebook's first column, the people to find column, the names he had not reached yet, and he thought about the work ahead and felt it as a weight that was also a direction, something to move toward rather than something to carry. The flute was playing in the ruins below, Tayuya's practice sending its sound visible light through the Kansen and through the island's seal network in the gentle, exploratory resonance of someone who was learning the language of what they were. The whirlpools moved in their ancient patterns at the island's perimeter. The sea was enormous around them and indifferent, and full of the patient, enormous life light of everything that lived in it. On the watchtower platform, the Maelstrom Eye was silver-white and steady and looking at all of it, and what it saw was a beginning. Chapter 34, What Konoha Decides. The message from Crow arrived through Kurenai 4 months after the departure. Kurenai had known it was coming. Not because she had been informed, the communication channel was key to Naruto's chakra frequency, and she felt it as a warmth in the disc rather than as a voice, but because she had been paying attention to the Hokage's health and to the council's mood and to the specific way that institutional patience develops a tipping point when the question it is being patient about has not resolved itself in the expected direction. The message's content, transmitted through the communication seal over the course of 3 days in the compressed form that the seal's capacity required, was both less and more than she had expected. Less in terms of crisis, more in terms of the specificity of what he had built. He told her about Uzushio's current state. He told her about the storage seals and the genealogical record and the foundation seal. He told her about Tayuya and Karen and Sora and Fuza and Anko in terms that conveyed their situations without compromising their privacy, giving her the shape of what was forming on the island without the details that were those people's own. He told her that the council needed to make a decision about the Whirlpool country's status, and that the decision would define the relationship between Konoha and what he was building, and that the two options as he saw them were engagement on terms that acknowledged what the island was and who it was being built for, or non-engagement on terms that left the island to develop independently. And that either was workable from his perspective but that one required a conversation he was willing to have and one simply required being left alone to do the work. He told her that he missed the Chiraku ramen, which was not strategic information but which arrived with the weight of something real and small and human in the middle of everything else, and which Kurenai received with a smile she did not share with anyone. She transmitted the message to the Hokage through channels that would preserve its content without requiring it to pass through the council first, which was the specific utility of having been in service for 8 years and knowing the administrative landscape of the village with the granular precision of someone who had navigated it regularly. The Hokage read the message in the quiet of his recovery room, where he was spending the careful weeks of recuperation from an event that had cost him significantly, and which he was managing with the specific economy of someone who has less to spend than they used to and knows it. He read it twice. He thought about the question he had asked in the council session, has the boy been given any reason to return, and about the council's response to that question, and about the difference between a council that was asking the right questions and a council that was asking the questions that served its existing framework. He thought about the genealogical record that the message described, an intact Uzumaki clan population register preserved in the ruins of a city that Konoha had not protected and which the Uzumaki had chosen, in their 40 years of compressed and careful survival, to trust enough to provide with the founding Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He thought about what Uzumaki Kushina would have said about what her son was doing, which was a thought he was not authorized to have in the council's framework but which was authorized in every other framework he could think of. He dictated a response to Kurenai. The response said, I have received your message. The council will not be informed of its specific content until I have had time to consider the appropriate framing. In the meantime, the following represents my personal position as Hokage, not a formal council resolution. What you are building is legitimate heritage reconstruction. The Whirlpool country has no current claim, and the international conventions governing unclaimed territory apply. Konoha does not intend to contest the settlement's establishment. What I ask in return is the communication channel remaining open, and that when you have what you need, you consider what coming home might mean, because home is a more complicated thing than the place that failed you, and some of us are aware of the failure. The message arrived through the disk as a warmth that Kurenai felt in her palm at 3 a.m, and she lay awake for a while thinking about the Hokage and his health and the specific courage of old men who have decided that the time for managed restraint has passed, and about the boy on the island who had said I'll explain after, and had then explained, thoroughly, to everyone who had mattered enough to explain to. She thought about come back with something worth the leaving. She thought that he was well on his way. Chapter 35, The Ruling Stage. The transition to the ruling stage of the Kansen did not arrive the way the other transitions had arrived. The waking had arrived in the darkness of the training ground, sudden and frightening and real. The seeing had deepened over months of practice until its full capacity had been obvious without announcement. The reaching had developed in the same way, gradual and then complete. The ruling stage arrived in the middle of a completely ordinary afternoon. He was in the administrative center, working through a section of the storage seal's medical texts with Fuza, who was cross-referencing the Uzumaki healing tradition with her 40 years of practical experience and producing annotations that would have made a medical library's archivist weep with gratitude. Tayuya was in the practice room. Karen was at the harbor helping Sora with a navigation problem. Anko was in the training ground. He was reading a document, and the Kansen was at its passive setting, the background awareness that had become as natural as breathing, and he was aware of all 4 of them in the ambient way of the passive setting, their vital patterns present at the edge of his attention the way the sound of the sea was present at the edge of his hearing. And then, without any decision on his part, the awareness sharpened. Not for one of them. For all 4 simultaneously. Not the ambient awareness of the passive setting, not the focused attention of the full seeing capacity directed at a single target, but both at once, a complete and detailed perception of 4 separate vital patterns maintained simultaneously without any of the 4 being reduced in clarity by the presence of the others. He looked up from the document. Fuse was looking at him. She had been watching the change happen in his eyes, the silver white of the active Kansen shifting to something that she apparently had not seen before, which was the ruling stage color that Mito had described in the Foundation Seal's transmission, the same silver white but with a depth to it, a quality of the thing having found its full dimension rather than only 3 of its 4. Something changed, Fuse said. She said it the way a healer notes a clinical observation, factual and without alarm. The 4th stage, he said. I think. She looked at him. Can you read all of us right now? Yes. At the same time. Yes. She sat back in her chair and looked at him with the expression of a woman who has seen a great many things in 64 years and who receives new ones with the steady, assessing quality of someone for whom the world has consistently had more in it than expected. Describe what you're reading, she said. He described it. He told her that Taiyuya's vital pattern had just shifted into the specific configuration she adopted when she was working on a technically difficult passage, the focused, inward-turning quality of musical concentration. He told her that Karen's pattern at the harbor had the quality of someone who was following an explanation closely and asking internal questions about it. He told her that Anko's pattern in the training ground was in the effortful but controlled state of someone pushing the edge of their physical capability in a controlled direction. Fuse listened to this and then said, And mine? Yours is the pattern of someone who is running a diagnostic while also managing a complicated feeling about what they're diagnosing, he said. Which is, I think, fair. She looked at him for a long moment. What does the 4th stage allow you to do that the 3rd didn't? Multiple simultaneous contacts. Which means the reaching, not just the seeing, can be maintained for multiple people at once. Drain or give, in different directions at the same time, each calibrated individually. And defensively, she said, with the practical focus of a healer thinking about applications, what does that mean? It means that if someone threatens the island, he said, I can respond to all of them simultaneously. Not sequentially. Each contact individually tuned to each target's vital pattern, all of them managed at once. He paused. What Kenta did in the wartime report. 200 contacts held for 40 minutes. You're not Kenta yet, Fuse said. No. I'm 12 years old and I've been holding 4 contacts for approximately 2 minutes, and I can feel that it's using more focus than the single contact does. He was honest about this because Fuse was the kind of person who required honesty to trust you and because he was the kind of person who had learned that managing people's assessment of you by controlling information was a strategy with a poor long-term return. But the capacity is there. It needs to be developed. Like all capacities, she said, and returned to her text with the composed, practical manner of someone for whom this was the correct response to this kind of information. He held the 4 contacts for another 10 minutes, letting them settle into the natural arrangement that they found when he did not impose arrangement on them, and what they found was a composite that was organized not by distance or by the strength of each individual signature but by the specific resonance between them, the way 4 instruments find the chord that they fit into rather than the position they were assigned. And in that chord, held in the full capacity of the ruling stage, he understood what Mito's letter had meant by the ability being fundamentally relational. The ruling stage was not a weapon. It was a relationship. It was the specific, complete, simultaneously maintained awareness of multiple living things in their full individual reality, held in a single consciousness with enough precision and enough care that the awareness itself was a form of presence, a being with that was more than observation. He had spent his whole life trying to be real to people who had decided not to look at him. He had spent the past months learning to look at them, truly, with everything he had. The ruling stage was the full expression of that looking, multiple and simultaneous and without reduction, every person in his awareness fully present rather than reduced by the competition for attention. It was the opposite of how the village had looked at him, the opposite of the managed, selective, interest-driven attention that had given him just enough presence to function and not enough to be fully real. He closed the Kansen down to its passive setting and sat with the afternoon in the administrative center, and let the feeling of the thing find its name. The name arrived, quiet and complete, from the direction of Mito's letter rather than from any experience he could locate precisely. He was home. Not in Konoha. Not in the building he was sitting in, which was still a ruin and would be for some time yet. Not in the specific geography of the island. In the ability. In the way that the ability required him to be. In the fundamental relational quality of a thing that could not function without the genuine attention of the person at its center, and which produced, in that genuine attention, something that the village had been unable to give him, and which he had spent 12 years without. He was present, fully and completely, to himself and to the people whose vital patterns moved at the edge of his awareness, and they were present to him, and the mutual presence was a form of belonging that was not contingent on anyone's decision to grant it. He picked up his notebook. He had people to find. He had work to do. And outside the administrative center's repaired windows, Uzushio waited with its ruins and its seal architecture and its ancient whirlpools and its patient, enormous, unquenched intention to become again what it had been, and he put his pen to the page, and he began. Act 4. The Weight of What is Built. Chapter 36. 5 months. 5 months after he had walked through Konoha's east gate with a borrowed travel pack and a sealed letter from a woman who had known Uzumaki Mito, Uzushio had 12 people on it. 12 was not a large number. A village was not built by 12 people, and the kind of institution that could stand on its own weight, and defend its own interests, and provide for the full complexity of human life required considerably more than 12. But 12 was 12 more than 0, which was what Uzushio had held for 40 years. And 12 was the specific combination of people who had arrived through a mixture of his deliberate search and Anko's professional network and the slow, widening word of mouth that any enterprise develops when it is genuine enough to survive contact with the complicated reality of the people it touches. The 12 were not all Uzumaki. 6 were, by the genealogical record's reckoning, carriers or descendants of carriers, with bloodline frequencies that ranged from the blazing obviousness of Karen's to the faint but present resonance of a 17-year-old water country boy named Hiro who had arrived 3 weeks ago following a brief and characteristically direct conversation with Sora in a coastal market town. The other 6 were people whose connection to Uzushio was not by blood but by alignment, Anko and Fusa and 2 of Anko's contacts. A former Mist kunoichi named Swearin who had fled the Bloody Mist's most recent purge and whose capabilities in water-based barrier construction were directly applicable to what the island needed. And a former Rain country medic named Daisuke who was quiet and precise and had arrived one afternoon on Goto's boat without having been invited but with a supply of medical reagents that Fusa had immediately identified as irreplaceable. When Naruto had asked Daisuke how he had heard about the island, Daisuke had said, with the complete calm of someone who considers obvious facts self-evident, I have been following the consolidation of Uzumaki tradition medical scholarship for 3 years. When a settlement appeared in the Whirlpool country with access to primary sources, I came. No one told you to come, Naruto had said. No, Daisuke had agreed. But someone should have. He had become one of Fusa's indispensable collaborators within the week, which was the rate at which genuine expertise recognizes itself in another person. The island's physical state had improved significantly under Sora's operational direction and Suiren's barrier construction work. 3 residential buildings had been fully repaired, which meant weatherproofed and structurally sound and habitable through the coming winter, which was relevant because winter in the Whirlpool country was a specific and serious season, the sea-driven weather arriving with the focused intensity of something that had built up across a large expanse of open water before deciding to express itself on the nearest available coast. The harbor had been cleared and the dock repaired and the approach navigation improved enough that Goto could make reliable passage in moderate weather rather than only in the specific calm conditions of the summer months. The training ground had been cleared. This had taken 2 weeks of physical work that everyone on the island had participated in regardless of their primary role, because the training grounds clearing was both practically necessary and symbolically significant, the return of the space that the Foundation seal resided beneath to a state in which it could be used for the purpose it had been built for. Taiyuya used it daily. Her work with the sound sealing tradition had developed in the 5 months into something that was no longer practice and not yet mastery but occupied the specific territory between them that serious practitioners recognize as the period when technique becomes understanding, when you stop executing and start knowing. She had mapped the acoustic properties of every significant structure on the island and understood the seal network sound response patterns with a precision that had begun to suggest applications neither of them had anticipated. Karen had started working with Fusa 3 months ago and had discovered, in the specific way that Fusa had predicted she would discover, that her bloodline had a healing application that was both natural to her and unlike anything in the standard medical tradition. She could activate healing in another person through direct contact, her vital pattern and the recipients entering a resonance that accelerated the recipient's own restorative processes without requiring the precise chakra control of standard medical ninjutsu. It was cruder in some ways than what Fusa had spent 40 years developing, but it was also available in circumstances where precise control was impossible, and Fusa had said, with the considering precision of a practitioner evaluating a new tool, that the combination of Karen's instinctive application and Fusa's technical knowledge was producing a hybrid approach that neither could have developed alone. He had continued his own practice every night. The ruling stage was developing as the reaching had developed, in increments so small that no individual increment was remarkable but whose accumulation was. He could hold 8 contacts simultaneously for 30 minutes without meaningful fatigue. He had not yet tested his range at the ruling stage, partly because testing required either a large number of willing participants, or the kind of combat situation that he was not actively seeking, but the passive seeing at full ruling pitch was showing him signatures at distances beyond his previous 80-meter ceiling, the boundary expanding as the ability found its full dimension. The island was alive. It had the quality that lives develop when they are genuinely and seriously being lived, not performed, not organized around external requirements, but built from the actual needs and actual qualities of the actual people in them. It was incomplete and full of things that did not work yet and full of things that needed more time and more people and more of the unglamorous persistence that building anything real requires, and it was, he thought, exactly what it was supposed to be. He was thinking this on a morning in the 5th month, sitting on the watchtower platform with his notebook and the Kansen at its passive setting and the sea showing him its enormous, patient living texture, when the passive setting showed him something that was not the sea's living texture and not the island's familiar signatures. Something was in the water, moving toward the island, moving with the directional, coordinated purpose of things that had a destination rather than things that were simply in motion. He counted 12 signatures approaching from the northeast, approximately 2 kilometers out and moving at a pace that would bring them to the island's outer whirlpool boundary in 30 minutes. A pace that was neither the speed of panic nor the leisured approach of people who expected to be welcomed. The speed of people who had planned their arrival and were executing the plan. He put down his notebook. He went down from the watchtower and across the training ground to where Anko was working, because Anko was the person whose specific professional experience made her assessment of an unknown approach most immediately useful. Chapter 37, Approach. Anko looked at him when he appeared at the training ground's edge with the specific quality of someone who reads incoming information from faces before it is spoken and who has already begun to organize their response. How many? She said. 12. Northeast 2 kilometers. 30 minutes. She was already moving, not toward defensive position but toward the watchtower, because assessment required elevation and elevation required the watchtower. He followed. They went up the repaired stairs in the quick, economical way of people who have both decided what they are doing. From the platform, with the Kansen at full seeing, he described what he was reading as she watched the horizon through her own trained awareness. She could not see the vital patterns at this range, but she could read the water's surface and the subtle disturbances that a group of 12 bodies in rapid water transit created. Formation, she said, after a moment. Not random. They're moving in pairs with a standard tactical spread. That's a shinobi approach pattern, not a civilian one. I can confirm shinobi, he said. The vital patterns have the organized quality of people with active training. 3 of them are doing something specific with their chakra that I don't recognize, a kind of stabilization pattern. The others are maintaining standard travel output. 3 navigators, Anko said. The whirlpool approach requires continuous chakra application to maintain course. 3 is standard for a group this size. She looked at the horizon. What's the affiliation, Red? He studied the vital patterns with the full seeing capacity. Affiliation was not directly legible through the kansen in the way of a headband or a uniform, but the training tradition that had shaped a person's vital pattern was, and training traditions were village-specific enough that he could often read the general origin even when specifics were unclear. Mixed, he said. I'm reading at least 3 that have the quality I associate with Konoha training. One that reads like something from the Cloud Country, the specific efficiency pattern. The others are less clear, possibly independent or smaller village origins. That's not a standard Konoha mission team, Anko said. Standard Konoha mission teams don't mix in cloud-trained personnel. This is an assembled group, not an assigned one. He thought about this. An assembled group rather than an assigned mission team meant someone had gone to the effort of gathering people from different origins for a specific purpose, which was the kind of effort that indicated the purpose was specific enough to require specific capabilities rather than generic ones. Tell the others, he said. Not an alarm. Information. Everyone should know what's approaching and should be in a position from which they can respond or evacuate toward the harbor based on what develops. Sora, get Goto's boat ready for departure if we need it. And Karen? Karen stays with Fusa. Fusa decides whether they get on the boat. Anko looked at him with an expression that noted the fact that this was the first time anyone approaching the island had required this kind of response, and that he was managing it with the specific measured quality of someone who had thought about this scenario and had preferences about how it should go. What are you going to do? Meet them at the shore, he said. Alone. And find out what they want. She held his gaze for a moment. Alone is a choice that requires the ability to back it up. I know, he said. She considered this for another moment, and then nodded, once, the nod of someone who has assessed the risk and found it acceptable given the available information, and went down the watchtower stairs to begin moving through the island with the quiet efficiency that was her primary operational mode. He stayed on the watchtower for the remaining 20 minutes and watched the approach through the kansen, reading the 12 signatures with the continuous, detailed attention of someone who was gathering as much information as the ability could provide before the meeting required a different kind of attention. What he gathered over those 20 minutes added significant texture to the initial read. The 3 Konoha-trained signatures were different from each other in ways that told him things. One was older than the others, with the layered complexity of a vital pattern that had been developing for decades, and it carried a quality of authority that he had learned to read as leadership, the specific configuration of someone whose vital pattern had organized itself around the habit of being the person whose decisions others relied on. The second Konoha-trained signature was younger, maybe his own age, with an energy that was both impressive in volume and imprecise in expression, the signature of someone with enormous natural capability and incomplete development, which was a configuration he recognized from having spent a year inside a version of it. The third Konoha-trained signature was one he had read before. He looked more carefully. It was Natsuki Crow, the Umbu operative who had found him in the coastal town 5 months ago and had chosen to deliver his message rather than execute her retrieval assignment. Who had removed her mask and given him her name, and said I filed every report accurately. Who had gone back to Konoha with a professional assessment that diverged from the assignment brief. She was here. Which meant this was not a standard retrieval attempt, because Natsuki was not the kind of person who made the same approach twice when the first approach had produced the results she had endorsed. She was here as part of something that had a different nature from the first approach, and her presence was the clearest signal he had yet received about what the 12 signatures in the water were and were not. He took a breath. He went down from the watchtower and walked through the ruins to the harbor shore. He was there when they arrived. Chapter 38, The Emissary. The 12 came through the outer whirlpool boundary with the precision of a group that had been briefed on the approach route, which told him someone had given them the navigation information that Sora had developed. That narrowed the possible sources to a small number of people who had that information, and the most likely source, given Natsuki's presence, was the Hokage's office. They landed on the harbor shore in a measured way, the kind of landing that announces itself as non-hostile through deliberate pacing rather than through words. He stood at the head of the dock and watched them come with the Kansen at full ruling pitch and read all 12 of them simultaneously, the complete simultaneous awareness of 12 individual vital patterns, each in its full specificity, held without reduction or preference in the ruling stage's broad attention. The older Konoha trained signature was a woman of perhaps 50, with the specific build of someone who had spent a career in active field work and whose body had adapted to it completely, lean and economical and with the particular quality of ease in physical space that deep experience produces. She wore the Konoha Hitai 8 as a bracelet, the way he had occasionally seen senior jonin wear them, not as a display of affiliation but as a habit so old it had become inseparable from the body. The younger Konoha trained signature was a girl of about his age, tall and with dark hair and a quality of contained intensity that the vital pattern confirmed as genuine rather than performed, someone who was not performing focused attention but actually paying it. Natsuki was behind and to the left of the older woman, in the position that told him she was deferring to the older woman's lead while remaining available as a resource. She met his eyes when she stepped onto the dock. She gave him the same contained nod she had given him in the arena's fourth row, before the exam's first stage, a nod that communicated, "I see you and I have not changed my assessment." He received it the same way he had then. The older woman stopped 5 meters from him. She looked at him with the direct, assessing quality of someone whose whole career had been built on accurate assessment of people and situations, and through the Kansen her vital pattern was performing its own assessment, not the Kansen's kind of assessment but the deep, practiced kind of a person who has read people for 50 years. "Uzumaki Naruto," she said. Her voice had the specific quality of someone who uses their voice as a professional instrument, clear and carrying and without unnecessary emphasis. "Yes," he said. "Who are you?" A slight shift in the quality of her attention, the shift of someone who had expected to be known and was recalibrating to not being known. "Yuhi Kurenai told me you had good directness," she said. "I'm Udatane Koana, former Konoha Jonin commander. I retired 2 years ago." A pause. "I represent, in this conversation, a specific and non-official capacity. I'm not here as a Konoha representative. I'm here as someone who has been watching what you're building and who has something to offer it." He held all 12 vital patterns in the ruling stage's attention and read them against this statement. What he read was consistent. None of the 12 showed the specific configuration he associated with deception of the sustained kind, the chronic configuration of people who are maintaining a lie that costs them something. What he read was the genuine configuration of a group that had organized itself around the purpose they had individually evaluated and agreed with. "What are you offering?" he said. She looked at the island over his shoulder, the ruins and the repaired buildings and the watch tower and the harbor structure. She looked at it with an expression he had not expected, which was not the assessing look she had given him but something quieter and more personal, the look of someone who has heard about something for a long time and is now looking at it, and finding that the thing is more real than the description. "Myself, to begin with," she said. "And the 8 people behind me who are Natsuki or my associate here." She indicated the younger woman beside her with a slight gesture. "And a set of contacts and resources and institutional knowledge about how things work in the elemental nation's political landscape that I have accumulated over 30 years of relevant experience. And if you're willing to have this conversation, a proposal about what an independent settlement in the Whirlpool country could be that goes beyond what a 12-person community can be on its own." He looked at her vital pattern. He looked at the 8 behind her, the range of origins he had read in the water, the mixed affiliations and the varied training traditions. He looked at Natsuki, who was watching him with the complete attention of someone who had made a decision about this situation and was watching to see whether the situation warranted the decision. "Come in," he said. "All of you. We'll talk inside, where there's something to sit on." He turned and walked back toward the island, and behind him 12 people followed, and the Kansen showed him all 12 of them simultaneously, their vital patterns moving through the harbor area and into the ruins with the specific quality of people who are entering something they intend to take seriously. He thought about Mito's letter. About building something that did not fit the shapes that threats take. He thought, this is what that looks like when it works. Chapter 39, The Offer. The administrative center's main room had been cleared and furnished with the practical efficiency of Sora's operations management. A long table with seating on both sides made from materials that were part original structure and part new construction, which gave the room the specific quality of a place that was being built rather than a place that had been built, present tense rather than past. He sat at one end. Konoha sat at the other. The 12 distributed themselves along the sides with the natural arrangement of people who had traveled together long enough to have a settled understanding of each other's positioning preferences. Enko had appeared when the group entered, as had Tayuya and Sora, and they arranged themselves along the walls of the room with the specific quality of people who were listening rather than participating but who were present enough that their listening was a form of participation. He had not asked them to stay out. They were as much a part of what this conversation was about as he was, and having them present was more honest than managing the conversation without them. Konoha looked around the room, at the people along the walls and at the quality of the furniture, and the repaired ceiling and the organized stacks of sealed scrolls along the far wall, and what her vital pattern did was something he had learned to read as recalibration, the specific recalibration of someone who has arrived with a model of the situation and is finding that the model requires updating. I expected less progress, she said. In 5 months with 12 people. 14 now, he said, because Daisuke had arrived and Hiro had arrived and the count was 14 not 12. And we had a strong foundation to work from. The island preserved more than anyone who hadn't been here could have known. She nodded. The storage seals, among other things. A pause. The room had the specific quality of a space in which something important was about to be said, the gathered attention of people who understood the context. The proposal, Konoha said, settling into the conversation with the directness of someone who has decided that preamble is less respectful than honesty, is this. The Whirlpool country is technically unclaimed. Sora has the correct reading of the international conventions, and his assessment that you can establish a legitimate settlement under those conventions is accurate as far as it goes. But the conventions have limits. Specifically, a settlement in unclaimed territory that develops into something with the size and the capability to project force becomes, under the same conventions, a party to the international agreements that govern shinobi organizations. Which means it needs either formal village status or a recognized treaty relationship with an existing village. He had known this was coming. Sora had raised it in a meeting 3 weeks ago, the same legal horizon, the point at which the settlement's current legal footing would become inadequate. What are you proposing? Not Konoha's proposal, she said immediately, and the immediacy was deliberate, the word chosen first for what it ruled out. The formal program the council proposed is still on the table in Konoha's institutional memory, but I'm not here representing that. What I'm proposing is something different, which is recognition. Specifically, recognition of Uzushio as an independent settlement with shinobi village status, negotiated between this settlement and a coalition of interested parties. What coalition? The 8 people behind me are from 4 different countries, Konoha said. Each of them has connections to a political entity that has an interest in the Whirlpool country's status being resolved in a particular direction. Not Konoha's direction, which would make Uzushio a Konoha subsidiary, and not the direction of any other single major village, which would make it a subsidiary of something else. What I'm proposing is recognition by multiple parties simultaneously, which gives Uzushio independence from any single patron. He sat with this for a moment. Across the table, Sora was doing the same thing he was doing, turning the legal and political dimensions of the proposal in the mind the way a person turns something to check all its faces. And Sora's vital pattern showed the configuration of someone who is identifying structural implications faster than the conversation is moving. Sora, he said. Multi-party recognition is significantly more stable than single-patron status, Sora said, in the tone he used when he had already reached a conclusion and was giving the summary. The model exists in international law. It's how the minor villages and border regions have historically maintained independence from the major villages without becoming vassals. The challenge is the negotiation, which requires parties with sufficient standing to make the recognition meaningful and with sufficient independence from each other to prevent any single party from dominating the terms. That's precisely the challenge, Konoha said, looking at Sora with the expression of someone who has found exactly the person they needed in the room. Which is why the coalition's composition matters. The 8 people I brought are not random. Each one represents a connection that I've spent 3 decades building and which I'm now deploying for this specific purpose. He looked at Konoha's vital pattern and read it at the full seeing depth. What he found was the most complex political animal he had encountered since the Hokage in the Kage box. A person whose vital pattern had organized itself over decades around the specific capacity of holding multiple interests in alignment simultaneously, the human equivalent of what the ruling stage did for vital patterns. She had not come here as a subordinate of any existing interest. She had come as something he did not have a precise category for, a person who had spent a career inside the system of the major villages and had, at some point, decided to become useful to something else. Why? He asked. It was the question he had asked Kurenai and Natsuki and everyone who had chosen to help him in ways that cost them something. Why are you doing this? She looked at him for a moment. I spent 30 years in Konoha's Jonin command, she said. I was responsible, at various points, for the training and deployment of approximately 400 active shinobi. I reviewed every significant mission report. I was present for every significant decision about how the village's human resources were managed. She paused. I was present for the decisions made about you. Not the decisions about the 9 tails, which were made before I reached the relevant seniority. But the decisions about your training. About Team 7's composition and supervision. About the Chunin exam nomination and what kind of preparation was provided for it. The room was quiet. I signed off on some of those decisions, she said. Not all of them were in my direct purview, but some were, and the ones that were, I could have done differently. I did not. That is a specific kind of institutional failure that has a specific kind of cost, and I am now in a position to do something that addresses that cost in a practical rather than a symbolic way. So I am doing it. He held this. He held it the way he had held the Hokage's admission in the Kage box, as the weight that it was, which was considerable and not comfortable, and entirely real. 2 senior people who had been part of the system that had failed him, acknowledging the failure not as an abstraction but as a specific thing with specific dimensions and a specific person at the center of it. He did not have a prepared response to this kind of acknowledgement because nothing in his experience had equipped him for it. He had expected indifference, or management, or the kind of apology that was really a request for absolution. He had not expected the specific precision of someone saying I could have done differently and did not, and now I am here. All right, he said. Tell me about the coalition. All of it. Every party, every interest, every condition they're attaching to the recognition, Konoha told him. It took 3 hours. It was the most detailed and technically complex political conversation he had ever been part of, and he asked questions throughout that were sometimes about the legalities and sometimes about the specific individuals involved and sometimes about the precedents for the arrangements she was describing. And she answered all of them with the complete thoroughness of someone who has prepared for a demanding audience, and is finding the audience satisfying. At the end of 3 hours, he looked around the room. Sora had made notes. Enko had made notes. Taiyuya had listened with the complete attention of someone who does not write during important things because they are storing them in a place more reliable than paper. The younger woman who had come with Konoha had listened with the focused, processing quality that her vital pattern had shown from the beginning, and he realized he had not yet learned her name. Who are you? He said to her. She looked at him with those dark, focused eyes. Yugao, she said. Yuzuki Yugao. I was high-8 student. He's gone now. Konoha-san found me when she was assembling this. A pause. I'm a sword user. And I'm very good with barrier seals. And I want to be where this is being built rather than where it isn't. He looked at her vital pattern, which was everything her words suggested and slightly more besides, a quality he had learned to associate with people who had organized their whole capability around a core of genuine purpose rather than around the surface objectives that purpose was expressed through. Stay, he said. If you want to. All of you. There's room and there's work. He looked at Konoha. I'll need a week to think about the recognition proposal. To consult with the people here. To do the kind of due diligence that a decision of this size requires. That's reasonable, she said. And during that week your guests. There are protocols for being a guest here that I'll ask Sora to explain. He looked at Sora. I'll explain them, Sora said. He stood. Then let's start with dinner, he said, because the practical things were also the real things, and dinner with 26 people in the administrative center of a ruined and being rebuilt village in the Whirlpool country was as real as any of it, and the reality of it was the point. Chapter 40 Yugao. He found Yugao in the training ground the following morning at the hour before dawn, which was the hour he habitually used for his own practice, and which she had apparently also identified as her preferred time without any prior arrangement. She was running kata with a wooden practice blade, which was the choice of someone who considered form and footwork primary, and does not trust themselves to focus on the blade's fundamental motion when the blade itself is a distraction. The kata she was running was one he did not recognize, which told him it was not from any of the major village traditions he had read in the kansen over the past year, but the movement itself had the quality he associated with complete internalization, not a practitioner performing a form but a person moving in the way they move when they are most themselves. He sat on the foundation stone at the training grounds center, and activated the kansen, and watched her vital pattern as she moved through the kata. Movement was one of the most revealing things the seeing stage showed him, because motion was the body's immediate and unmediated expression of its relationship with itself, before intention reached the surface or persona was arranged or the ordinary social contracts of human interaction were put on. When Yugao moved, her vital pattern moved with her in the complete alignment of a person whose outer form and inner state were not in conflict, and what the pattern showed him was a quality he had encountered only rarely in the past year. A quality he had thought about often without finding the precise word for it. She was clean. Not morally, though there was nothing in her vital pattern that contradicted moral cleanliness. Clean in the specific sense of someone whose capability and their relationship with their capability were in clear and uncomplicated alignment. Most people had something between them and their full capacity, something that was the accumulation of the way they had been shaped, the compressions and the adaptations and the defenses and the compromises. Taiyuya had the suppression. Enko had the dark edge of the cursed seal mark and the adaptation around it. Even he had, in his own vital pattern, something that was the accumulated texture of 12 years of managing a world that had not provided enough, a kind of chronic readiness that was useful and also slightly exhausting. Yugao had grief. It was not the suppression kind, not the imposed kind. It was the clean kind, the kind that has been fully experienced rather than defended against, and which therefore exists in the vital pattern as something that has been integrated rather than something that is still happening. It was the grief of someone who had lost something real and significant, and had allowed the loss to be what it was, and had then continued. She finished the kata and stood at rest with the wooden blade at her side and looked at him without surprise. She had known he was there. Her awareness, like Enko's, operated continuously rather than selectively. The training ground feels old, she said. Not a criticism. An observation. It's the oldest part of the island, he said. The foundation seal is in the stone here. It's still active. She looked at the ground with the evaluating attention of a practitioner assessing a space. I felt it when I came in. Like a resonance in the feet. That's what it feels like from outside the kansen, he said. From inside it's more like a conversation. She looked at him. Koana-san told me about the dojutsu. She read everything that Crow filed. She had access through her Jonin commander position. I know, he said. Her vital pattern shows a very complete picture. She came prepared. Yugao sat down on the ground with the ease of someone who is comfortable in physical space. She set the wooden blade across her knees and looked at him with those dark focused eyes that her vital pattern confirmed were giving her full attention. What do you see when you look at me? He considered how to answer. He had been asked this question in various forms by almost everyone who had arrived on the island, and the answer was always different because the person was always different, and the question itself was always the same question underneath the words, which was, do you see me as I actually am? I see someone who has been carrying grief for a while, and who has made a good arrangement with it, he said. And someone whose capability and their relationship with their capability are in cleaner alignment than most people I've read. And someone who is deciding whether this place is what they came here thinking it might be. She was quiet for a moment. And is it? That's your assessment to make, not mine, he said. I can tell you what I'm building. I can show you the island. I can give you information. But whether this place is what you came looking for is something only you can determine. She looked at the ruins around them, the old stone and the new repairs and the particular quality of morning light on a place that has both history and present tense activity. She looked at the foundation seals stone through whatever she could perceive of its presence. Hate died during the invasion, she said. It was a statement of fact delivered in the tone of someone who has said it many times and has found the version of saying it that makes it manageable. He was defending the arena. One of the sound nin. A pause. I spent 3 months afterward doing nothing. Konoha-san found me in that period and told me she was assembling something and asked if I wanted to be part of it instead of doing nothing. She said the someone she was assembling it for was worth assembling it for. She was kind to say that. She doesn't say things she doesn't believe, Yugao said. Konoha-san is very precise about that. He looked at her vital pattern and thought about the grief that was clean and the quality of alignment he had read in the kata, and about what it meant that someone who had lost the most important thing in their life had arrived here rather than in one of the usual places people arrived after that kind of loss. The barrier seal work you do, he said. Tell me about it. She looked at him, at the shift in conversational direction. There's a specific defensive problem I've been thinking about since the island started filling up, he said. The whirlpools provide natural access control, but a determined approach by a sufficiently capable group can navigate them. Swerin has been working on water barriers, but her tradition is Miss Style, which has a different architecture from what the Uzumaki used here. If you're trained in barrier seals and willing to spend time with the island's existing network, I think there might be an integration possible that's stronger than either approach alone. She listened to this with the complete, processing attention that was her characteristic mode. What's the existing network's architecture? Layered, he said. The bedrock seals are the foundation. They provide a persistent low-level barrier that's been in place since before the fall and is still active. The surface structures have their own seal work that Swerin has been adding to. And Tayuya's sound work has an acoustic dimension that interacts with both layers in ways we're still mapping. 3-layer integration, she said. I've read about the theory. The Uzumaki written record has documentation of the full integrated approach, but it's mostly theoretical in the sources I've seen. Primary sources. She looked at him. Do you have primary sources? Storage seals full of them, he said. She stood up from the ground and brushed the stone dust from her practice clothes with the efficiency of someone who has decided what they are going to do next. Show me, she said. Chapter 41. The week. The week that followed the group's arrival was one of the most dense and productive weeks the island had seen. Not because everyone was working at maximum intensity, which was not how useful work happened. It was dense because the combination of the island's existing residents and the group Konoha had brought together produced the specific kind of mutual activation that occurs when the right combination of capabilities encounters the right kind of problem at the right moment. Ideas moved between people faster than any individual could have generated them. Work that had been waiting for a specific capability found that capability. Questions that had been open without the appropriate expertise to close them were closed. Yugao and Swerin found each other within the first hour and were still talking at midnight, Swerin spreading charts of the island's existing barrier architecture on the administrative center's table and Yugao sitting across from her adding notes from the primary sources she had been given access to in the storage seals. The two of them building a framework for the integration he had described with a speed that was possible because they each understood their own contribution so well that translating it to the other required only language rather than the slower process of building shared understanding from the ground up. The medical people consolidated around Fusa in a way that produced something remarkable. Daisuke and Konoha's medic, a young woman named Rei who had trained in the Iron Country's medical tradition, had an extended and sometimes heated argument about the relative merits of two different approaches to chakra depletion treatment that ended not in resolution but in a collaborative synthesis that neither would have reached independently. And Fusa had watched the argument with the satisfied expression of someone who recognizes productive conflict when they see it. Karen had discovered that Hiro, the 17-year-old water country boy, was at the earliest stage of the Kansen's development, the waking stage, the first activation of the site without yet understanding what was activating. She had found this through the standard social process of spending time near someone and noticing things, and when she had come to him with the information, her vital pattern had the configuration of someone who has discovered they know something useful and is deciding the best way to deploy it. He had worked with Hiro directly, giving him the initial framework that Setsuko had given him and watching Hiro's vital pattern respond to the information the same way his own had responded to Setsuko's words, with the specific quality of something finding its right shape. Hiro was quieter than he had been at that stage, more contained, and the Kansen's development in him would move differently, but the fundamental recognition was the same, the wordless understanding of a person who has just been given the name of something that has been nameless in them. He told Hiro what Sasuke had told him. Figure out what it does before you tell anyone else. Hiro had looked at him with those young eyes and said, "You told me?" "I'm not anyone else," he said. "I'm Uzumaki." Hiro had thought about this and then nodded with the seriousness of someone who is accepting a category distinction that they will spend time with. The political conversations with Konoha happened in the mornings, in the administrative center's main room with Sora and Anko present, and they were different in character from the first 3-hour session, more specific and more operational, moving through the practical requirements of each element of the recognition proposal with the methodical precision of people who were building something rather than discussing it. The coalition Konoha had assembled included representatives from 3 minor villages in the region between the fire and water countries whose interests in the whirlpool countries' status were primarily commercial, the navigation routes and the fishing access that the whirlpool countries' waters provided. It included a retired Kumo jonin named Kasuma who had personal history with the Uzumaki tradition and who had spent 15 years advocating within Kumo for recognition of Uzushio as a historical site of significance, an advocacy that had gone nowhere institutionally but which had produced documentation and legal arguments that Sora identified as immediately applicable. And it included, in the most delicate and carefully maintained element of the coalition, a formal communication from the Hokage's office that was not a council resolution but was nonetheless a statement of the third Hokage's personal position, which was that Konoha would not object to the recognition and would not seek to influence its terms. "That's more than I expected," he said, when Konoha presented the Hokage's communication. "He is not well," Konoha said, with the directness she applied to uncomfortable truths. "But he is still very much himself, and his personal position carries weight that formal council positions do not always carry, because everyone in the political landscape knows the difference between an institutional statement and the specific statement of a specific man." She paused. "He also asked me to tell you something." "What?" he said. "I read the genealogical records description in your message. I knew Uzumaki Kushina. I knew what she was and what she carried, in every sense of those words. I did not do everything I should have done with what I knew. I'm doing this now." He sat with this for a moment. "Thank him for me," he said. "Through Natsuki. Through the channel. I will." By the end of the week, he had his answer about the recognition proposal. The answer was yes, with specific conditions that Sora had articulated and Konoha had accepted as reasonable, conditions about the settlement's autonomy in its own governance, and about the mechanism by which the coalition's recognition was maintained and about the specific protections for the island's residents that recognition would need to provide to be worth having. It was not a perfect arrangement. No arrangement was perfect. It was an arrangement that fit the actual situation with sufficient precision to be useful and with sufficient flexibility to be modified as the situation developed, which was the definition of a good arrangement that he had arrived at over 5 months of building things in real conditions. He signed the framework document at the end of the week. Konoha signed as the coalition's organizing representative. Sora and Anko signed as witnesses. Yugao added her name because Konoha asked her to and because her connection to the coalition's founding was worth documenting. What they had, when all the names were present, was the beginning of Uzushio's formal recognition as an independent shinobi settlement under the Whirlpool country's reconstituted sovereignty, the first legal document of what was being built, and its existence on paper was different from its existence in the ruins and the repaired buildings and the seal architecture and the people who had come to be part of it. Not more real but differently real, the reality of a thing that the world's record now acknowledged. He held the document for a moment. He thought about the records office and the slim folder, and the cramped scholar's handwriting and the pressure behind his eyes, the first morning of this whole long beginning. He put the document in a sealed case and gave it to Sora to archive. There was more to do. Chapter 42, Sasuke. He arrived on a Tuesday in the 7th month, which was the kind of timing that was either coincidence or the specific precision of someone who had chosen their moment carefully, and which was, when Naruto read the quality of Sasuke's arrival through the Kansen, clearly the latter. He was alone. He had come on his own boat, a small vessel he had apparently navigated through the whirlpool approach using a combination of the Sharingan and the specific physical precision that was Sasuke's primary mode of engagement with the world, and he had landed on the harbor shore in the late afternoon and stood there waiting with the composed patience of someone who is entirely prepared to wait. Naruto was on the watchtower when Sasuke arrived. He had known the boat was coming for 2 hours, had read the Sharingan user's vital pattern in the approach with a specific and personal recognition that was different from the recognition of other vital patterns he had read. He had told Anko that the arrival was personal rather than operational, which Anko had received with the specific not asking quality of someone who understood the category without requiring details. He went down from the watchtower and through the ruins to the harbor shore. Sasuke looked different. Not dramatically different. His face was the same face, the composed, precise quality of it, the specific dark-eyed attention. But his vital pattern, read through the Kansen after 7 months of absence, showed the marks of what those 7 months had contained, and what they had contained was visible in the way that sustained difficulty is visible in a vital pattern, not as a wound exactly but as a change in the structure, the way wood changes when it has been under sustained pressure, harder in some places and more stressed in others. The curse seal was still there. It had not retreated. It had not advanced significantly beyond where it had been at the arena during the invasion, which told him that Sasuke had been doing what Sasuke did, which was to contain things through the sheer force of his own considerable will. But the containment was showing its cost in the pattern, the specific expenditure of sustained effort visible as a kind of chronic tension in the central registers of his vital signature. You navigated the whirlpools alone, Naruto said, when he reached the shore. It's a navigation problem, Sasuke said. Navigation problems have solutions. Most people use a guide. I'm not most people, Sasuke said, which was true and which was said without arrogance but simply as an accurate statement of the category he occupied. They stood on the harbor shore with the 7th month afternoon light between them and the sea behind Sasuke and the ruins of Uzushio behind Naruto. And neither of them said the obvious things because the obvious things had been implicit in the fact of Sasuke's navigation of the whirlpool approach alone, and did not require stating. How long have you been holding it? Naruto asked. He meant the containment. Since the invasion, Sasuke said. 7 months. It doesn't advance when I maintain the containment. It also doesn't recede. It's a stable configuration. Stable is not the same as resolved, Naruto said. I know, Sasuke said. That's why I'm here. He looked at Sasuke's vital pattern and at the cursed seal's dark edge within it, and he thought about what he had told Sasuke on the last night in Konoha. When I come back, if you want me to try. And Sasuke had said, when you come back. Which was how Sasuke said yes. Come inside, he said. I want to show you the island first. And I want Anko involved in the work, because she has direct experience with the seal architecture that I don't. The former Sound Jonin, Sasuke said. Madarashi. You know about her. I know about most things that are relevant to my situation, Sasuke said, with the same flat accuracy he had used to explain his knowledge of the chakra chains 3 years ago. Right, Naruto said. Come on. He walked Sasuke through the island with the same attention he had given the initial walk-through to everyone who arrived, because the island deserved to be introduced rather than encountered, but the walk with Sasuke was different from the others in its quality, quieter and more reciprocal. Sasuke observed everything with the specific comprehensive attention he brought to situations he was taking seriously, which was all situations, and he asked questions that were precise and technical, and showed that he had spent the months since the invasion doing exactly what he always did with information, which was to accumulate and organize it until it constituted a complete picture. He had read the same wartime reports that Naruto had found. He had found additional sources through Konoha's Jonin Access archives that Naruto had not had clearance for, and the additional sources added dimensions to what was known about the Maelstrom Eye that were interesting in ways Naruto had not anticipated. There's a historical account, Sasuke said, as they walked through the administrative center's main room, from one of the Second Great War's military historians. He described a specific engagement in which an Uzumaki Kansen practitioner was recorded as having maintained contacts with an opponent's chakra system not to drain it but to interfere with specific jutsu formation at the point of execution. Naruto looked at him. The interference wasn't with the chakra volume, Sasuke said. It was with the pattern. The practitioner disrupted the specific configuration a jutsu requires at the moment it's being formed, which collapsed the jutsu without depleting the person using it. He looked at Naruto. The account suggested the practitioner could do this repeatedly, at range, without the opponent understanding why their jutsu were failing. Counter-technique application, Naruto said slowly. Through the reach. If the seeing stage is precise enough to read the configuration of a forming jutsu, Sasuke said, then yes. Which it might be, given the theoretical framework you described in your message to Kurenai. He had not thought about this application. He had been thinking about the drain and the augmentation and the ruling stage's multi-contact capacity. He had not thought about the reach used not to affect volume but to affect pattern at the moment of expression, which was the specific point of maximum sensitivity in any jutsu's formation. That would be considerably more difficult than the drain, he said. Most useful things are, Sasuke said. They reached Enko's section of the training ground, where she was working on a seal diagram with Yugao. And the introduction between Sasuke and Enko had the specific quality of two people who have both been orbiting the same subject from different positions encountering each other, and finding that the encounter confirms the orbit's reasonableness. Enko looked at Sasuke's neck with the professional directness of someone who has been looking at cur seals for years and does not pretend not to see them. Heaven seal, she said. Standard architecture. He's been containing it through wool. Yes, Naruto said. For how long? 7 months. She looked at Sasuke with an expression that was both professional assessment and something more personal, the recognition of one person who has been living alongside an imposed thing for a long time, identifying the specific marks of that living in another person. Your Uchiha, Sasuke, she said. Yes, Sasuke said. Your containment is better than mine was at 7 months, she said. The pattern compression you're using is more efficient than the standard suppression. You've been studying the seal. I've been studying it since it was applied, Sasuke said. Good, she said. That means you know what we're working with. Sit down and tell me everything you've observed. Sasuke sat down, and the conversation that followed was the most technically dense conversation about cur seal architecture that Naruto had heard. Sasuke presenting 7 months of systematic self-observation with the comprehensive precision of someone who had used the Sharingan's analytical capacity to build a more complete model of the seal's behavior than anyone outside the seal's creator was likely to possess. And Enko receiving and questioning and cross-referencing against her own decades of experience. With the same structure in her own vital pattern. He sat outside the conversation and listened and thought about what the combination of Sasuke's analytical depth and Enko's experiential knowledge and his own ability to read the seal's vital pattern in real time would produce when they brought those three perspectives together on the actual work. He thought it would produce something worth 7 months of waiting. Chapter 43, The Seal Work. They spent 3 days preparing before they attempted anything with the seal. The preparation was Enko's requirement, and Naruto did not argue with it, because Enko's requirement was based on the kind of knowledge that only comes from direct long experience with a specific thing, and that kind of knowledge deserved the respect of compliance rather than the performance of having considered it critically and reached the same conclusion. The preparation involved Naruto reading the seal's vital pattern in extended sessions, sometimes for 2 hours at a stretch, learning its specific configuration the way you learn a piece of music, not just the notes, but the relationship between the notes. The places where the seal's architecture was reinforced and the places where it was thinner, the way it interacted with Sasuke's own vital pattern at their points of contact. He described what he read in each session to Enko and Sasuke, building a shared model between the three of them that was more complete than any individual perspective because each of them was seeing a different layer of the same thing. Sasuke sat across from him in these sessions with the Sharingan active, which gave Sasuke a different kind of visual information from what the Kansen was giving Naruto, and the combination of the two visual systems describing the same object from different angles produced something approaching stereoscopic clarity. The seal has 3 layers, Naruto said, in the second preparation session. The surface layer is what manages the activation, the conscious trigger, and the involuntary stress response. The middle layer is the structural architecture, the thing that's actually attached to your chakra network. And the deep layer is, he paused, trying to find the right word, something that's not quite the seal and not quite separate from it. It has its own vital pattern, the seal consciousness, Anko said. That's what you contacted at the arena perimeter during the invasion. Yes. It's not alive in the way that a person is alive, but it's not inert either. It has something like intention. What Orochimaru put in, Sasuke said. A residual imprint. His chakra signature structured into the deep layer so that the seal doesn't just alter your chakra network but continues to try to alter it, persistently, in the direction of his preference. Which is the thing that doesn't retreat even when you contain it, Anko said. Because you can suppress the effect but not the intention. The intention persists as long as the structure does. Can the resonance contact work on the intention specifically? Sasuke asked, looking at Naruto. He thought about this carefully. I don't know, he said. I've only read it. I haven't reached for it since the arena. The contact when I reached for it during the invasion was involuntary and brief. I pulled back when it turned to look at me. He paused. But I was at the early reaching stage then. I'm significantly more developed now. The ruling stage gives me a precision I didn't have. What's the risk if the contact goes wrong? Anko asked. She was asking for Sasuke's sake, not her own, and the question's quality acknowledged that. If I contact the deep layer and lose control of the reach, he said, the drain could affect Sasuke's vital pattern rather than the seal's. In the worst case, that means drawing from Sasuke's reserves in a way that I can't redirect. In a less worse case, the contact destabilizes the existing containment, which creates the involuntary release of the middle layer's activation. He looked at Sasuke. Which is what happens when you lose conscious containment. The partial transformation, Sasuke said, with the flat precision of someone describing a known risk rather than a feared one. Yes. Which is why I'm not going to attempt the deep layer first. I'm going to work on the surface layer and the middle layer separately. I'm going to drain the surface layer's activation capacity gradually, not all at once, reducing the seal's available energy for the activation mechanism. And then, when the activation mechanism is reduced to a level that makes the middle layer more accessible, I'll work on the structural attachment points. And the deep layer? Last. When the other layers have been addressed and the structure is weaker, and I understand the intention's pattern from having read it in extended contact for 3 days. Sasuke was quiet for a moment. How long for all of it? I don't know. Sessions rather than a single continuous effort, because extended reach on something this complex will fatigue the control before the work is finished. Probably, he estimated, several weeks of regular sessions, each one moving the process forward by a small amount. Sasuke looked at the floor and then at him. Begin, he said. The first session lasted 40 minutes. He extended the reach toward the surface layer of the seal with the precision the ruling stage made available. Not the blunt reach of the early reaching stage, but a reach that was specific and calibrated to the seal's frequency rather than to Sasuke's vital pattern frequency, a distinction that was both subtle and essential. The surface layer responded to the contact the way that most chakra structures responded when reached for at their own frequency, with a kind of yielding and availability to the resonance. He drew from it gently. Not dramatically. A small reduction in the activation energy, careful and measured, with continuous reading of Sasuke's vital pattern to monitor whether the seal's response was affecting the containment. Sasuke's containment held. The surface layer's energy reduced by a fraction that Naruto assessed, in the ongoing read of the pattern, as approximately 5% of its total capacity. He stopped. He pulled the reach back to passive and sat for a moment with the session's residue, the specific feel of having been in contact with the seal's architecture, which was unlike any other contact he had made. It was not hostile exactly, but it was not neutral either, the way that something with embedded intention is never quite neutral about being touched. How do you feel? He asked Sasuke. The same, Sasuke said. The containment is unchanged. The seal feels, he paused, which was unusual for Sasuke, slightly quieter. 5%, Naruto said. Approximately. Sasuke looked at him. We do this 20 times and the surface layer is empty. 20 sessions of 5% each, yes. And then the middle layer, which is a different problem and will take its own sessions. And the deep layer? And then the deep layer, Naruto said. Which I'll know more about by then. Sasuke nodded. All right, he said. Tomorrow, he agreed. Anko, who had been present throughout as both technical advisor and the specific kind of witness that people who have been carrying something for a long time deserve to have when someone finally attempts to help them put it down, stood and walked out of the training ground without saying anything. This was its own form of statement, the statement of someone who had seen what they needed to see and was going to process it in private because processing required privacy. He sat in the training ground after Sasuke left and felt the evening settle around him, the island's ambient frequency warm and patient in the bedrock beneath him, and he thought about the next 20 sessions and what would come after them, and he felt the Maelstrom Eye at its full ruling pitch, all the island's people at the edge of his awareness in their individual and complete specificity. The composite of what was being built held in the broad attention of an ability that was, in this moment, doing exactly what it was designed for. Relational. Every bit of it. Chapter 44, The Threat. The threat arrived on the 17th day of Sasuke's presence on the island, which was also the 4th day of the Seal Work's second phase, the middle layer sessions. It arrived as a vital pattern at the extreme edge of his range, which had expanded at the ruling stage to approximately 120 meters, and the vital pattern had the quality he had learned to recognize from the approach of the 12 that Konoha had brought, the organized, coordinated quality of shinobi in formation. But where Konoha's group had moved with the quality of people who had a purpose and were executing it carefully, this group moved with the quality of people whose purpose was adversarial. There were 23 of them. He was in the training ground with Sasuke and Anko when he felt them at the edge of his range, and he did not say anything for a moment, completing the reading he had already begun, gathering what the Kansen could show him at this distance before deciding how to respond. 23 signatures. The vital patterns were the specific mix of people who had been assembled rather than deployed as a unit, similar to what Konoha had brought but with a different quality in the assembly, the difference between people who had come together around a shared purpose and people who had been brought together by a single authority and given a specific objective. Hired, he thought. Or ordered. The quality of the approach itself confirmed this. They were not attempting to conceal their approach, which meant either they were not expecting resistance, or they were attempting to communicate something through the obviousness of their arrival, and given that the whirlpool approach required specific navigational knowledge that was not publicly available, which meant someone had sold or obtained their navigation charts. The approach was probably designed to be read as a warning rather than concealed as an ambush. We have an approach, he said. 23. Northeast, approximately 100 meters from the outer whirlpool boundary. They're not moving as fast as they could, and they're not trying to conceal. Anko stood. Affiliation? I can't be certain at this range. But the vital pattern quality has one element that's consistent across about half of them, and it's a quality I associate with a specific kind of training. He paused. Mercenary tradition. Not any single village. Hired group, Anko said. Yes. Someone decided to test the island's defenses, Sasuke said. He was not asking, or to send a message about what happens to independent settlements that don't have the right patron relationships, he said. The recognition framework is real, but it's new. Someone who didn't like the recognition's implications might want to communicate that displeasure in practical terms before it consolidates. Orochimaru, Sasuke said flatly. Possible. His organization is fragmented, but the remnants have consistent interests, and the settlement's existence, with what we're doing with your seal and with the Uzumaki tradition more broadly, is something he would have specific objections to. What do you want to do? Anko asked, looking at him with the complete, clean attention of someone who has already decided to do whatever the person they are asking decides and who is asking purely to coordinate. He thought about Uzumaki Kenta, who had held 200 shinobi incapacitated for 40 minutes with a vital pattern precision that he was still developing toward. He thought about his current ruling stage capacity, 8 simultaneous contacts at comfortable duration, and the question of 23 and what the ruling stage could do with 23. I'm going to handle the approach, he said. You and Sasuke and Swearin and Yugao establish defensive positions along the harbor perimeter. Don't engage unless I fail or unless they breach the perimeter. Get everyone else to the administrative center, Fusa and Karen and Daisuke and Hiro and the others, inside and covered. Alone on the shore, Anko said. 23 incoming. I've been building toward this for 8 months, he said. The island needs to know that its defense is real. Not just documented. Real. She looked at him for a long moment with the full pitch of her attention and her vital pattern in the specific configuration of someone who has done the assessment, and found it acceptable, and is accepting it. Don't underestimate the ones in the back, she said. The second tier of a hired group is always the more dangerous half. I know, he said. She moved. Sasuke stayed one additional moment, looking at him with the dark, comprehensive attention of his full awareness. The seal work, he said. We'll continue tomorrow, Naruto said. Go establish your position. Sasuke went. He stood in the training ground for a moment with the Kansen at its full ruling pitch, and the island's 14 residents visible in their various positions, each vital pattern distinct and complete in his awareness, and he felt the foundation seal's warmth in the bedrock beneath his feet and the whirlpool's ancient rhythm at the island's perimeter, and the 23 approaching signatures at the edge of his range. Then he walked to the harbor shore. Chapter 45, The Maelstrom. He was standing on the dock when the first of the 23 cleared the outer whirlpool boundary. The dock was the obvious position, the most visible point of the harbor structure, and he had chosen it because visibility in this situation was a form of communication. He was not hiding. He was not defensive. He was present, and the quality of his presence, for anyone who was reading it through any form of chakra perception, was the silver white of the Kansen at its full ruling stage capacity, which was not a subtle thing to read. He had brought nothing except himself. No weapons, no shadow clones, no prepared jutsu. The ruling stage was what he had, and the ruling stage was what this situation required, and bringing additional tools would have been a statement about his confidence in the Kansen that he did not want to make. The 23 cleared the whirlpool boundary in good order, which told him their navigation was competent, and their formation discipline was professional. They spread across the approach in the standard tactical deployment he had seen before, pairs with coverage angles and 3 navigators in their specialized supporting role. He read all 23 simultaneously. This was the ruling stage operating in the combat mode that he had been practicing for the past 3 months, not the settled composite of people he knew and whose patterns were familiar to him, but the rapid, complete reading of unknown signatures in a dynamic situation, each pattern assessed for the specific information that was immediately relevant, which was not the deep biographical read that he brought to the people he was in relationship with, but the tactical read, the information about state and intention and technique that the vital pattern provided in the moment of encounter. What the tactical read showed him was this: 12 of the 23 were at a high level of activation, the specific configuration of people who were ready to deploy significant technique at short notice. 6 were in a supporting role, providing utility chakra for the group's movement and coordination. 4 were in the second-tier position that Anko had warned him about, the position of people whose specific capability was being held in reserve for exactly the kind of situation where the first wave's approach had been managed. And the last one, the leader, was reading at the highest individual level of the group, a vital pattern that was organized, deliberate, and radiating the specific quality of someone who had done this before many times and had a settled relationship with what it was. The leader came to the front of the formation when they reached the shore and stepped onto the dock approach with the confident ease of someone who is accustomed to occupying the point position. She was tall, with the build of a weapons specialist and a pattern that confirmed it, the specific organization of a vital signature that had been developed through mastery of a physical tradition, and which expressed itself in the body the way a tool expresses the hand that has been shaped to it. She stopped 10 meters from him. Uzumaki Naruto, she said. Her voice had the professional quality of someone who uses their voice for specific purposes, and does not waste it on unnecessary inflection. Yes, he said. This settlement is operating in the Whirlpool country without authorization from the relevant regional powers. You are requested to cease operations and vacate within 48 hours. The settlement has formal recognition under international conventions governing unclaimed territory, he said, with the equal professionalism of someone who has had Sora explain this precise scenario multiple times in the past week. The recognition was negotiated with a coalition of regional parties including representatives from the water, lightning, and wind country commercial interests. The legal framework is documented and available for review. She looked at him. Her vital pattern's tactical read was doing something he had not seen in the approach, the specific configuration of someone who has just received information that was not in their briefing and who is assessing whether and how it changes their objective. The entity that engaged us for this operation was not aware of a recognition framework, she said. Which was, in the vocabulary of professional hired shinobi, as close to an acknowledgement of a complication as such professionals made in the field. I imagine not, he said. The framework is recent. A pause. The 22 behind her held their formation with the specific stillness of people who were waiting for a signal rather than for a conclusion. I am authorized to proceed with the operation as briefed or to assess field developments, and adjust accordingly, she said. Field developments have occurred. Another pause. However, my employer's broader interests are not served by my departure from a field assessment without having established a basis for reporting. What can you offer that a report would accurately describe as establishing the settlement's legitimacy? He understood what she was asking, which was not a legal question but a practical one. She needed something to take back that her employer could categorize as having been received rather than having been given nothing. She was giving him the opportunity to provide it. He extended the Kanson's reach toward all 23 of them simultaneously, which was the most contacts he had held in a non-practice situation, and he felt the ruling stage handled the load with the smooth, organized efficiency of something that had been built for exactly this capacity. 23 contacts, each calibrated to the individual vital pattern, held without reduction or confusion in the broad awareness of the ruling stage. He did not drain. He did not give. He reached at the lightest possible contact, the contact that was more like touch than like the deeper engagement of the drain, and he held all 23 in that lightest contact simultaneously. They all felt it. He knew they felt it because the vital pattern showed him the specific response of 23 people simultaneously encountering something that they could not categorize through their existing frameworks. The subtle but unmistakable experience of being touched at the level of vital pattern by something that was maintaining 23 such touches at once. It was not painful. It was not threatening. It was simply unmistakable, the way the presence of a very large thing is unmistakable even when it is being absolutely still. The leader's vital pattern spiked briefly with a sharp, controlled assessment response and then settled into a new configuration. The configuration of someone who has just understood something with complete clarity, and whose understanding has resolved a question rather than creating one. She looked at him. He released the reach. That, she said, is something worth reporting. She looked over her shoulder at the 22 behind her, and what passed between them in the next 30 seconds was the specific communication of a professional group deciding to revise their field assessment without requiring lengthy discussion of the reasons, because the reasons were self-evident to everyone who had just been part of the experience. She looked back at him. We're withdrawing, she said. The report will accurately describe that the settlement's legitimacy was established through direct demonstration of the defending capacity. A pause. For whatever it's worth, I don't consider this assignment to have been well scoped from the beginning. The party who engaged us had incomplete information. I gathered that, he said. She gave him a single, professional nod that acknowledged the encounter without assigning weight to it, and she turned and the 23 withdrew through the harbor approach with the same good order they had arrived with, and he stood on the dock and watched them go through the Kanson's ruling pitch until the last vital pattern had cleared the whirlpool boundary. Then he sat down on the dock with his legs over the edge and let the Kanson settle back to passive. Behind him, the island breathed with its ambient frequency, the seal architecture and the bedrock sending up its warmth, the whirlpools doing their ancient work at the perimeter. He had held 23 contacts simultaneously for 4 minutes. He was slightly tired in the way that significant sustained focus produced tiredness, not the exhaustion of physical depletion but the specific quality of a capacity that had been used at a high level and needed time to settle. Enko appeared at the harbor shore after a moment, walking with her usual economical precision, and looked at the empty approach and then at him. They left, she said. Yes. Without engagement. Without engagement. She stood beside him for a moment with her arms at her sides and her vital pattern in a configuration he had not read in her before, something that was in the territory adjacent to what he would have called relief, the specific quality of someone who had been prepared for one kind of outcome and was receiving another kind. How many did you hold? She asked. All 23. A pause. At once. Yes. She looked at the empty approach for a moment longer. Right, she said. I'll tell the others it's clear. She walked back toward the ruins. He stayed on the dock for a while longer, looking at the water, which was the sea and was not concerned with what had just happened, because the sea had its own concerns and they were older and larger than anything on the shore. He thought about Kenta and 200 contacts for 40 minutes, the wartime report's brief and massive statement of what the Kansen had once been able to do. He was not there yet. But 23 for 4 minutes was not the beginning of the beginning anymore. It was the beginning of the middle. Chapter 46, The Deep Layer. They reached the deep layer of Sasuke's Cur Seal in the 23rd session. The surface layer had taken 11 sessions across 2 weeks, reduced in careful increments until the activation mechanism's energy was below the threshold that the middle layer required to deploy involuntarily, which was the specific condition Enko had identified as necessary before they could safely address what was underneath. The middle layer had taken 12 sessions, each one more complex than the previous because the structural attachment points of the middle layer were not uniform but varied in their density and their relationship to Sasuke's own chakra network, some points more deeply integrated than others and requiring correspondingly more precision to address without disturbing the network itself. Sasuke had been patient with this, which was perhaps the thing that most surprised him, because Sasuke's relationship with patience was historically variable, patience being the quality he applied to things that required it while being visibly economical with it in other contexts. But the seal work was something Sasuke had been living with for 8 months and waiting for someone to help him address for 7, and the specific patience of someone who has waited long enough that the waiting has become an expertise was not the same as ordinary patience. On the day of the 23rd session, Sasuke arrived in the training ground at the usual time and sat in the usual position across from him and said, with the complete flat precision of someone reporting a diagnostic observation, the middle layer's attachment points are at approximately 15% of their original density. I can feel the difference in how the containment effort distributes. Enko? Naruto asked. Consistent with what the external read shows, Enko said, from her position at the training ground's edge. The surface and middle layer work has isolated the deep layer. It's still there and it still has its intention, but it's no longer supported by the activation mechanism and the structural layer is thin enough that the intention's expression is significantly attenuated. Which means today is different, Naruto said. Today you contact the deep layer directly, Enko said. Not to drain it the same way. The intention isn't a chakra volume, it's a pattern. You're going to need the counter-technique application you and Sasuke discussed. He thought about the historical account Sasuke had found. The practitioner who had disrupted jutsu formation by interfering with the pattern at the moment of expression. He had spent 3 weeks practicing this on his own shadow clones in the evenings, attempting to read the configuration of a forming jutsu and introduce a resonance disruption at the point of maximum sensitivity. He could do it. Not perfectly. Not with the confidence of something that had been done many times in real conditions, but with sufficient reliability that the mechanism was available rather than theoretical. The deep layer's intention pattern, he said, making sure the preparation was complete. I've been reading it in every session for 3 weeks. I know its frequency. I know where it's strong and where it's less structured. He looked at Sasuke. This session will be longer than the others. I'm going to take it slowly because disrupting the intention incorrectly would reinforce it rather than dissolve it. Enko, if you see something in the external read that indicates the approach is going wrong, say so immediately. Understood, she said. Sasuke. If you feel the containment destabilizing, tell me immediately. Don't try to reinforce it. Let me pull back and we reset. Understood, Sasuke said, with the specific quality that meant he had already considered this and the answer was complete rather than casual. He closed his eyes for a moment. He breathed 3 times in the deliberate, measured way that Setsuko had made him practice for exactly these moments. He opened the Kansen to its full ruling pitch. He extended the reach toward the deep layer. The contact with the deep layer was different from the contact with the surface and middle layers in a way he had anticipated but which was still, in the actual experience, more significant than anticipation had conveyed. The surface and middle layers had yielded to the reach the way chakra structures generally yielded, with a kind of availability and amenability to the resonance contact. The deep layer received the reach with the specific quality of something that was aware it was being reached for, and which had its own response to that awareness. The intention turned toward him. He had expected this. He had felt it in the brief involuntary contact at the invasion's arena perimeter, and he had read it in every session as the deep layer had become more accessible. The specific quality of the intention's awareness, not consciousness in the human sense but something with enough structure to recognize contact and respond to it. He did not pull back. He held the reach, held the contact, and let the intention's attention find him, and he responded to its finding not with resistance but with the specific quality that the ruling stage made available, the complete and genuine acknowledgement of what the thing was, read in its full specificity, without reduction or preference, or the defensive shaping that fear produces. He read the intention. What the intention was, at the level of its actual structure rather than its effect, was a pattern of chakra organized around a specific directive, not a complex directive in the way that human consciousness is complex but a directive of considerable force. The directive was become. In the specific, invasive sense of a foreign pattern attempting to reshape the thing it was embedded in toward a form that served the pattern's author rather than its host. He understood this. He understood it completely, with the full depth of what the Kansen's seeing capacity could give him, and what he understood produced something that was not anger, exactly, but was in the territory adjacent to anger, the territory of a person who has understood a violation and is deciding what to do with the understanding. He did something that was different from the drain. He resonated at the intention's frequency. He found the note that the intention was playing and he matched it with his own chakra, not to amplify it but to meet it. And in the meeting he began to alter the frequency by degrees, the way you tune a string by adjusting the tension rather than replacing it. Small changes in the resonance pattern that accumulated toward a configuration that was not the original directive and not its opposite but something that the original directive could not recognize as itself. The disruption of pattern at the moment of expression, applied not to a jutsu's formation but to the persistent expression of an embedded intention. It was slow work. It was the most precise work he had ever done with the reach, more demanding than the 23 contacts in the harbor because those had required breadth and this required depth, the 2 different modes of the ruling stage's capacity. He worked with the full concentration of everything the ability had given him and everything the months of practice had built toward and everything that the Foundation seal had transmitted and everything that Setsuko and Tanaka and Kurenai had given him in the form of knowledge and the form of belief. He was sweating when the deep layer's intention released. Not all at once. Not dramatically. It did not vanish or collapse or produce any physical effect beyond the specific change in Sasuke's vital pattern that the Kansen showed him with complete clarity, the change of the deep layer's structure losing its organizing directive and becoming, in the absence of that directive, simply chakra without a pattern, without intention, without the persistent pressure that had been applying itself to Sasuke's network for 8 months. The seal was not gone. The attachment points of the middle layer were still present in reduced form, and the surface layer's mechanism still existed as an architectural remnant. But the intention was gone. The thing that had made the seal something that persisted and pressed and worked toward a result was not there anymore, and without the intention the remaining structure was simply structure, inert in the way of a lock without a key, present but not functional. He pulled the reach back to passive. He opened his eyes. Sasuke was very still in the way that he was sometimes still when something significant had happened, and he was giving it the specific quality of attention that significant things deserved. It's quiet, Sasuke said. The intention is gone, Naruto said. The structural remnants are still there but without the intention they don't function. They'll atrophy over time without the intention maintaining them. Sasuke was quiet for another moment. How long? Months, maybe? But each day is less than the day before. He paused. And it's not pressing anymore. The containment effort that you've been sustaining is no longer necessary. The silence that followed was not the silence of absence but the silence of something having resolved, the specific quality of a space in which something that had been always present was no longer present, and the space was still adjusting to the change. Enko stood up from her position at the training ground's edge and walked toward them and stopped a few feet away. She looked at Sasuke's vital pattern through whatever awareness she had developed through years of carrying her own version of the same thing, and what moved through her expression was something she did not attempt to name, but which was complete and real. Done? She said. Done, Naruto said. She nodded. She looked at Sasuke one more time and then she turned and walked out of the training ground, which was her consistent response to moments that required processing in private. He and Sasuke sat in the training ground in the late afternoon light with the foundation seal warm in the bedrock beneath them and the island's ambient frequency steady around them and the whirlpools doing their ancient work at the perimeter. After a while Sasuke said, "What does the seal look like now?" Through the eye. He looked. Like a room that was furnished, and is now empty. The structure is there but there's nothing in it. Sasuke considered this. That's accurate, he said, which was the specific way he affirmed things, with verification rather than warmth. What will you do now? Naruto asked. Go back? Sasuke was quiet for a moment. Eventually, he said. There are things in Konoha that require my presence. My brother's location. The reconstruction. Matters that I left in a state that requires return. But not today. No, Sasuke said. Not today. They sat in the training ground as the light changed and the evening came on, and it was the training ground log from 3 years ago and it was not, because they were not the same people and this was not the same situation and the space between them was different from the space that had existed then, more comfortable and more honest, and shaped by a year of shared history that neither of them had planned to have. He thought about what Mito's letter had said about the Kansen being relational. He thought that there was no more direct demonstration of that than this. Chapter 47, What the Island Becomes. In the 9th month 3 things happened that were each significant, and which together constituted something that was more than the sum of their significance. The first was that Yugao and Swearin completed the 3-layer barrier integration. They presented it on a morning when everyone on the island was present, which had become the standard for presentations of things that affected everyone, and what they presented was not a report but a demonstration. Because the integration was the kind of thing that was better shown than described. Yugao had positioned herself in the training ground at the foundation stone. Swearin had positioned herself at the harbor. Taiyuya had positioned herself in the practice room with the flute. On Yugao's signal, all 3 activated their respective components simultaneously. He was watching through the Kansen, which showed him the integration in its full complexity, and what the full complexity was extraordinary. The 3 layers did not simply operate in parallel, each doing its own thing independently. They interlocked. The bedrock seal's persistent low-level barrier provided the foundation frequency that the surface barrier's water architecture resonated with, and the water architecture's resonance created the specific acoustic environment that Taiyuya's sound ceiling amplified and extended, and the extension covered the entire island in a continuous, layered barrier that was different in kind from what any single approach could have produced. The coverage was total. The integration meant that there were no gaps between layers, no boundary conditions where one system's edge met another's beginning, because the resonance connection between the 3 made the boundary conditions themselves into sealing material. The barrier was not 3 separate defenses but one defense expressed in 3 mutually reinforcing modes. When Yugao released the activation and the 3 components settled back to their passive states, the room was quiet for a moment with the specific quality of people who have witnessed something that has arrived as more than they expected it to be. Sora, who expressed things economically and with precision, said, "That changes the settlement's strategic position significantly." Yes, Naruto said. And it did. Because a settlement that could be approached and overwhelmed by a sufficiently large force was categorically different from a settlement that could not be approached without the knowledge and cooperation of its defenders, and the 3-layer integration had moved Uzushio from the first category to the second. The second thing that happened in the 9th month was that Karen had her first full Kansen activation. It happened during a healing session, which was where Fusa had predicted it was most likely to happen, in the context where Karen's vital pattern was most fully engaged and most open. She was working with a training injury that Hiro had sustained, nothing serious, a strained chakra coil that required precise attention, and in the middle of the session Fusa saw her eyes change and said, quietly and without alarm, "Stop, Karen. Look at your patient." Karen looked at Hiro and saw him the way the Kansen made everything visible, in his full vital complexity, and the expression on her face was one Naruto recognized from the outside for the first time, because he had never had an outside view of what the first full activation looked like. It was the expression of someone who has just been given the word for something that has been wordless in them, the specific expansion of a face when language arrives for an experience that language has not previously reached. She cried briefly, which was the most characteristically Karen response to an overwhelming moment, and Fusa sat beside her, and did not say anything, and Hiro looked at both of them with the patient, slightly bewildered expression of someone who has been the occasion for something he does not entirely understand. Naruto worked with Karen that evening, the same way Setsuko had worked with him, giving her the vocabulary and the framework for what the seeing was and what the reaching would be when it came and what the stages meant and what the rules were that were not optional. He told her the rules the same way Setsuko had told him, as non-negotiable requirements that came before anything else. No drain on any living being that is not your own clone, he said. Yes, she said, meeting his gaze with the complete directness that was Karen's primary mode of sincerity. Tell me that again, as though you mean it. Yes, she said again, and this time she said it the way Setsuko had required him to say it, with the weight of someone accepting a commitment rather than acknowledging a statement. Good, he said. Then we have work to do. The third thing that happened in the 9th month was a message from Konoha. It came through the communication disc, which had carried occasional brief transmissions over the 9 months, the Hokage's position reaffirmed twice, a brief message from Kurenai about Konoha's political developments, a notification from Natsuki that her professional assessment had been formally accepted and that she had returned to active service with a revised assignment that she described only as more appropriate. This message was different in length, and in the specific quality of what it carried. It was from the Hokage. It was longer than his previous communications, which had been the compressed brevity of someone conserving energy. This one was not compressed. This one had the quality of something written with care and without the constraint of conservation, and reading it through the disc's transmission over the course of an evening told him several things. The Hokage was dying. Not immediately, not dramatically, but in the specific and honest sense of a man who had been badly injured and who was old, and who had the clarity of someone who has organized their remaining time around what it should be used for rather than around pretending it is unlimited. He was writing because he wanted certain things said while they could be said and because the communication channel existed and should be used for this. He wrote about Kushina. He wrote the things that had been sealed and which were, in the accounting of what remained to be done with his time, more important to unseal than to keep. He wrote about her quality as a person and as a shinobi and as someone who had carried an enormous weight with the specific kind of grace that comes from deciding the weight is worth carrying. He wrote about what she had said, in the last days before Naruto's birth, about hoping her child would have the specific kind of difficult life that made a person real rather than the easy life that left no marks. He wrote, she would have found you exactly what she was hoping for. He wrote, come home when the time is right. Not for the village's reasons. For yours. He wrote, the door is open. He sat with the message for a long time in the administrative center's main room, with the island quiet around him in the evening, the residents settled into their various ends of day, the barriers 3 layers in their passive states, the foundation seal warm in the bedrock, the whirlpools doing their ancient work. He thought about home, which was the complicated thing the Hokage had said it was, more complicated than the place that had failed you and more complicated than the place you had built to replace it, because home was not a place exactly but a relationship with the place and with the people in it, and with the version of yourself that the place and the people had shaped. He thought about what he was going to do. He thought about the island and the people on it, 21 now, with more names in the first column of the notebook and more work to do and more development to reach and more of the slow, serious, unglamorous work that building something real required. He thought about Konoha, which was the place where he had grown up and been failed and found his inheritance, and made his first real choices, and which had, in the 9 months since he had left, been engaged in its own process of something. He could see it in the Hokage's message and in Natsuki's brief communications and in the specific quality of what Konoha and Yugao had brought with them when they came, the quality of a place that was changing. Slowly and incompletely, and with the specific difficulty of large institutions discovering that they need to be different from what they have been. He was not ready to go back. But he wrote a response to the Hokage. He wrote it in the careful, organized way he had developed, not the cramped urgent handwriting of the early notebook, but the considered hand of someone who has learned that the words you choose are the shape of the thing you mean, and the shape matters. He wrote about what the island was and what it was becoming, and what it would need to become to be what it was supposed to be. He wrote about the people here and their specific qualities and what the combination of them was producing that none of them could have produced alone. He wrote about the recognition framework and Sora's legal thinking and the barrier integration and Karen's activation and the seal work and what the 9th month had contained. He wrote, "I am not building a rival. I am building a continuation. Uzushio is not a nation in opposition to Konoha. It is the thing that should have existed alongside Konoha for 40 years and did not. The absence was not a neutral condition. The absence had costs that are still being paid. What I'm doing is paying some of those costs forward rather than letting them accumulate further." He wrote, "The door goes both ways. When the island is stable enough to sustain my absence for the time a visit requires, I will come. Not as a returning genin, and not as a prodigal. As what I am, which is Uzumaki, and which is also still someone who grew up eating ramen at a particular stall, and who knows what the East Gate smells like in autumn." He wrote, "Tell Kurinai the seal she gave me has been the most reliable piece of equipment I've carried. And that the book she made is almost entirely annotated." He sealed the message and transmitted it through the disk. Outside, the island's night was the quality that island nights have when the sea is close and the sky is clear and the ambient frequency of the place is steady and warm. He could feel the 21 vital patterns of the people settled into their sleep, each one in its individual specificity, each one complete and distinct in the ruling stage's broad awareness, the composite of what was here held in the living arrangement that the ability required and that the island made possible. He thought about Mito's letter one more time. Build something different. Build something that the world cannot categorize as a threat because it does not fit the shapes that threats take. He thought, this is what that looks like when it is being built. Not finished. Not complete. Full of things that were still becoming what they needed to become, full of people who were still finding their way to what they were building toward, full of the specific productive incompleteness of something that was alive and serious and real. He went to bed. Tomorrow there was work. There was always, on Uzushio in the 9th month of its rebuilding, work. He was glad of it. Chapter 48, the one still coming. In the 10th month, 4 more people arrived. They did not arrive together. They arrived separately, over the course of 3 weeks, through different routes and with different histories, and the fact of their arrival in that specific month was not orchestration but the natural consequence of a thing that was becoming known, because things that are genuine and serious and alive develop a quality that other things respond to. And people who need what genuine and serious and alive things offer eventually find their way toward them. The first to arrive was a woman named Isaribi, who had come from a small island village off the water country's coast, and who had a condition that she described in the direct, unsparing terms of someone who had been dealing with something for years and had stopped finding softened language useful. Her condition was a physical transformation that occurred involuntarily under certain conditions, a transformation that had made her an object of fear in her home village and that the Konoha shinobi she had encountered briefly and unhelpfully had categorized as a jutsu side effect without addressing the underlying mechanism. Through the kansen, what Naruto read in Isaribi's vital pattern was something that required him to spend a careful hour reading it in the full seeing depth before he could say anything that was more useful than the Konoha shinobi's assessment. What he found, in that careful hour, was a chakra network that had been altered by a specific external technique in a way that was neither a disease nor a permanent transformation but a persistent interference pattern, something that had been done to her rather than something that was her. Furza and Daisuke spent 3 days examining Isaribi's condition before they said anything about treatment, because Furza's primary medical principle was that accurate diagnosis preceded all other considerations, and accurate diagnosis required the time it required. When they said something about treatment, what they said was cautious and honest, that the interference pattern was identifiable and that the Uzumaki medical tradition included techniques for addressing interference patterns in chakra networks that had not been available to the Konoha shinobi who had previously assessed her. And that they would need to work on this over a period of months with no guarantee of complete resolution but with specific, describable goals at each stage of the work. Isaribi had listened to this with the expression of someone who has been told cautious and honest things about their situation by people who clearly understood it, and who had offered a specific, if not guaranteed, path forward, and the expression was not disappointment but something closer to what hope looks like when it is arriving in a form that is realistic rather than comfortable. She stayed. The second to arrive was a young man named Yugo who came with a warning about himself before he came with anything else, which was the most honest approach to arrival he had seen and which told him something important about Yugo before he had read a single layer of his vital pattern. The warning was about the specific and dangerous quality of Yugo's bloodline ability, which involved an involuntary transformation driven by specific triggers that Yugo had spent years attempting to identify and control with incomplete success. He read Yugo's vital pattern with the full seeing depth. What the seeing showed him was not what the warning had led him to anticipate. The vital pattern was not unstable. It was not dangerous in the specific way that unstable vital patterns are dangerous. What it was enormous, in a specific way that was unlike any other vital pattern he had encountered, including his own, enormous not in volume but in connection, a vital pattern whose edges were not edges in the ordinary sense but permeable, open to the natural chakra frequencies of the environment in a way that made Yugo's vital pattern a kind of antenna, constantly receiving information from the living world around him. The transformation that Yugo experienced as involuntary was, through the Kansen's reading, the result of a specific kind of overload, the antenna receiving more than the system could process without the processing mechanism activating. The processing mechanism was the transformation. It was not a malfunction. It was the bloodline doing what it was designed to do, handling an excess of incoming information through a physical process that had not been understood as such because the understanding required an ability that could read vital patterns at the level the Kansen operated at. He sat with Yugo for 4 hours and described what he was reading, carefully and completely, and Yugo listened with the specific quality of someone who has been trying to understand something about themselves for a long time and is receiving the most accurate description they have ever encountered. The antenna, Yugo said, when the description was complete. That's what it feels like. Like everything is coming in all the time and I can't turn it down. The natural chakra of the environment, he said. Animal life, plant life, the earth itself. Your bloodline reads all of it continuously, and when it's too much, your body processes the excess through the transformation. Which is the bloodline working correctly? The problem is not the bloodline. The problem is that you've never had a framework for managing the input volume. Yugo was quiet for a long moment. Can the eye do something about it? The threshold management? I think, he said carefully, because he was not going to overstate something that was important, that giving at the Uzumaki frequency might be able to support the development of a self-regulatory capacity in your network that would raise the threshold before the transformation triggers. Not remove the ability. Support the ability in managing itself. Yugo looked at him with the specific expression of someone who has just been offered something they had not allowed themselves to want because wanting it had previously been followed by not receiving it. I would like to try that, Yugo said. We'll work on it, he said. With Furza and Daisuke, because this is medical work as much as it is Kansen work. Yugo nodded, and the nod had the quality of someone who is committing to something rather than acknowledging it. He stayed. The third arrival was a kunoichi named Fu, with the specific and distinctive quality of another Jinchuriki. He had learned to read the Jinchuriki vital pattern with precision after the extended contact with Gaara at the invasion and the months of reading his own pattern with the ruling stage's depth, and Fu's pattern was unmistakable, The biju's enormous presence layered over a human vital signature in the specific way of a long-established seal. She arrived with the quality of someone who had heard about the island through a source she did not specify, and who had decided that a place with a Jinchuriki involved in its founding was worth finding out about. She was direct in the way that Jinchuriki sometimes are, having learned through years of being the container for something enormous that directness was more efficient than the social management of being indirect. "You're like me," she said, when she first met him. "In one significant way," he agreed. "And the island doesn't," she paused, finding the word, "manage you?" "No," he said. "The island is built around what I am, not the other way around." She looked at the ruins and the repaired buildings and the training ground and the harbor, and the quality of 25 people going about the work of building something in the morning light. "What does it want from me?" she asked. "What do you have to offer?" He said, not as a challenge but as the genuine question it was, because the island was being built from what people brought to it rather than from a predetermined requirement. She thought about it seriously. "I can fight," she said. "I'm a strong fighter. And I know things about biju that someone who hasn't been one wouldn't know." "The fighting is useful," he said. "The biju knowledge is something I'd like to learn from. And," he paused, "if you're willing, I'd like to work with the Jinchuriki specific aspects of your vital pattern over time. Not to change anything. To understand how the seal architecture looks at full development compared to what I can see in my own. 2 different seals, 2 different biju, 2 different practitioners of the cants, and trying to understand both." She looked at him for a moment. "That's the most interesting thing anyone has said to me about being a Jinchuriki," she said. "It's the most interesting thing I know about it," he said honestly. She stayed. The 4th arrival was the Hokage's personal physician, a man of 60 named Shiro, who arrived on Goto's boat with a medical bag and a sealed letter from the Hokage and a quality in his vital pattern that was the specific quality of someone who has been doing a difficult and important job for a long time, and who has recently had an additional difficult and important job added to his responsibilities. The sealed letter said, "I am sending Shiro to help with what Fusa and Daisuke are building, because his knowledge is relevant to the Uzumaki medical tradition, and because he has been asking me for 3 years to let him go somewhere where his knowledge would be used correctly, and I am finally in a position to have that conversation with the council in a productive way. He is not a spy. He is a physician. Please treat him accordingly." Shiro had met Fusa and Daisuke within the first hour, and had begun talking about the Uzumaki medical text immediately, and the 3 of them had the quality of people finding each other in a project that requires all 3 of their contributions, the specific quality of necessary combination that produces things none of the components could produce separately. He looked at the 4 new arrivals and at the 25 who had been here before them, and he counted 29. He thought about 12, which was what 5 months had built. And he thought about 29, which was what 10 months had built. And he thought about the names still in the first column of the notebook, and about what the next 10 months would build, and about the island, which was not finished, and would not be finished for a long time, and which was, in every month of its being not finished, more itself than it had been the month before. He opened his notebook. He drew a line through 4 more names in the first column. He turned to a new page and wrote the date at the top. He began. Act 5, The Return. Chapter 49, The 12th Month. The 12th month arrived with the quality of things that have been building for a long time and which, when they arrive, feel both inevitable and surprising, because inevitability and surprise are not opposites, but different angles on the same fact. Uzushio in its 12th month had 37 people on it. 37 was not a village. It was not a military organization or a political entity in the fully realized sense of those terms. But it was something, and the something it was had a texture and a weight and a daily quality that differed from what 37 individuals living separately would have produced, in the specific way that communities differ from collections of individuals, which was not in the number of people but in the relationship between them and the space they shared. The physical island had changed. The harbor district was functionally operational, 3 buildings fully restored and occupied, and a 4th in the final stages of structural repair that Sora had scheduled for completion before the winter season's most serious weather arrived. The residential quarter had 6 occupied structures and 4 more identified and prioritized for the next phase of work. The administrative center was the island's gathering point, the room where the community met to discuss what affected them all, the room where decisions were made in the way that Naruto had decided they should be made, which was through conversation among everyone affected rather than through command from a single point. He had thought carefully about governance. He had read what the storage seals contained about how Uzushio had governed itself before the fall, which was a system of clan council arranged around the specific expertise of different families rather than around a single leadership authority, and he had thought about what that system had produced, and what its weaknesses had been, and he had tried to build something that kept the distributed authority and addressed the weaknesses. What he had built was not a council in the formal sense. It was something more like a practice, a regular gathering in which the island's residents spoke about the island's condition and made decisions collectively, with the specific exception of defensive decisions, which he retained the authority to make alone because defensive decisions in the moment of a threat required a single point of authority and no amount of collective wisdom could substitute for that. The practice worked because the people on the island were the kind of people who took it seriously, who came to the gatherings with the genuine intention of contributing rather than the performed intention of someone who is present at a process they consider irrelevant. This was not accidental. The island had attracted the kind of people it had attracted because of what it was, and what it was had selected for people whose relationship with collective process was genuine rather than instrumental. He thought about this sometimes, the selection process. He had not designed it consciously. He had simply been himself, building what he was building for the reasons he was building it, and the people who had come because what they found here matched something real in them. The matching was the selection. You did not need to screen for alignment if you built something that only genuinely aligned people would find worth arriving for. Setsuko had said he was the most impatient person she had ever met. He thought about this in the 12th month and thought that perhaps the patience had not been patience in the ordinary sense but something more like trust, a trust in the process itself, in the idea that building something genuine would produce genuine results if given the time and the seriousness it required. He was, at the end of the 12th month, 13 years old. He had been 12 when the pressure had first appeared behind his eyes in Training Ground 7 with his back against the memorial stone. He had been 12 when he had found the records office folder and Setsuko's house and the Foundation seal. He had been 12 when he had left Konoha through the East Gate with his travel pack and Kurinai's gifts. He was 13 now, which was not a significant number except that it was the number he had reached in the 12th month of the island's rebuilding, and the distance between the 12-year-old in the training ground and the person he was in the 12th month was not a distance that could be measured in the usual ways. He sat on the watchtower platform in the 12th month's early morning and activated the Kansen to its full ruling pitch and felt all 37 vital patterns of the island's residents in their individual specificity and their collective warmth, and he held them in the broad, attentive awareness that the ruling stage made available, and he thought about what had been given to him, and what he had done with it, and what remained to do. There was a lot remaining to do. He was glad of that. He went down from the watchtower and began the day. Chapter 50, Madara's Shadow. The intelligence about Akatsuki had been building for months through 3 separate channels. Enko's professional network had been the first to surface it, in the form of reports from contacts in the minor villages about movements that did not match any known organizational pattern, shinobi of significant individual capability moving in coordinated sequences that suggested a directing intelligence and a specific operational timeline. The pattern was not random. It was not the pattern of a large organization conducting general operations. It was the pattern of an organization conducting specific operations toward a specific goal. Konoha's political connections had confirmed the movements from a different angle, through the reactions of the major villages rather than the movements themselves, the specific quality of controlled alarm in the communications between the Kage offices that her contacts had access to. The major villages knew something was moving. None of them had the complete picture, but each of them had pieces, and the pieces, assembled from the different vantage points of Konoha's coalition, suggested a coherent pattern of preparation. The third channel was the most direct and the most personal. It was Sasuke. Sasuke had not left the island after the seal work was completed. He had stayed for reasons that he described with the characteristic economy of someone who did not explain himself in more words than necessary, which were that the island had resources relevant to his current objectives and that his current objectives were better pursued from here than from Konoha. The current objectives, which he described with the same economy over a series of evenings in the administrative center, were the complete understanding of Uchiha Madara and the specific threat that Madara represented. Sasuke had been investigating Madara for months before arriving on the island, using the Sharingan's analytical capacity and the specific access that his name and his lineage gave him to sources of information that were closed to most people. What he had assembled was a picture that was more complete than anything available in Konoha's official records, and which was, when he presented it to the island's gathered residents in the administrative center, one of the more sobering things Naruto had heard in a year of receiving sobering information. Madara was alive. This was the beginning and the most disorienting fact of the presentation, the thing that required a moment to receive before the rest of the information could find its place. Madara Uchiha, who had been believed dead for decades, was not dead. He had survived through mechanisms that Sasuke had identified in partial terms, involving a combination of Hashirama's cells, which Madara had acquired in their final conflict, and a specific application of the Izanagi that had allowed him to rewrite the conditions of his survival at the cost of one eye's light. He was old, in a way that defied the ordinary accounting of age, old in the way of something that has sustained itself beyond its natural term through means that were not designed for indefinite application. His vital pattern, which Naruto had read through the Kansen at the absolute limit of his range on 3 separate nights, since Sasuke had identified a location estimate, was the most unusual thing the eye had shown him in a year of unusual things. The pattern was vast. Not in the way of the bijou, which were vast in the manner of ancient natural forces, contained and directed by their own enormous intention. Madara's pattern was vast in the way of human will extended beyond its natural scope, a human vital pattern that had been sustained and amplified over decades of sustained and deliberate self-modification until it occupied a space that a single human vital pattern was not meant to occupy. And in that vast pattern, at its center where a person's fundamental vital quality resided, there was something he had read before. There was intention. The same category as the deep layer of Sasuke's curse seal, not the same signature but the same type, a directed purpose embedded in the vital pattern that was not native to the pattern but had been placed there by something that was not Madara. Placed there in the way that the curse seal had been placed in Sasuke, an external directive in an existing structure. Someone is using him, he said, during the presentation, cutting across Sasuke's account with the specific clarity of a perception that could not wait. Sasuke stopped. There is an intention in his vital pattern that is not his, he said. The same category as what was in your seal. A directive embedded in the fundamental structure. The scale is different, the signature is different, but the architecture is the same. Sasuke looked at him with the dark, comprehensive attention of his full awareness. Explain. Whoever designed the curse seal system also applied something similar, at an enormously greater scale, to Madara himself. The intention I read in him has the same structural signature as what Orochimaru placed in the seal, which means Orochimaru did not design the architecture independently. He learned it from something. He paused. Or from someone. The room was very quiet. Black Setsu, Sasuke said. The name arrived in the room with the weight of something that had been building toward being named and which, once named, reorganized everything around it. I've been tracking references to that entity in the older records. The ones that predate Madara's active period. It appears in documents from before the founding of the major villages as an associated presence to various figures who then pursued specific courses of action that they may not have chosen independently. An embedded director, Anko said, from her position along the wall. Not controlling directly. Influencing from within the structure of the person's own vital pattern. Yes, Naruto said. Which means every plan Madara believes is his own has been, at least in part, directed by something that is not him. And which means Orochimaru's curse seal work was not original. He adapted an existing technology that he encountered through his connection to Madara's lineage of research. The Akatsuki's actual objective, Konoha said, with the political analyst's quality of receiving information and immediately organizing its implications, may not be Madara's objective as Madara understands it. No, Sasuke confirmed. The collection of the bijou, which is Madara's stated goal, serves a purpose that Madara believes is his own design. The outer path of the Rinnegan. The completion of the 10 Tails. The Eye of the Moon plan. He paused. All of it leading to the activation of a specific jutsu that would place the entire world under a single genjutsu. Which is not a military or political objective. It is a chakra architecture objective. Something wants the world's chakra organized into a specific pattern. Something that embeds intentions in vital patterns, Naruto said, following the logic to its specific end point. Something that works through the manipulation of vital pattern at scale. Which means something that has its own version of what the Kansen does. But inverted. The room absorbed this. He looked at the 30-something people in the administrative center, and he thought about what had been said and about the Maelstrom Eye and about what it meant that he existed, and what it was designed for. Mito had said it was relational. Mito had said the recognition of shared life was its most important quality. He thought about an ability that worked through genuine attention to the specific individuality of living things, the opposite of a jutsu that would impose a single constructed reality over everything, eliminating the individuality that the attention required in order to function. He thought, the Kansen is not just a tool for rebuilding Uzushio. It is the specific counter to the specific thing that is coming. He did not say this aloud. It was too large a thought for the immediate conversation, and he needed to sit with it before he could speak about it with the precision it deserved. But he held it, the way he had learned to hold the things that needed time to settle. The meeting continued. Sasuke presented the rest of what he knew about Akatsuki's organizational structure, and its current operational status. Konoha presented what the political channels had provided about the major villages' responses. Anko presented what her network had contributed. And Sora, who was always the person who translated the shape of a problem into its practical dimensions, presented a set of specific preparatory actions that the island should undertake given what the information suggested. When the meeting ended and the residents returned to their various tasks, Naruto stayed in the administrative center with Sasuke. The evening light came through the repaired windows and the island's ambient frequency moved in the bedrock beneath them with its patient warmth. "What are you going to do?" Sasuke said. Which was the question he always asked when a situation had been analyzed to the point where analysis gave way to decision. "I'm going to go to Konoha," Naruto said. "Not to return. To deliver what we've found and to have the conversation about what comes next. This information needs to reach the Hokage and it needs to reach him in a form that includes what I can add to it that no one else can, which is the read of the intention in Madara's vital pattern and what it means. The Hokage is dying. I know. Which is why the timing matters." Sasuke looked at him. "I'll come." "I know," he said. "I expected you would." Chapter 51. Before leaving. He spent 2 days preparing the island for his absence before he left. The preparation was not logistical, because Sora managed the logistics and the logistics were in good shape and did not require his personal attention to maintain. The preparation was relational, which was what all preparation ultimately was when you were building something that was primarily a community rather than primarily an infrastructure. He talked to Tayuya first, because Tayuya was the person who had been here the longest after himself, and whose sense of the island's quality and direction was most complete. He told her where he was going and why and what he expected the visit to produce and what he needed from her while he was gone, which was what she was already doing and would continue to do, which was to be herself on the island and to let the island be what it was. She received this with the specific directness that was her mode of receiving everything important. "How long?" she asked. "A week, maybe 2. The conversation will take as long as the conversation takes." She looked at him with the assessment she had given him in the border town market, and which had, in 12 months of shared work, developed more dimensions while retaining its essential character. "The island will be here," she said, which was what she always said, and which carried the same weight it always had. He talked to Karen, who had recently completed her first month of the reaching stage's formal practice, and who was developing with the speed and intensity that everything Karen did had, and who received the news of his departure with the specific combination of determination and anxiety that was her characteristic response to challenging situations. "You're coming back," she said. Not a question. "Yes," he said. "The island is not a place I'm visiting. It's where I'm from now." She looked at him, and her vital pattern through the Kansen had the configuration of someone who is receiving a statement as the specific kind of reassurance it is, which is not reassurance that is meant to manage fear but reassurance that is an accurate statement of fact, and accurate statements of fact are more durable than comfort. He talked to Anko last, because the conversation with Anko was the most complicated and required the full attention that the others had also received, but that Anko's conversation required in addition to the others' share. "I'll be gone for up to 2 weeks," he said. "You have authority to make defensive decisions in my absence." "Full authority, with Yugao and Swaern for implementation and Koana for political judgment." She looked at him. "You're not worried about the island while you're gone." "I'm appropriately concerned and I've taken appropriate steps," he said. "I'm not worried in the way that would cause me to second-guess the decision to go." Which is a different thing. She considered this. "What does Konoha feel like, going back? You haven't been there in 13 months. He thought about it honestly. "Like something that was formative, and is not current. Like a place I know very well and do not live in." "Which is probably exactly what it should feel like." She nodded. "And the Hokage? He is not well," Naruto said. The message made that clear. "I want to deliver what we have in person while he can receive it in person. That matters to me." She did not push on this. She understood what it meant when a thing mattered to someone in the personal register rather than the strategic one, and she had the quality of someone who respected the distinction. "Come back in one piece," she said. "Everyone keeps saying that," he said. "It keeps being relevant," she said. He left the following morning on Goto's boat with Sasuke and with a sealed case of documentation that Sora had prepared, the recognition framework documents, and the formal notification of Uzushio's settlement status, and the legal precedents for its existence. Because the conversation in Konoha would need to be grounded in what existed on paper as well as what existed in the world. He stood at the boat's bow as the island receded behind them, and he watched it through the Kansen's passive sight, the 37 vital patterns visible in their ambient quality until the distance reduced them to the aggregate warmth of the island's frequency, and then until even that faded to the general living texture of the sea. He turned and looked at the horizon ahead. Goto navigated in the measured, expert way of someone who has made this passage many times and whose relationship with the water was the relationship of genuine long acquaintance. Sasuke stood at the stern with the composed quality of someone who is organizing their thoughts for a situation that will require their full capacity. The sea was wide and the morning was clear, and Konoha was ahead of them with all its complexity and its history and its present tense life. And he thought about the East Gate in autumn and the smell he had told the Hokage he remembered, and he thought that home was indeed more complicated than either the place that had failed you or the place you had built, and that the complication was the point. He was going back. Not for the last time. Not finally. Just for now, for this specific purpose, with this specific information, to have this specific conversation. He was going back as what he was. That was enough. Chapter 52. The Road to Konoha. The road from the coast to Konoha took 3 days at a pace that was neither rushed nor leisurely, the pace of 2 shinobi who had enough to think about to make the journey's thinking time valuable and who were also, in the specific way of people who had done real work in the world, comfortable with the companionable silence that long travel produces between people who know each other well enough not to require constant speech. He read the world through the Kansen's passive sight as he walked, the way he had for 13 months, the habit so complete now that it required no more conscious attention than breathing. The Fire Country's interior was different from the coastal land and the island, not in its fundamental vitality, which was the same everywhere, but in its specific expression, the dense, layered quality of old forest chakra, the organized patterns of the agricultural districts, the shinobi-specific signatures of the Konoha patrol perimeter, which he began reading 3 hours before the village became visible. The patrol perimeter read him back. He was aware of this because the Kansen showed him the specific change in the patrol's vital patterns when they registered his chakra, the shift from standard monitoring to the higher attention configuration of people who have encountered something notable. His chakra signature was not subtle. It never had been. And 13 months of Kansen development had not made it quieter, had if anything made it more distinctly itself, the Uzumaki frequency now as present and recognizable as anything in his vital pattern. They were met at the outer perimeter by 2 chunin and an umbu, which was a formal reception rather than a patrol encounter, which told him that the visit had been anticipated. Natsuki told them we were coming, he said to Sasuke. Of course she did, Sasuke said. The umbu was not Natsuki, which was a deliberate choice by whoever had organized the reception, probably the Hokage's office, the specific choice to not send the person who had the most complicated relationship with this arrival. He read the 3 reception members' vital patterns and found them professional and not unfriendly, which was a configuration he was willing to work with. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, the umbu said. The Hokage's office anticipated your arrival. You're expected. Thank you, he said. They followed the reception into the village. The village was the village. It was 12 years of his life expressed as an inhabited space, and walking through it with the Kansen at passive showed him things he had not been able to see when he had lived here, the specific quality of a place that had its own vital pattern in the aggregate, not the vital pattern of any individual but the lived-in warmth of a community at a particular moment in its existence. Konoha in the month after the invasion had been the quality of something recovering. Konoha 13 months later was the quality of something that had recovered and was now in the state of a place that has processed the difficult thing and found what it was made of. The village looked at him as he passed through it. Not with the look he had grown up with, the look that was a category rather than a person, the look that knew what he was before it had looked at who he was. This look was different. Curious, some of it. Surprised, some of it. He had left as a genin without council authorization and arrived as something that the village did not have a precise category for, and the lack of a precise category meant that people were looking at the actual thing rather than the category, which was more honest if also more uncertain. He met some of those looks with the Kansen at its lowest passive setting and read the vital patterns that came with them. What he found was the complicated human reality of people encountering something that required updating their model, not malice, not welcome exactly, but the specific quality of genuine attention, which was more than he had received on most of the walks through this village in his previous life. Ichiraku was still on the corner where it had always been. He walked past it and thought about ramen and about the specific comfort of a thing that was consistent when most things weren't, and he thought he would stop there on the way out, because some things were worth stopping for even when you were in the middle of something larger. Chapter 53, The Hokage. The Hokage's office had been moved to his residence during the recovery, which told Naruto before he arrived that the reduced mobility the Hokage's message had implied was more advanced than the message's careful language had made explicit. The residence was in the quieter part of the administrative district, a building that was old in the good way, maintained rather than merely preserved, with the specific quality of a place that has been inhabited by the same person for long enough that the person and the place have developed a working relationship. The garden was September green, which was the green that meant the summer's work was concluding and the autumn's was beginning, the transitional quality of a thing that was between states rather than settled in either. He was received by the Hokage's assistant, who was a woman of indeterminate middle age with the vital pattern of someone who had organized her whole professional capability around the specific and complex task of ensuring that the right things reached one particular person, and who looked at him with the quality of someone who had been expecting this arrival and had organized the conditions for it with care. He's been waiting, she said. He's had good days this week. Today is a good day. He understood what she was telling him. He went in alone. Sasuke waited in the garden, which Sasuke had offered without being asked, because Sasuke understood categories of conversation that were not his to be present for. The Hokage was in a chair by the window that looked into the garden, which was where old men who are spending time carefully often put themselves, at the window that shows them the living world continuing its work without requiring their direction. He looked smaller than the figure in Naruto's memory, which was partly the posture of someone who was being careful with their physical resources and partly simply the way that a long relationship with age changes the way a person occupies space. But the eyes were the same. The eyes were the eyes of a man who had been paying complete attention to the world for 70 years and who had not stopped, and when those eyes found him in the doorway they registered with the specific quality of a person seeing something they have been thinking about. Naruto, the Hokage said. Hokage-sama, he said. And then, because it was what he actually thought, and the moment was one of those moments where what you actually thought was the only appropriate thing, it's good to see you. It was. It was complicated, and the complication had not simplified in 13 months of absence, and the complication was in his own vital pattern when he was in this room, something that was not quite what he would call fondness, and not quite what he would call grief, and which existed in the territory between them in the specific way of feelings that have not been asked to choose a single name. The Hokage looked at him for a moment with the complete attention those eyes contained. "You're different," he said. "Yes," he agreed. "Sit down." He sat in the chair across from the Hokage, and between them the afternoon light came through the window from the September garden, and he reached into his jacket and took out Mito's letter, which he had carried for 13 months in the inside pocket close to his chest, and he held it for a moment. "She told me to go to the Foundation seal first," he said. "Mito." "In the letter." "Mito wrote you a letter," the Hokage said, with a quality in his voice that was not surprise exactly but the specific quality of someone encountering evidence that a person they had known had been more far-seeing than even they had credited. "She sealed it for the Uzumaki blood," he said. "An archivist kept it for 23 years waiting for the right person." He set the letter on the table between them. "I'd like you to read it. Not because it's your business. Because she knew you, and there are things in it that I think were also meant for you, in the sense that she was writing to the world she was leaving behind, and she knew some of the people in that world." The Hokage looked at the letter for a long moment. He reached out one hand and touched it, not picking it up but touching it, the gesture of someone acknowledging the weight of a thing before committing to lifting it. "Later," he said. "Tell me about the island first. Tell me everything." So Naruto told him. He told him everything. Not the summary version, not the diplomatic version. Everything. Goto's boat and the whirlpools and the shore and the ruins and the Foundation seal's transmission. The storage seals and the genealogical record and his mother's entry. Setsuko's description of Mito's techniques. Tayuya in the border town market, and the flute in the practice room, and the bedrock's response to 3 notes played on an Uzumaki instrument. Karen and her blazing vital pattern and her instinctive healing and Fuse's precision meeting Karen's instinct. Sora's legal framework and Konoha's coalition and the recognition document. Enko and the seal work and Sasuke and the 23 sessions. The 3-layer barrier integration. The 23 approached operatives and what the ruling stage had done with them. Yugo and Fu and Isaribi and what the Kansen had shown him about each of them. 37 people and what they were building. The Hokage listened to all of it. He listened with the complete attention of those eyes and the specific quality of someone who is not receiving a report but receiving a life, someone who understands the difference between information and the truth that information is trying to point at. He asked questions at the right moments, the questions that showed he was tracking not just the facts but the shape of the thing the facts described. When Naruto finished, the Hokage was quiet for a long time. The September garden was doing its work outside the window. The afternoon light had moved while the telling had taken its time. The Uzumaki clan, the Hokage said finally, was always more than Konoha understood it to be. Mito tried to tell me this. I listened with what I thought was complete attention, and what I actually had was the attention of someone who already had a category for what he was hearing. A pause. "You are telling me something that doesn't fit any of my categories." "Which is," he said, with the specific quality of very old men who have learned that the admission is more useful than the pretense, "how I know it's the truth." "I have something else to tell you," Naruto said. "About Madara. And about what is actually directing the Akatsuki." He told the Hokage what Sasuke had found and what the Kansen had shown him in the distant readings of Madara's vital pattern. He described the embedded intention, the structural similarity to the Kurseal architecture, the implication of Black Zetsu as the actual directing intelligence behind Madara's plan, and what the completion of that plan would mean for the world's chakra architecture. The Hokage was very still through this telling. When it was done, he said, "The Kansen? The ability to read and interact with vital patterns at scale. Its counter to the Ten Tails' purpose is not incidental." "No," Naruto said. "I don't think it is. The Uzumaki were destroyed because they were destroyed, and the specific technique that destroyed them was one that worked through the isolation and disruption of the thing that made them who they were, which was the connection between them and the living world. The Eye of the Moon plan works through the same principle at world scale, replacing genuine vital pattern awareness with a constructed one. The Kansen sees through constructed patterns to the genuine one beneath. What is genuine cannot be replaced by what is constructed as long as something exists that knows the difference. The Hokage looked at him for a long time. You came here to tell me this, he said. Yes. Because you need to know, and because the major villages need to know, and because the information needs to come from someone who can demonstrate its source rather than simply assert it. The Kansen's evidence is more credible than any intelligence report because it reads what is actually there rather than what someone decided to put in a report. You're offering Konoha something, the Hokage said. I'm offering the world something, Naruto said. Konoha is part of that. Not the whole. The Hokage was quiet for a moment. Then, slowly, he reached out and picked up Mito's letter from the table between them. I'll read this tonight, he said. Come back tomorrow. We'll talk about what comes next. Chapter 54, The Council and the Eye. The council meeting was the next morning. He had expected the council and he was ready for it, not in the defensive sense of someone preparing against an attack but in the sense of someone who has thought carefully about what they need to communicate and to whom and how, and who has organized that communication for maximum clarity rather than maximum persuasion, because clarity was more durable than persuasion, and what he needed was something durable. Hamura and Koharu were present. The Umbu commander was present. 3 Jonin advisors he did not know by name but whose vital patterns he read immediately as the specific quality of people who had been selected for this meeting because of their relevant expertise rather than their seniority, which told him the Hokage had been involved in designing the meeting rather than simply attending it. The Hokage himself was present, in the large chair at the center of the table, which he occupied with the careful deliberateness of someone who has chosen to be present in a demanding context because the presence matters and the cost of the presence is acceptable. He was also not alone. Sasuke was beside him at the table, which was not what most council meetings would have wanted but which the Hokage had specified in the morning's briefing, and the Hokage's specification was not something the council overrode. He had also brought the sealed case of documentation that Sora had prepared, and he set it on the table when he sat down, and opened it, and laid out the recognition framework document, and the coalition's signatures and the formal settlement notification, which he pushed down the table toward the council with the deliberate, calm movement of someone presenting a legal document rather than making an argument. The settlement's legal status, he said, recognized by international convention and a multi-party coalition. The relevant documentation. Konoha is not a party to the recognition and has not been asked to be, but the Hokage's personal communication expressing non-objection is on file. Hamura picked up the document. He read it with the specific attention of someone who is looking for problems in a legal framework. He read it twice. He set it down. This is formal, he said. Which was not praise but was also not dismissal. It was the acknowledgement of someone who has expected weakness and found something sturdier. Yes, he said. The Whirlpool country's reconstituted sovereignty, Koharu said, reading from the document. On what basis is sovereignty reconstituted? International law provides for the reconstitution of sovereignty in territories where a recognized political entity was destroyed by force and where surviving members of that entity's legitimate population reassert claim, he said, which was Sora's language, and which he had committed to memory because Sora's language was precise and precision was what this moment required. The Uzumaki clan was the recognized governing body of the Whirlpool country. Its destruction was by force. Surviving members of the Uzumaki bloodline have reasserted the claim. The genealogical record documentation is in the case. Koharu looked at the documentation he pushed toward her. She read it with the same careful attention Hamura had given the recognition framework. This is comprehensive, she said. Which was the same acknowledgement Hamura had made, and which he received the same way. It is, he agreed. There was a pause in which the council was doing the specific thing that councils do when they have received information that requires integration into their existing framework, which was not thinking exactly but the process that preceded thinking, the organizing of the new information's dimensions before the thinking could begin. He used the pause. I have additional information, he said, that is not in the documentation and which I am presenting in this room because this room is the appropriate place for it, and because the Hokage has already heard it, and has determined it is relevant to Konoha's strategic situation. He told the council what he had told the Hokage, About Madara and about the embedded intention and about Black Zetsu and about the Akatsuki's actual objective. He told it with the same organization and precision, with Sasuke providing supplementary detail at the points where Sasuke's research added depth that the Kansen's reading alone did not provide. The council listened. What happened to the council's vital patterns through the Kansen as he talked was the most informative read he had done in the room, more informative than the previous meeting's assessment of Hamura's tightening and Koharu's managed attention. What happened was the specific quality of people receiving information that reorganizes everything else they knew, not on the surface, not in the policies and the framework, but at the foundational level where the framework rests. The quality of something settling rather than something overturning, the specific sensation of information that fits because it explains things that had not previously been explainable. When he finished, Hamura said, "You can verify this through the Dojutsu." "I can verify the embedded intention in Madara's vital pattern directly," he said. "I have read it at the limit of my current range on 3 occasions." Sasuke can verify the historical documentation through the Sharingan's analytical capacity. The combination of these 2 verification sources is more reliable than either alone. "What do you want from Konoha?" Koharu asked. The question was not hostile. It was direct in the way of someone who has absorbed a significant amount of information and wants to proceed to the practical implications. "A formal channel for intelligence exchange," he said. "Not a subordination arrangement. Not the program that was proposed 13 months ago. A peer relationship between Konoha and the reconstituted Uzushio, in which Konoha's intelligence resources and Uzushio's Kansen-based intelligence capacity share relevant information through a defined process." "A peer relationship implies equal standing," Hamura said. "It implies defined and mutual obligations," he said. "Which is not the same as identical standing. Uzushio is smaller than Konoha. Konoha has resources Uzushio does not. But what the Kansen can provide is something that Konoha's resources cannot replicate, and that asymmetry is the basis for a peer relationship rather than a subordination one." The room was quiet for a moment. The Hokage spoke. "The documentation supports the settlement's legal standing. The intelligence about Madara and the Akatsuki is consistent with information the village has been developing through other channels and which has not previously been organized into a coherent picture. The Kansen's ability to verify the embedded intention architecture is a capability that no other source can provide." He looked at the council. "The peer relationship proposal is the correct framing for what Uzushio represents. I will recommend the formal channel to the council." Hamura and Koharu exchanged the look of people who have reached the point in a conversation where the thing they were prepared to resist has arrived in a form that makes resistance more costly than accommodation. It was not capitulation. It was the specific reorganization of institutional priority that occurs when new information has been received at a high enough level to change the calculation. "We'll need to review the documentation," Koharu said. "Of course," he said. "A week," Hamura said. "For the review. We'll reconvene." "I have a week," he said. Which was the truth and which communicated, without requiring it to be stated, that the week was what was available and not more than that. He collected the documentation and closed the sealed case and stood and bowed the appropriate amount, and he walked out of the council room with Sasuke beside him and the September light waiting outside the window at the end of the corridor. Chapter 55, The Village. He spent the week in Konoha. He had not expected to enjoy it, and was surprised to find that he did, in a complicated and specific way that was not the enjoyment of someone returning to something loved, but the enjoyment of someone revisiting something that was genuinely theirs in some important sense even when it had also failed them. He went to Ichiraku on the first evening. Tucci made the ramen without being asked, the specific bowl he had always ordered, and did not comment on the 13 months or the circumstances or any of the things that could have been commented on. He simply made the ramen and set it in front of him and asked whether the order was right, and Naruto said yes, and the order was right, and the ramen was exactly what it had always been, which was what he had told the Hokage he remembered from a year away and which was, in the specific and incontrovertible way of things that have been true for a long time, true. He went to Kurenai. The conversation with Kurenai was the longest conversation he had in the week's visit, 3 hours in the afternoon of the second day, sitting in her apartment with tea that was genuinely good tea and her complete attention, and the specific quality of a person receiving a detailed account of something they have been partly watching from a distance, and which is now arriving in full. She had read his messages through the communication seal, and she had talked to Natsuki, and she had her own professional read of the developments. But she had not had the full account, and the full account was what he gave her, the same account he had given the Hokage, but with the specific personal dimensions that were appropriate for Kurenai and not the council. The dimensions about the people and about what the relationships between them had produced and about what it felt like to be in it. She listened with both hands around her teacup and her vital pattern in the configuration he had first read it in, a year and a month ago in a tea house where she had said, "I've been watching your team's progress reports," the configuration of someone who was using their full capacity to take something in rather than to respond to it. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "The seal Setsuko gave you." "From Mito. I read it on the island in the 8th month," he said. "And then I read it again in the 9th. When Fu arrived." "What does it say about the Bijou?" "That the Kansen's resonance contact with the Bijou's seal architecture is the one form of interaction with the Bijou that is not adversarial," he said. "That the Bijou respond to the resonance the way they respond to nothing else, not with the aggression of something that has been contained against its will, but with something that Mito described as curiosity. Because the resonance is the genuine acknowledgement of the Bijou's vital pattern rather than the management of it." Kurenai looked at him. "Which has implications for the Akatsuki's plan." "Which has implications for everything," he said. "But yes. For the Akatsuki's plan specifically, an ability that can form genuine resonance contact with Bijou rather than managing them as power sources is a significant strategic counter. Because what the 10 Tails completion requires is the 9 Bijou organized into a specific pattern that treats them as components rather than as living things. And what the Kansen does is the opposite of treating anything as a component." She sat with this for a long time. Then she said, "You didn't know this when you started." "No," he said. "I knew about the Dojutsu. I knew I was Uzumaki. I knew I was 12 years old and my sensei wasn't showing up." He paused. "What I did with that was mostly just," he found the word, "attending to what was actually there rather than what I wished was there." She looked at him across the tea table, and her vital pattern, which he had read 100 times through the communication seal's warmth, and now read directly again in person, was doing something that he had not seen it do before, something that was the specific quality of a person who has watched something develop from a beginning they were part of and who is encountering the arrival of what that beginning produced. "I'm glad I found you the library book," she said. He blinked. "What library book?" "The history of pre-Konoha clan traditions," she said. "You renewed it so many times the librarian told you to keep it." "I asked the librarian to leave it accessible before you found it." A pause. "I knew you were looking. I didn't know what for, but I knew you were looking, and what was in that book seemed worth being findable." He looked at her. She held his gaze with the quality of someone who is entirely comfortable with the disclosure, and who has chosen the moment for it with the same precision she brought to everything else. "Thank you," he said, which was insufficient and was also the right thing. "You're welcome," she said. Which was sufficient, and was also the right thing. He visited Sakura on the 3rd day. She was, he learned from the quality of her vital pattern and the evidence of her afternoon, deep into a medical training program that Tsunade had established in the period after the invasion, and she had the specific quality of someone who has found the thing they are best at and is developing it with full commitment. She met him with both the warmth and the directness that had always been in her, the warmth less suppressed than it had been at the academy, the directness more confident. "You look like the island agrees with you," she said. "It does," he said. "Tsunade-sama is going to want to talk to you," she said. "About the Uzumaki medical texts." "I expect so." "Will you?" "Yes," he said. "What Fusa and Daisuke are doing with the tradition is producing things that Konoha's medical program would benefit from. A formal exchange is one of the things I'm proposing to the council." She looked at him with the evaluating quality she had always had and which had been, in the period they had known each other, more often directed at things other than him. "You've thought about all of this very carefully," she said. "I had 13 months, he said. "Most people don't spend 13 months thinking about things this carefully." "Most people don't leave," he said. "Leaving creates a different kind of thinking time." She nodded. Then, with the directness that was her best quality, come back when you can. Not because Konoha needs you. Because there are people here who would like you around. It was, from Sakura, more than he had expected and exactly what was true, and he received it the way you receive true things, without diminishing them and without requiring them to be more than they were. He met Tsunade on the 4th day. Tsunade was a physical presence in any room she occupied, and the quality of her vital pattern through the Kansen was one of the most distinctive he had encountered, enormous and precisely controlled and carrying the specific double signature of someone who had both the Senju heritage and the medical chakra refinement that decades of the world's finest medical practice had produced. She looked at him with the amber eyes of someone who was deciding something before she spoke and who would speak only when she had decided. Your Dan Kato's old argument come to life, she said, which he did not entirely understand but which Kurenai later explained as a reference to a debate about whether Konoha's treatment of its own people was coherent with the village's stated values. Sit down and tell me about the Uzumaki medical tradition and what Fusa is doing with it. He sat down and told her. She listened with the complete clinical attention of someone who is receiving technical information in a field she has mastered and who is assessing what she is receiving against that mastery. She interrupted 8 times with questions that were precise and technically demanding and which he answered as well as he could, which was well enough that she stopped interrupting with corrections and started interrupting with extensions, building on what he said rather than refining it. At the end of the conversation, she said, I want to visit the island. The island will receive you, he said. I'm not asking permission, she said. I'm informing you. I know, he said. I'm telling you you'll be welcome. She looked at him for a moment with the amber eyes. You're not as irritating as I was told, she said. People tend to describe me through the lens of what I was when I was 12, he said. 13 now, she said. 13 now, he agreed. Chapter 56, Natsuki. He found Natsuki on the 5th day, which was her training time. A fact he knew because he had read the patrol pattern when he arrived and had identified her signature in the Umbu quarters schedule. He waited at the edge of the Umbu training ground until she finished her session and turned to find him at the perimeter. She looked at him with the direct, unmasked quality of someone who is not at work and who does not put on the work face for people who have already seen the other one. You came, she said. I told you I would. She looked at him for a moment. How long are you staying? Until the council reconvenes and gives an answer about the formal channel. Probably 2 more days. She nodded. She sat down on the training ground's perimeter log with the easy posture of someone settling in for a real conversation rather than a professional one. Tell me what Crow's reports got right and wrong, she said. It was a specific and honest question, the kind that only someone who had filed those reports could ask, and he sat down beside her and thought about it seriously before he answered. The factual observations were right, he said. You read what was there accurately. What the reports couldn't get, because it wasn't available to observation, was the internal experience. The thinking. The specific way the decisions were made. What was the most wrong interpretation? Early on, he said, the reports categorized what I was doing as secret training without authorization, which framed it as a breach of protocol. It was actually, he paused, attending to what was mine. The absence of authorization was not the defining quality. The presence of something real that needed attention was. She considered this. The difference between a genin going rogue and a genin finding their inheritance. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. The report I filed in the coastal town, she said. The one where I gave you the message instead of the retrieval. Yes. The commander called it a field assessment deviation. It was on my record for 4 months. They reviewed it last week. She looked at the training ground ahead of her. They reclassified it as field assessment accurately applied to an unanticipated situation. Because the outcome was, she paused, looking for the right word, consistent with Konoha's interests, as correctly understood. That's a complicated sentence, he said. Institutional language, she said. What it means in human terms is that they decided I was right after it turned out the outcome was good. Which is better than the alternative, he said. Marginally, she said, with the dry precision of someone who has spent enough time in institutional structures to know their limitations, but who has not stopped working in them. Why do you stay? He asked. In the Umbu. You could, he paused, there are other things. She looked at him. There are people in this village who need the kind of watching that I do, she said. Not the subject I was assigned to watch in the original sense. Other people. People who are in the position that you were in, somewhere between noticed and attended to, where the difference between those two things determines everything. A pause. If I leave, the watching doesn't happen. Someone else files the reports, and the reports are what the reports have always been. He understood. The system did not produce better outcomes because of its structure. It produced better outcomes when the right people were inside the structure doing the right things. Natsuki was one of those people, and Natsuki knew it, and Natsuki had decided that the value of that was worth the cost of staying. All right, he said. All right, she said. They sat on the log for a while in the specific comfortable quiet of people who have been honest with each other, and don't have anything more that needs to be said immediately, and the training ground was empty around them, and the September afternoon was doing its work, and it was a good moment. Chapter 57, The Hokage's Letter. On the 6th day, the Hokage sent him a letter. Not through the communication seal, not through the assistant. A handwritten letter, delivered by a Konoha genin who waited at the door of the guest's quarters with the patient expression of someone who has been given a specific delivery task and intends to complete it correctly. He took the letter and the genin left, and he sat at the window of the guest quarters with the September afternoon outside and opened the letter. The Hokage's handwriting was different from what he had expected based on the older man's public image, not the formal script of official documents, but something more personal, smaller and more direct. The handwriting of someone who had been writing in moments of private thought for 70 years and whose hand had developed the specific economy of private thought. The letter said several things. It said, I read Mito's letter last night. I read it 3 times. I had not understood, before reading it, that she had planned for this. Not you specifically, but the category of what you are and what you would need. She was, as she always was, significantly more forward-thinking than I gave her credit for while she was alive, which is the specific failure of people who are close to exceptional things, the failure to see the full scope of what they are adjacent to. It said the council will approve the formal channel. Not enthusiastically in Hamura's case, but with sufficient understanding of the strategic necessity to support the approval. I have spent 6 days working toward this. It was the last large thing I had the capacity to work toward, and I have worked toward it rather than other things, which is the choice I made. It said, Kushina would have said something brief and direct about all of this, which is the mode she operated in, but the underlying sentiment would have been what I felt reading your account to me in the residence, which was pride of a specific kind that is neither personal nor institutional, but simply the pride of someone who has been part of the world long enough to see something go right. That kind of pride is available very rarely, and I am grateful for its arrival. It said, come back when you can. Not when it is convenient. When it is possible. The difference matters. It said, the door is open. I said this before and it remains true. And at the end, in the smaller, more private version of the already private handwriting, she was right about you. And you were right about her. The letter is hers to have carried 13 months close to the chest. Some things are worth that. He sat at the window of the guest's quarters with the letter in his hands and the September afternoon doing its quiet work outside, and he let the thing the letter was take whatever time it needed. It took a while. He was 13 years old, and the letter was from the Hokage of the village where he had grown up and been failed, and found his inheritance, and made his first real choices, and which had, in the year he had been gone, been working towards something that the letter confirmed was arriving. He thought about what it meant to have 2 things be true simultaneously. To have been failed by something and to have that thing acknowledge the failure, and do something with the acknowledgement. To have left something and to have the leaving produce a different relationship with it than the one that had made leaving necessary. He thought, this is what home becoming more complicated looks like, when the complication is moving in the right direction. He folded the letter and put it in the inside pocket of his jacket next to Mito's letter, where it would stay for the remainder of the visit and for the boat ride back to the island and for the indefinite duration after that, because some things were worth carrying close. He went to Ichiraku for dinner. Chapter 58, The Formal Channel. The council meeting on the 7th day was shorter than the first one. Shorter in the specific way of meetings that are finalizing decisions rather than making them, in which the discussion that matters has already happened and what remains is the formal acknowledgement of what has been decided and the specific language through which that acknowledgement is recorded. The formal channel agreement was 3 pages. Sora had been consulted through the communication seal during the week, which meant the document that the Council's representatives had prepared and the document that he had proposed were sufficiently close that the negotiation required for alignment was brief and practical rather than extended. The agreement provided for a defined process of intelligence exchange between Konoha and Uzushio, with specific protections for each party's internal information and specific obligations for sharing information relevant to mutual threats. It acknowledged Uzushio's independent status under the international conventions and did not require Uzushio to subordinate its decisions to Konoha's authority. It established a point of contact on each side, which on Konoha's side was the Hokage's office and on Uzushio's side would be a role that Sora was already performing under a different description. He read the 3 pages with the specific attention of someone who has learned the hard way that the language of agreements matters more than the intention behind them, because intention changes and language doesn't. He found one clause that required adjustment, which was a clause about the Kansen's application to Konoha intelligence operations, which had been drafted in a way that implied a degree of availability on demand that was inconsistent with the peer relationship the rest of the document described. He said so, and the Council's representative revised the clause, and after the revision he read the 3 pages again and found nothing that required further adjustment. He signed. The Hokage signed. The Council representatives signed. The formal channel was established. He picked up the document with the specific quality of someone holding something that has the weight of what it represents rather than what it is, which was not a heavy document physically but which was the formal acknowledgement of everything the past 13 months had built toward, the piece of paper that said Uzushio was real in the way the world's record made things real. Hamura, signing last, looked at him across the table with the expression of someone who has updated their model sufficiently to be at peace with the updated version. The Whirlpool country was a significant resource before the fall, Hamura said. The navigation routes and the sealing tradition particularly. It was a loss that was not fully accounted for at the time. It was not, he agreed, without embellishment. What you are building, Hamura said, which was not a sentence that he finished, but which contained, in its unfinished state, the specific acknowledgement of someone who has understood something and does not have adequate language for the full understanding, is what should have continued to exist, Naruto said. Which finished the sentence, and which was accurate, and which was all that needed to be said about it. Hamura nodded. He left the council room with the signed document in the sealed case and walked through the administrative wing and out into the September afternoon with the sunlight on the stone and the village moving around him in its rhythms, and the Kansen showing him all of it, the living world in its ordinary and extraordinary specificity. Sasuke was waiting at the corridor's end. Done? Sasuke said. Done, he said. Then we go back. Tomorrow morning, he said. Tonight I want to see the memorial stone. Sasuke looked at him. Then, without comment, he turned and walked beside him in the direction of the memorial stone, which was where they were going, which was the place where this had started, in the dark and the silence and the pressure behind his eyes and the beginning of the beginning. Chapter 59, The Memorial Stone. The memorial stone in the evening was the memorial stone in the evening, which was to say it was the same cold stone it had always been and it was different from the cold stone it had always been, both things simultaneously true in the way of revisiting something that has been part of your formation and which you are now in a different relationship with. He sat with his back against it, which was the position he had occupied in the very beginning, and he felt the stone's specific quality of inert cold and the absence of vital pattern in it, and he thought about what the absence had told him, that first night of the seeing stage's development, before he had the vocabulary for any of it. The absence had taught him what life looked like by showing him what life was not, and the stone had been useful in exactly that way, which was the way of things that define by contrast rather than by example. Sasuke sat nearby but not adjacent, in the way of their arrangement, since the training ground log and the parallel corners of the training ground quadrant, present without requiring proximity. It was quiet in the training ground at this hour. The village's evening sounds came from the distance, the sounds of a community going about its end-of-day routines, the specific sounds that were different from midday sounds and different from night sounds, the transitional sounds of a place that was moving between one state and another. He activated the Kansen to its full ruling pitch. The world blazed at him in its living specificity, every vital pattern within his range illuminated in its individual quality, the immense and patient life-light of the trees and the quick particular signatures of the people moving through the training grounds vicinity, and the village extending beyond his range in the felt sense of an enormous community he could not fully see but which was present in its own right. The village's collective vital warmth, the way the sun is warm even when you do not look directly at it. He sat in the middle of all of it and breathed. He thought about 12 years old and the pressure, and the memorial stone and the slim folder in Setsuko's house and Tanaka and Kurenai, and the East Gate and the sea and the island and the Foundation's seal and Tayuya and Karen and Sora and Fusa and Enko and Yugao and Swairen and Daisuke and Hiro and Koena and Natsuki and Fu and Yugo and Isaribi and Shiro and the 37 and the names still in the notebook's first column and the recognition document and the formal channel agreement and the Hokage's letter and Mito's letter, and the genealogical record and the seal work and the 23 contacts, and the deep layer, and the 10 tails and the thing that was coming and the thing that already existed and the thing that was being built. He thought about all of it as a single thing rather than as a sequence, the way the ruling stage held multiple contacts simultaneously rather than sequentially. And what he found when he held it all at once was the same thing he always found when he held the island's 37 vital patterns in the ruling stage's broad awareness. It was complete. Not finished, because finished meant done, and done was not what this was. Complete in the sense of being what it was supposed to be, possessing all the essential qualities of the thing it was, not yet in its final form but recognizably itself in a way that made the final form a direction rather than a destination. He was Uzumaki Naruto. He was 13 years old, and he had the Maelstrom Eye at the ruling stage's full development, and he had an island that was being rebuilt from its foundations and a community of 37 people who had each come because what they found here was genuinely what they needed, and a recognition framework and a formal channel with Konoha and the knowledge of what was coming and the specific ability that was the counter to the thing that was coming, and a notebook with names in the first column that he had not yet reached and more to do than he had time to enumerate. Sasuke said in the quiet of the training ground at dusk, "What are you thinking?" Which was not a question Sasuke asked often. It was the question of someone who is in a moment they recognize as significant, and who is willing, in this specific moment, to be curious about the experience of the other person in it. He thought about what was true to say. "I'm thinking that the stone is the same stone," he said. "And that I'm not the same person who used to sit against it. And that both of those things are exactly right." Sasuke looked at the stone. "Yes," he said. Which was, from Sasuke, the acknowledgement that matched the full weight of the statement. They sat in the training ground at dusk, and the evening continued its transition to night, and the Kansen held the world in all its living specificity, and the memorial stone was cold at his back, and the names carved into it were the names of Konoha's dead, and he was alive, and the island was alive, and the thing that needed to be built was being built. Tomorrow they were going back. Tonight he sat with all of it. Chapter 60, The Return. They left Konoha on the 8th day, early morning, through the east gate at a time that was not the 2 in the morning patrol gap that he had used on departure but the ordinary morning hour of travelers with legitimate business, and no reason to leave at an unusual time. The gate was the gate. The smell was what he had told the Hokage he remembered. He walked through it with Sasuke beside him and the sealed case under his arm and the 2 letters in his inside pocket, and the Kansen at its passive setting showing him the world in its living texture, and he looked back once at the gate, and then ahead at the road. The road south was the road he had walked 13 months ago in the other direction, the agricultural districts and the forest and the coastal scrubland, and it had the quality of a route revisited, familiar and different simultaneously, familiar in its physical features and different in the way he moved through it. The 13-month difference between the person going out and the person coming back expressed in the quality of attention he brought to the same terrain. He stopped at the rise where the sea had first become visible on the outward journey and stood for a moment with the sea below and Goto's coastal town visible along the shore and the horizon beyond it, which was the horizon that contained the island, though the island was not visible at this distance. He thought about the girl who had asked whether the family could visit, and whether yes had been the right answer. He still thought yes was right. He thought it more firmly now than he had then, because a year of building something had made clearer what it needed to be, which was not a wall and not a closed community, and not a nation that needed to define itself by what it was not, but a place that was so completely what it was that it did not need to define itself against anything. They went down to the coast. Goto was at the dock, which he always was in the morning, and he looked at them with the professional non-curiosity of someone who has long since accepted the fact that his most reliable client's business was not his to question, and he began preparing the boat without waiting to be asked. On the water, the sea was the sea, enormous and patient and full of its living texture in the Kansen's passive sight, and the horizon ahead was the direction the island was in and the horizon behind was the direction Konoha was in, and he was between them, which was not an uncomfortable place to be but rather exactly the right place, the place of someone who belongs to both and is not fully contained by either. He sat at the bow, which was his position on this boat, and he thought about what was waiting on the island. The 37 vital patterns and the work in progress, and the storage seals that still had things in them he had not yet read, and the barrier integration that was still being refined, and the medical collaboration that was producing things Uzushio and Konoha both needed, and Yugo's threshold management work and Fu's Bijou archive and Isaribi's treatment, and the names in the first column of the notebook. He thought about what was coming in the wider world, the Akatsuki's operational timeline and Madara and the embedded intention, and what the ruling stage of the Kansen could eventually be brought to bear on all of that, with the full development that was still ahead of him, and the specific counter-architecture that the ability was to the plan being executed against the world's chakra. He thought about being 13 years old. He thought, I have time. Not unlimited time, because the Akatsuki had a timeline and the timeline was not indefinite. But time. The specific amount of time that the situation contained, and the specific amount of time that his own development required, and the relationship between those two amounts was not a comfortable relationship, but it was not a desperate one either. It was the relationship of something that requires working with what you have, efficiently and seriously and without waste, which was the relationship he had always had with his resources. The island appeared on the horizon in the afternoon of the second day at sea. He saw it first as the specific disruption in the horizon that an island makes, the slight difference in the quality of the line where sea met sky, and then as the low, broad shape of it, and then as the ruins and the repaired structures and the watchtower and the harbor, and then as the vital patterns of the 37 people on it, appearing at the edge of his ruling pitch as warm, individual signatures. Each one recognizable in its specific quality from this distance, and the composite of them the specific warmth of the island he had described to the Hokage. He held them all in the ruling stage's broad awareness as the boat came in and the island grew larger, and the whirlpools did their ancient work at the perimeter. Tayuya was at the harbor when they landed. She was standing at the dock with the same composed quality she had brought to everything since the border town market, arms not crossed, which was the change that the island had made in her default posture. And she looked at him as he stepped onto the dock with those assessing eyes. Well? She said. The formal channel is established, he said. The documentation is complete. The Hokage is dying, but he used the time he had well. The council is, he paused, more flexible than I expected. She considered this. And Konoha? Is Konoha, he said. It will continue being Konoha. We'll continue being what we are. The formal channel means those two things can be in relationship with each other without one requiring the other to stop being itself. She nodded. That's the right outcome. Yes, he agreed. It is. She stepped aside to let him pass and then fell in beside him as they walked through the harbor toward the ruins that were being rebuilt into something, and Sasuke walked on the other side, and behind them Goto tied up the boat with the efficient practice of someone who has made this approach many times, and who intends to make it many more. The island was the island. The seal architecture in the bedrock was warm in the familiar way. The whirlpools did their ancient work. The ruins held their quality. The repaired structures were occupied by people who had chosen to be there. He activated the Kansen to its full ruling pitch. All 37 vital patterns blazed at him in their individual specificity, each one completely itself in the ruling stage's broad and attentive awareness, held without reduction or preference, or the managed distance that made presence easier by making it less, held with the full attention of someone who has learned that genuine attention is what the ability requires and what it provides and what it is. He held them all. He was home. And ahead of him, in the direction that was the direction of the future rather than the direction of any specific geography, the work waited with all its weight and all its necessity and all its specific, serious, unglamorous, irreplaceable importance. He walked toward it. Chapter 61 The Guard. The title had not been planned. It had arrived the way the most important things arrived, not through decision, but through the accumulation of something that had been true for a while being finally named. Enko had named it, in the administrative center's main room at the end of a meeting about the 3-layer barrier integration's next phase of development, in the specific way that Enko named things, which was directly and without ceremony. We are, she had said, looking at the people seated around the table and along the walls, in the functional sense, a guard. We are the people who are here at the center of what is being built, and who have each individually decided to be here, and who have the specific capability that the center of something this requires. The Maelstrom Eye is the anchor. We are the guard around the anchor. No one had argued. The people in the room had looked at each other, and at the table, and at the quality of what the past year had produced, and had felt the truth of the naming in the way you feel a name arrive for something that has been nameless. He had thought about it afterward, about what Enko had named and what the name meant, and what it implied about the relationship between the guard and what the guard was for. A guard was not an army. An army was organized around the application of force outward. A guard was organized around the protection of something inward, and the thing it was protecting was both the physical place and the thing the physical place represented, which was the continuation of something that had been interrupted and the development of something that was still becoming what it needed to be. The guard had, in the months since Enko's naming of it, developed specific roles that were both practical and symbolic, not assigned but arrived at through the natural process of people finding the position in a complex structure that fit their specific quality. Tayuya was its sound, as she had always been, the person whose work pervaded the island's physical and chakra environment the way music pervades a space. Enko was its edge, the person whose professional capacity for adversarial engagement gave the guard's defensive function its most immediate expression. Yuga was its precision, the barrier work and the sword practice both expressions of the same quality, the capacity for exact and controlled application of force at the moment, and in the degree that a situation required. Swerin was its construction, the technical skill that turned the island's natural and sealing resources into the physical and chakra architecture of a place that could sustain what it was supposed to sustain. Karen was its care, the healing capacity, and the young blazing Uzumaki energy that was not the same as the care of age but which was the care of someone who has found their specific way of attending to the people around them. Fusa was its knowledge, the accumulated medical tradition and the 40 years of practical wisdom that was as foundational to what Uzushio was becoming as the seal architecture in the bedrock. Fu was its wildness, the bijou-touched quality that was neither tamed nor untamed but its own specific thing, the quality of someone who had learned to hold an enormous presence without being defined entirely by it. Yuga was its depth, the strange and extraordinary bloodline that made him a literal antenna for the world's natural chakra, a quality that in the guard's context had specific defensive applications that Enko had identified and developed with a precision that surprised everyone, including Yugo. Koana was its strategy, the 30 years of political intelligence that translated what the guard was into terms the world could engage with on the world's own terms. And Sasuke, who had stayed beyond any timeline that had been established or implied, was its mirror, the Sharingan's analytical capacity applied to the Kansen's perceptual capacity in a combination that produced a quality of situational understanding that neither could have achieved independently. The guard was not only these people. The 37 were all, in some sense, the guard of what was being built, by virtue of being here and being committed to it. But these were the ones who had the specific qualities that the center required and who had organized their whole capabilities around what the center needed, which was the definition of a royal guard in the sense that Mito's letter had gestured toward, the guard that was present at the heart of something and which was the heart of something, simultaneously. He thought about this in the evenings sometimes, sitting on the watchtower platform with the Kansen at its full ruling pitch and the island's 37 vital patterns in the broad awareness of the ability, and he held the guards' specific signatures in the foreground and the island's other residents in the background and the island's ambient frequency in the foundation of it all. And he understood in those moments what the ruling stage had been built for. Not for the combat application, though the combat application was real and necessary and would become more so as what was coming in the wider world approached its operational threshold. Not for the intelligence application, though that was real and the formal channel was producing results that were useful to both parties. Not even for the bijou resonance that Mito's letter had identified as the specific counter to the Ten Tails completion. The ruling stage had been built for this. For the specific capacity to be genuinely present to a community of people in their full individual specificity, each one completely themselves in the awareness, held without reduction or preference in the broad attention of someone who had learned that genuine attention was what the ability required and what it provided and what it was. The Uzumaki, the Foundation seal had taught him, had been the people they had been because of the relationship between the Kansen and the community it served. Not the military application, which had always been secondary. The primary thing, the thing that made Uzushio what Uzushio had been, was the quality of presence that the Kansen made possible at scale, the specific quality of a community in which every member was genuinely attended to by the same awareness that attended to the whole. He was building that. Not yet at the scale that it had been. Not yet at the development of the ability that Mito had reached. But the shape of it was clear and the direction was clear and the people who were part of it were clear and the work was clear. He had all of these things. That was enough to begin with. That had always been enough to begin with. The whirlpools moved in their ancient patterns at the island's perimeter. The sea was wide and patient and full of its immense, indifferent, generous living texture. The ruins of Uzushio held their quality of both history and present tense activity. The specific quality of a place that had been broken and was being rebuilt, and which was, in the rebuilding, more itself than any broken thing has a right to expect. The Maelstrom Eye was silver-white and steady in the evening, full at its ruling pitch, seeing everything. The notebook was open on the watchtower platform, and the pen was in his hand, and the first column still had names in it, and there was more to do, and he was 13 years old, and Uzushio was alive. He turned to the next page. He began.